In a wider sense, there were probably few local monarchs who did not possess some Arsacids blood, given the royal culture of polygamy and the harem and the use of the King of Kings' daughters as brides to cement relationships within the empire. In addition, over the generations, brothers and other relatives had been appointed to rule the regional kingdoms, so that plenty of men, including some who supported Ardashir I, may have possessed a claim, however slight, to membership to the royal lines, and thus to the throne. How such men and women viewed themselves and their identity is impossible to say. Ardashir I's claim may have been distant, even tenuous, but for the moment he had seized power, and there were well-established methods to consolidate this. Early on he had appointed a son and namesake as king of one of the regions of Persis, and later may have elevated him to be king of Sakastan, and marked him out as heir, although the prince did not in fact succeed him. This use of relatives was well within Arsacid tradition, as was rewarding clans and leaders who had backed him. Some of Ardashir I's self-presentation was new. On several monuments he had himself depicted being recognized as King of Kings by Ahura Mazda, the god at the heart of the Zoroastrian pantheon. Achaemenid kings had similarly claimed to be the earthly agents of the great god, but the Parthians had not, to any large degree, so this could be seen as a revival of traditional belief. However, the way the god is represented, as a human, the same size as the King of Kings, sometimes riding a horse and dressed in broadly the same way, apart from a few important details to show his identity, has no precedent. The god hands a royal diadem to the king, sometimes over a fire altar. There is nothing quite the same from the Achaemenids, although the influence of Greek images, for instance of Nike, goddess of victory, handing a circular wreath to a Seleucid or Parthian king, seems likely. There were obvious advantages for a successful usurper to present his rise as divinely inspired and approved, thus providing a legitimacy even more convincing than success on the battlefield. The stories associating Pabag and Sesan with priesthood in a fire temple might suggest that there was a strong religious element to the rise of the former, and from the start Ardashir I may have seen himself as both king and priest. Persis was the heartland of the Achaemenids, and it maintained aspects of old beliefs and rituals as part of the population's identity. Given that half a millennium had passed, it would not be surprising if the traditions had developed and changed. Perhaps, whatever his actual origins, Ardashir I adopted ideas and beliefs common in Persis, or behaved in a way intended to win support there, although even then this could represent only one strand of several in the religion of the area. This might reflect his own beliefs or those of key supporters. Politicians can easily come to believe their own speeches and proclamations, especially when they enjoy so much success. Yet caution is necessary, since Ardashir I may well have taken ideas from a wider area than Persis. What may have appeared was just a different form of Zoroastrianism, perhaps more common not just in Persis but in the eastern parts of the empire and among the Indo-Parthians than the type largely seen under the Arsacids up to this point. Hindsight tells us that the Sasanian kings would rule for 4 centuries, almost as long as the Arsacids. Thus it is the convention to speak of Parthia and Parthians up to 224 and Persia and Persians afterwards. The tendency is to see Ardashir I as a very clear break with the past, not simply in religion but in government, culture and military practices. Certainly under the Sasanians, many aspects of the state appear to be different compared to Arsacid Parthia. Royal authority seems much more centralized, sanctioned by a state religion, differences in language and the symbolism of power. Change occurred, although since some things are not attested for generations, it is much harder to say when and why they changed. Similarly, the records for the Arsacid period are so poor, most of all for the century or so before the rise of Ardashir I, that it is possible that some apparent innovations were much older, perhaps part of a gradual evolution. So little is known about the Parthian Empire at all, and especially in its last century and a half, that it is uncertain how the empire operated. Ardashir I claimed divine approval. Whether he presented himself as a revolutionary, or instead as the king of kings that recent Arssacids ought to have been, but were not, cannot be known. The centralization of royal power, seen as characteristically Sasanian, may have been no more than a reflection of how a strong king of kings asserted himself. Regional kings and sub-kings below them continued in many areas throughout the Sasanian era, and if Sasanian kings appointed many relatives to these thrones, this was following Arsacid tradition. In a military context, the Sasanians are judged by modern scholars to have been significantly better organized and disciplined than the Parthians, and also to have displayed far more skill in siegecraft. In battle they fielded more infantry than in earlier periods, but relied principally on heavily armoured cavalry, some primarily archers, some more conventional cataphracts, while light horse archers appear to have played a secondary role. In addition, they employed war elephants, something never reliably attested for the Arsacids on the battlefield, although Tacitus claimed that after Lucius Caesenius Paetus's surrender in Armenia, the King of Kings rode on an elephant over the bridge constructed for him by the legionaries. While these developments may have come from a military revolution presided over by Ardashir I and his immediate successors, there is also the chance that they had evolved gradually. Once again, there is no detailed description of a Parthian army in the field after the campaigns of Corbulo, making it guesswork whether these changes were already underway in the big campaigns of the 2nd century. The empire ruled by Ardashir I and his successors covered essentially the same area as Arsacid Parthia. Stronger kings like Ardashir were able to exert greater control and regain territory that had been lost from the fringes of the empire during periods of weakness. Yet overall, these were the same lands occupied by the same communities in both eras. Over time, individual dynasts changed, cities flourished or declined, and communities grew or emerged as more important. An army raised by a Sasanian king of kings was no more homogeneous than one raised by an Arsacid Parthian king of kings, and instead consisted of some royal troops, often some hired soldiers, and a majority of contingents raised by regional and local monarchs, as well as key aristocrats. The mechanism of raising, maintaining, motivating, and controlling such an army remained essentially the same. Change tends to stand out, especially when the historical record is so poor, but the continuity is just as important. Noble families like the Karen and Suren, who had emerged in the early days of the Arsacid state, remained important right through the Sasanian period, and in some cases beyond. No doubt there were marriage links between them and the Sasanian royal house, and members of each clan perceived as loyal were given precedence and came to lead their people. Individual leaders fell in and out of favour or backed the wrong side at times of civil war or during disputes over the succession. Yet it is striking that the same noble houses remained in control of their traditional lands for so many centuries. Scholars tend always to look for underlying causes and explanations of change, and can neglect the role of individuals, their talents and their personalities. While the character of Ardashir I remains unknowable, it is safe to say that he was an extremely capable war leader, who spent nearly all his adult life in conflict. He began by raising followers and gaining control of part of one of the 5 main regions of Persis, albeit one far from the centre of the province. We do not know quite how he did this, but some degree of early acceptance and support from Pabag is likely. The latter was one of a number of ambitious men fighting to increase their own power. Ardashir I played the same game, and played it so well that he eventually fought his way to dominate all of Persis, supplanting Pabag and the favoured heir probably by around 212. From there he expanded, and his coins show a progression from king to king of the Aryans, and probably only with the defeat of Artabanus IV or the fall of Ctesiphon and his own coronation there does he become King of Kings. The fighting did not stop, for Ardashir I faced rivals at large, foreign threats, and the need to assert his dominance over as much of the old empire as possible. Aggression against the Romans was a display of strength, intended to impress his new subjects and contrast with the weakness of Artabanus IV, who would let the tombs of his ancestors be desecrated. The Romans were proven and prestigious enemies, and better still, were less united and strong than had been the case for a long time, with two very young emperors in rapid succession and stories of mutinies and indiscipline in the armies. Attacking Mesopotamia and capturing strongholds, as well as raiding further afield, brought glory and plunder in the form of treasure or captives. The early Sasanians would make considerable use of captives as a royal-controlled labour force, and this may have begun under Ardashir I. Apart from the prisoners, the Roman civil wars made some choose to leave the empire and seek a new life beyond. Changes in the style and quality of the series of rock carvings commemorating Ardashir I's career may well reflect an influx of craftsmen from the Roman provinces. Ardashir I did well in the early stages of the war, and at the very least held his own when Severus Alexander invaded his territory. Whether or not one of the Roman columns was beaten, everyone could see that afterwards all the Romans withdrew and did not return. They seem never to have got anywhere near Ctesiphon. If the gains made in Mesopotamia proved fleeting, Ardashir I does not appear to have lost any ground held by the Parthians before he came to power. All in all, he had stood up to the Romans and defended his newly acquired empire better than anyone had managed for a long time. More successes came in the east, and he may well have launched at least two major campaigns, firstly overrunning territories largely lost to the empire in recent years, and then pushing into Bactria. There also appear to have been later attacks on the Roman provinces. Again, this was a message of his strength and right to rule for the audience formed by his subjects, especially the nobles, and a statement of renewed power meant for all his neighbours. The greatest change brought by Ardashir I was not replacing the current dynasty with the house of Sasan, but the simple fact that he was a strong leader. This was a man who fought and won war after war, and never appears to have suffered a serious defeat in the course of his campaigns. That suggests luck, talent, and a leader and followers who were very good at fighting, and became used to winning, just like Cyrus and Darius, Mithridates I and II, or for that matter, Philip and Alexander the Great. Success fed off success, but also became so bound up with the right to rule that it encouraged more warfare, and it was hard for such leaders to stop fighting and expanding their territory and power. After generations of more or less weak Arsacid kings of kings, suddenly there was a new, far more capable and aggressive ruler. That he came from outside the traditional royal line and founded a new dynasty was secondary, at least in the short term. His achievement, like that of the first Arsacids, was to create a regime where only members of his line could hope to inherit, and it took time before this was certain. Not everything turned out quite as he had expected. The favoured heir, Ardashir, for whatever reason did not succeed him, and instead, in 240, another son, Shapur I, became co-ruler with his ailing father. How this happened is unclear, but Shapur I was to prove as able and strong a leader as Ardashir himself. Within a year, Ardashir I had died, and Shapur I ruled alone. All successful leaders tend to be lucky. As we have seen, Romans like Sulla and Caesar openly boasted of their good luck. Ardashir I rose through talent, but was fortunate to live at a time when there was ongoing civil war in Parthia, and plenty of opportunities for the ambitious to rise. As important was relative weakness among the empire's neighbours, probably generally, but easiest to trace in Rome. Scholars argue over the duration of what is known as the 3rd century crisis, with many inclined to limit this to the decades of greatest chaos. Yet from the murder of Caracalla onwards, the Roman Empire was rarely free from the reality, or at least the shadow, of civil war, in a way that had not been true since the collapse of the Republic. Septimius Severus had been able to fight and win a civil war because he happened to command one of the largest provincial armies at the right moment, and was already an established and successful member of the Senate. Macrinus was neither of these things, simply a member of the imperial entourage, or court in most senses of the term, who had arranged the assassination of the emperor and was able to win support from the officers commanding the army in the east, at least in the short term. Elagabalus was a mere child, improbably proclaimed as Caracalla's bastard, even though such offspring had no real rights under Roman law, and Severus Alexander was his cousin, both of them actually descended from Septimius Severus's sister-in-law. Though the claim to rule was based on being Severans by blood, this was flimsy at best. Maximinus had no such link whatsoever, nor a senatorial pedigree, and based his power solely on support from an army. This was the pattern of the decades to come. Any man able to persuade substantial numbers of soldiers to back him was in a position to proclaim himself as emperor. Sometimes these soldiers were the praetorians and other guard units, and sometimes troops in the provinces. Only rarely did the Senate play an active role, and never successfully, unless sufficient soldiers could be persuaded to back their choice. Becoming emperor was far easier and open to far more men than ever before, since membership of the Senate was no longer essential. Marcus Aurelius had promoted quite a few equestrians to the Senate on the basis of their military talent, and because the plague had thinned the ranks of the senatorial order, especially ones capable enough to be trusted with command of a legion or army. Severus did the same, but also chose to give important commands to equestrians instead of senators. His new province of Mesopotamia was governed by an equestrian prefect, and equestrians commanded the two newly formed legions stationed as its garrison. The trend continued, which meant that more equestrians came to hold senior positions in command of provincial armies. Becoming emperor was much easier, but at the same time, holding on to power was far more difficult, for challenges could come from so many different people. The armies benefited, receiving bounties and other rewards, and officers benefited most of all, so that they tended to be the kingmakers in such situations. Men were proclaimed as emperor, and then, not much later, murdered by the same troops because someone else had made them a better offer. Individuals rose and fell, usually violently, and with each new claimant to the imperial purple, there were executions to instill fear and bribes to win support. The need to win over and placate the legions and their officers took precedence over almost every other priority for an emperor, for only by doing this could he survive. It was not conducive to good discipline or maintaining high levels of training and efficiency. Time and again, Roman armies fought each other in battle. Whoever won, the casualties took a toll on the confidence and collective experience of the military. All of this was beginning during Ardashir I's career, and he benefited from it. For Shapur I it offered even greater opportunities. The Romans were self-evidently weak and vulnerable in a way that had not been true since the late Republic, and perhaps not even then. Attacks on Roman territory stood a good chance of success, bringing plunder and glory all the greater because for so long Rome had appeared so mighty. The Sasanians won victories, showing themselves as stronger in war and thus more legitimate than the decadent Arsacids. These attacks invited reprisals, but the ongoing weakness and internal divisions of the Romans meant that such counterblows were unlikely to have the strength, determination, and willingness to persist expected in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Civil wars rendered Rome weaker at the very moment a Parthian civil war created the Sasanian dynasty and made Ardashir I and his successor eager for clean glory against a foreign power to legitimize their own rule. It was a recipe for war. Chapter 11. And the Caesar lied again, circa 240 to 265. Shapur I needed to prove that he was a worthy successor to his father and confirm that the House of Sesan deserved to rule the empire and was fully capable of enforcing its will against foreign enemies and domestic rivals alike. If the Romans had not been so obviously vulnerable, the new King of Kings might have focused his attentions elsewhere, and he in fact spent many years winning victories on other frontiers. The Romans were weak, and they were also seeking vengeance, as individual emperors sought to justify their rule by winning a great victory in the east. Shapur I left a large number of the surviving monuments raised by Sasanian monarchs. Their tone is assertive, listing his many great successes. Partly this is a reflection of the sheer scale of what he did, but it is also a sign of his need to prove his legitimacy. On one, he states, "I am the Mazda-worshipping divine Shapur, king of kings, of Aryans and non-Aryans, of the race of the gods, son of the Mazda-worshipping divine Ardashir, king of kings of the Aryans, of the race of gods, grandson of King Papak. I am the lord of the Aryan nation." Thus, near the end of his life, Shapur I chose to open an account of his achievements. The text was subsequently carved onto the walls of the Zoroastrian fire temple at a place now known as Nakshi Rustam in Persis. This was an ancient, much revered shrine, closely overlooked by the rock-cut tombs of great Achaemenid rulers such as Cyrus and Darius. The Achaemenids are never mentioned by Shapur I, in contrast to the Roman sources that claim Ardashir I boasted of his intention to recover the lands once ruled by the old dynasty before the coming of Alexander. Yet the decision to set up the inscription here, adding to rock carvings celebrating his father's and his own victories, cannot have been a coincidence. Having supplanted the Arsacids, the first Sasanian kings distanced themselves from the defeated dynasty and in time suppressed their memory. Instead, they associated themselves with the glories of a more distant past. Both the Achaemenids and the more or less mythical great and just kings of far older Iranian tradition, but this connection was rarely explicit or actively promoted. History, vaguely remembered or largely imagined, offered a backdrop to present glory rather than something to be revived or matched. The present was what mattered, the spectacular might and success of Shapur I himself, whose monument this was, which rebounded to his glory and proved his divine right to rule. No one, past or present, could compete with him, and the text was not concerned with the future, even though it was probably set up after his death by his son. Shapur I's grandfather was merely a king, his father named as King of Kings of the Aryans, but significantly not also of the non-Aryans. Shapur was king of Aryans and non-Aryans, thus of the whole world, a claim that was similar to Roman boasts of power without limit. Shapur I was the rightful successor to a father who, like him, revered and was special to Ahura Mazda, and, like him, was divine. Ardashir and Shapur were both called gods, echoing many Parthian and Hellenistic rulers rather than the Achaemenids, showing a blend of traditions. Ahura Mazda was the great god, overlord of all the other deities, representative of goodness and truth, who struggled for and would eventually achieve total victory over the demon Ahriman, lord of evil and lies. As his servants on earth, Shapur I and his father fought the same fight. The text was carved on 3 of the temple's 4 walls in Middle Persian, and also translated into Parthian and Greek, the 3 main languages of Shapur I's empire, or at least of its nobility. There was a good chance that foreign emissaries would be able to understand at least one of these tongues, should they ever have been brought to an audience with the King of Kings in the vicinity. They could read of the breadth of Shapur I's empire, which included so many named regions, his rule backed by loyal local kings, and the long catalogue of victories he had won over foreign enemies. Greatest of all, and given by far the most space in the account, were his triumphs over the Romans. For the first time in this story, the surviving sources are actually fuller from a Sasanian perspective than from a Greco-Roman one. The greatest single piece of evidence is this inscription, backed by other monuments that are similarly close in time to the events, while even the medieval Arabic tradition is fuller for this period. In contrast, the Roman sources are exceptionally poor, contradicting each other as well as the Sasanian version. While it is pleasant to reverse the usual bias, even taken as a whole, the evidence for a period of major conflict remains very poor, with large gaps and problems that are not easy to resolve. Tempting though it is to favour the Sasanian view over the all-too-familiar Roman perspective, all sources should be treated with the same caution. Parallels are often drawn between Shapur I's monument and the deeds of the divine Augustus. Both represent how the leader in question wanted to be seen and remembered. Exaggerations are easier to spot in Augustus's version than Shapur's, since we possess far more information about the former. Both probably represent a basically factual, if boastful, selective and skillfully presented, version of the actual events. Like those of Augustus, Shapur I's achievements were exceptional, never really matched by any successor. Roman troops had helped to garrison Hatra for some time, and were no doubt caught up in its fall. The attack was part of a renewal of hostilities in the later 230s, where the initiative lay with the Persians. Graffito scratched onto the plaster wall of a house in Dura Europos recorded that on the 20th of April 239 the Persians descended upon us. The excavators connected this with an epitaph painted and inscribed on stone and found on the floor of a private house, but it was probably originally set up on a memorial in the necropolis outside the town. Although the original excavators assumed that the stone had been part of the house, and I and many others have repeated this, recent reassessment makes the house most unlikely to have been the residence of the tribune and his household. Not only was it very small for someone of equestrian status, but it was adjacent to another building identified as a military-owned brothel. As noted, the stone was not part of a wall, but loose in the rubble, which means that it might have been moved from elsewhere. Tombs and memorials to the dead were usually placed outside a city's walls. This was to Julius Terentius, tribune commanding the 20th cohort of Palmyrenes, who was brave in campaigns, mighty in wars, but now dead and mourned by his wife, who set up this memorial. By a coincidence, rare even for the wonderfully preserved remains of Dura Europos, a portrait of Julius Terentius was among the earliest discoveries. His dark hair having receded up his forehead, perhaps a sign of age, and with a neatly trimmed beard, he is shown parading with the officers of his cohort to make an offering to the gods. Their uniforms are those of the 3rd century army, with enclosed boots, snug-fitting drab-coloured trousers, long-sleeved white tunics and cloaks. The colours of the cloaks vary, and there are rings on some of the sleeves and other distinctions, hinting at some form of insignia, although we cannot discern the system. Most of the men are bearded, but the faces vary enough to show an attempt at representing the individuals. Julius Terentius, tribune, is named in Latin, as is only one other, the regimental priest, Thermes, son of Mochimus, although in his case the label was painted in Greek. Presumably anyone interested enough to look was expected to be able to read both languages, at least to some extent, just as it was assumed that they would recognize the others without needing to be told. Watched by statues of the guardian spirits of Dura Europos and Palmyra, with the vexillum flag of the cohort held by a standard-bearer, depicted as smaller than the others, no doubt because of his lesser rank, Terentius pours incense onto the flame of an altar, making an offering to 3 gods who may be Palmyrene or represent the 3 emperors who briefly ruled together in 238. Excavations at Dura Europos uncovered one of the richest finds of papyri anywhere in the Roman Empire. Many of the texts are military, and of these most relate to Terentius's unit, cohors 20 Palmyrenorum, apparently because someone dumped a load of their records when they were no longer needed. Terentius's name does not appear in any of the surviving documents, but on the 27th to 28th of May 239, a morning report reveals that the cohort was under the command of a senior centurion from a legion, rather than its tribune. This was usually a temporary measure, appointing a centurion as prepositus, or acting commander, because no equestrian officer was available. This would all fit with a Persian attack early in the year or late in the preceding year, resulting in the death of Terentius, and the cohort being given another commander until someone following the standard equestrian career could be found and dispatched to take charge. In addition, comparing this with an earlier morning report suggests a substantial drop in the number of soldiers available for duty. This could reflect casualties, although there could well be other reasons for this change. It looks as if the cohort remained under a temporary commander for several years, most likely a reflection of the dislocation of normal career assignments during this troubled period. After a brief occupation under Trajan, the Romans held Dura Europos from the time of Lucius Verus's eastern campaign, and appear to have maintained a substantial garrison throughout, numbering some 2,000 men. The Palmyrenes may have been there for centuries, for there were long-standing links with Palmyra, and the city was also one of the closest sources of recruits. The 20th were a mixed unit, with troops of cavalry and centuries of infantrymen, as well as a small number of dromedarii, riding camels. For much of the time they provided around half of the soldiers stationed at Dura. In the early days, another auxiliary unit was routinely stationed with them, and by the 3rd century there were also substantial detachments of legionaries. By this time, the distinction was more one of prestige, possibly pay and unit tradition than anything else, since Caracalla's edict meant that the majority of recruits to the auxilia were already Roman citizens when they enlisted. A substantially complete nominal roll of the 20th Palmyrenes lists every man as Aurelius, in addition to his other names. Septimius Severus had adopted himself into the family of Marcus Aurelius to add to his legitimacy, which meant that Caracalla was Marcus Aurelius Antoninus when he gave the franchise and his name to most of the empire's population. Most soldiers were now citizens, and the archaeology from Dura Europos and the wider empire suggests that patterns of equipment were no longer distinct. Legionaries and auxiliaries alike were equipped with the spatha, a long slim sword, the blade often pattern-welded, spears and javelins rather than the pilum, and helmets of identical pattern and ornamentation. Mail and scale armour were the norm, and the famous banded armour known to us as lorica segmentata was very rare indeed. A Roman soldier in full equipment remained obviously a Roman soldier, but it would have taken more attention to the little details to discern his unit. Along with the soldiers came many dependents. Terentius was commemorated by his wife, Aurelia Arria, who may have gained her citizenship in 212, given her name. Like many wives of senior officers, she had accompanied her husband to his posting, bringing any children and supervising the household of slaves and freedmen. The standard auxiliary forts, so well attested in other parts of the empire, invariably contained a house for the commander, which compared favourably in size to many of the grander houses in Pompeii. From the days of Augustus, ordinary soldiers, as opposed to officers, were not permitted to form a legal marriage, even though many did so. Hadrian was one of several emperors who made it easier for soldiers to bequeath property and status to the wives and children they were not supposed to have, while Septimius Severus either removed the ban altogether or at least greatly relaxed any restrictions. Therefore, the long-term presence of 2,000 soldiers meant as many more dependents, whether women, children, or freedmen and slaves, including slaves owned by the army who were uniformed, given some training, and tasked with duties other than fighting. In addition were those who earned a living selling goods and services to the soldiers. The military zone at Dura Europos encompassed rather more than a quarter of the city's overall area. The relationship between the soldiers and civilians in Dura Europos was probably not simple. The garrison was imposed by the empire, and not something over which any of Dura's citizens had any say. Parts of the city were requisitioned to provide billets and administrative and other facilities for the troops, with buildings being divided and streets closed off to demarcate the military zone. Over time, the soldiers added facilities for their needs, including a small amphitheatre and a brothel. Soldiers had special status under law, not least that they were tried only in military courts, which could give them an advantage over civilians if the latter did not have influential friends. Yet the evidence does not suggest wholly separate communities, but rather that the soldiers were one more element in a very mixed population, one where plenty of people, soldiers and civilians alike, passed through at one time or another. Apart from the wide range of gods, attested by temples, altars and statues, the excavations at Dura uncovered a synagogue that clearly thrived in the Roman period, its walls richly decorated with paintings, including some depicting scenes from the scriptures, such as the crossing of the River Jordan. Clearly, this Jewish community had no reluctance about portraying images of human beings and animals, in spite of earlier tradition. The equipment of the warriors in these scenes was influenced by contemporary Roman army styles, albeit in a stylized form. Also discovered at Dura Europos was the earliest definitely identified Christian house church, with a baptistry and wall paintings of Jesus walking on water and images of the Good Shepherd. Christianity was an illegal cult, although the ban was often ignored. At Dura, the church and the synagogue lay close to the city walls, which were routinely guarded by sentries from the garrison, and the communities attending them did so in plain view. There is no hint of tension or suspicion, and as far as we can tell, they were simply accepted as part of the fabric of city life. Perhaps at times different sections of the population were hostile towards each other, for such things appear common enough in many cities in the Greco-Roman world, and indeed in Seleucia under the Parthians. Perhaps there were also times when soldiers abused their position or grew unruly, for again such things occur in the sources. This does not mean that they were everyday occurrences, and the odds are that soldiers, civilians, and the various races and faiths within these groups rubbed along well enough on a day-to-day basis. Dura Europos was a garrison town almost on the edge of the Roman Empire. There were small forts and detachments stationed to the north and south, mainly on or near the Euphrates and its tributary, the Khabur. The 20th Palmyrenes contributed troops to the garrisons of several of these places, so that a significant number of its soldiers were away from the main base for months, even years, just as the legionaries at Dura itself were detached from the main bodies of their legions for long periods. Major campaigning under Septimius Severus, Caracalla, and Severus Alexander, and the robust response by Ardashir I, ensured that these decades saw more conflict in the wider region than had been the case since the 1st century BC. Most of it is impossible to trace in any detail, especially smaller-scale attacks or skirmishes, such as the one on Dura Europos in 239. This makes the context of the big campaigns difficult to understand. Shapur I inherited a throne from a father who had seized it by force and begun a new dynasty. One of the reasons both men stressed their divine legitimacy in their monuments was because their rule was based on military success. Neither could afford serious failure against either domestic or foreign opponents, nor to be seen as weak. Simultaneously, Rome's emperors were the products of civil wars or coups, and their rule was precarious. Dio claimed that under Severus Alexander, the armies of Syria were frequently mutinous, even murdering one provincial legate. Routine administrative documents of the sort found at Dura are unlikely to show something like this, although some scholars claim to have seen hints. Overall, it is fair to say that the frequent civil wars made the Roman Empire weaker, less coordinated and less predictable in its relations with its neighbours, and this gave Shapur I an opportunity to put pressure on the frontier areas, reclaiming some ground lost in the past. However, in the first years of Shapur I's reign, Roman attention was elsewhere, and this also allowed the King of Kings to deal with other challenges. This changed in 242 to 243, when yet another Roman emperor came to the east at the head of a large expedition. This was the teenage Gordian III, whose grandfather and father had proclaimed themselves emperors in defiance of Maximinus. Lacking any significant military support, they and their supporters perished within a matter of months. But in 238, the then 13-year-old Gordian was proclaimed emperor with 2 mature senators as his colleagues. If the Terentius wall painting depicts the cohort taking part in the imperial cult, then this was the trio of emperors being revered. The older men were murdered by the Praetorians within a matter of weeks, leaving the young Gordian III as sole emperor, guided by more experienced advisers, most of all the Praetorian prefect Timesitheus. These advisers decided that an assertion of Roman strength was needed in the eastern provinces, but first the emperor needed to go in person to supervise operations on the Danube. This took several years, by which time preparations were underway for an expedition against the Persians. Organizing a campaign on this scale was a slow process, as troops and supplies were drawn from a wide area to reinforce those already in the region. Shapur I claimed that men from the whole of the Roman Empire and from the Germans and Goths beyond its frontiers were arrayed against him. This is one of the earliest mentions of the Goths, as distinct from other Germanic tribes, although it is hard to say whether Shapur I understood the term any more accurately than the Greeks and Romans understood the names of peoples living to the east of Persia. In 243, Gordian III and his army crossed the Euphrates at Zergma. Much of the Roman province of Mesopotamia appears to have been in Persian hands, and there was a battle at Resina which ended in a clear Roman victory. Shapur I does not mention this, whether because any failure was unsuitable for inclusion in a list of achievements, or because he was not present and had not yet mustered his main army and brought it to the theatre of operations. Carrhae and other cities were brought back under Roman control. Coins bearing Gordian III's image were produced at Nisibis after an apparent break in production which may well have occurred because of Persian occupation. At the same time, a mint appears to have been established at Singara, and there was some reorganization of other communities. In the following year, the Roman army advanced along the familiar route down the Euphrates, passing Dura Europos. Little else is certain. Timesitheus died, apparently, of dysentery, and a man named Philip became the senior of the 2 Praetorian prefects. Shapur I states that he met the Romans in battle on the borders of Assyria at Meshaiki and won a great victory, leaving Gordian III and most of his army dead. In contrast, the Roman sources speak of a Roman victory that went wrong in its aftermath. In some versions, the teenager fell from his horse and was injured or wounded, perhaps in battle. The vast majority attribute his death to Philip, claiming that he had the already weakened Gordian III finished off or straightforwardly murdered him and then declared himself emperor. From all this, the basic facts are that Gordian died and that whatever losses were suffered by the Romans, the bulk of their army remained intact, giving Philip sufficient military support to make a successful bid for the throne. Like Macrinus before him, he negotiated and bought peace, although for 500,000 denarii, 2 million sesterces, which was a tenth of the sum paid in 217. The amount comes from Shapur I's inscription, and some prefer to read it as Persian gold coins or dinars rather than Roman denarii. If this is correct, then the sum was substantially larger, although still less than the amount promised by Macrinus. There may have been other conditions as well, but the result was peace and the retreat of the Roman army. Tactically, the fighting and any pitched battle may have been a draw, or even favoured the Romans. Strategically, this was a stunning Sasanian victory, for a Roman army had failed to reach Ctesiphon or any of the other great cities, and had been turned back with one emperor dead and another forced to beg for peace. Shapur I paraded this spectacular triumph as yet another proof of the divine favour that made clear his right to rule. Ahura Mazda had granted the throne of Ardashir I and his son, because they were his earthly counterparts. In the rock relief, showing Ardashir I's horse trampling the corpse of Artabanus IV as Ahura Mazda hands him the royal diadem, the god's mount treads on the body of the demon Ahriman, leader of those who seek to plunge the universe into chaos and overthrow the truth with the lie. Victory on earth thus matches cosmic victory, with order, good, and the truth prevailing in both. The message, when Shapur I was depicted with Gordian III prostrate beneath his horse, was equally clear without needing to show the god and his demonic foe. Philip was added, crouching or kneeling, as he implores the King of Kings for mercy. If Augustus, in the Res Gestae, could boast of suppliants coming from India and portray the return of the eagles as a great victory, Shapur I had at least as much, perhaps more, justification in claiming the Romans as subjects. The new Roman emperor is known in history as Philip the Arab, for although a citizen and an equestrian, his full name was Marcus Julius Philippus, he came from a small city near Damascus. He ruled for 5 years, minting coins boasting of the peace made with Persia, and later staged grand celebrations in Rome to commemorate the city's supposed 1000th year. Yet there were problems on the frontiers and challenges from other men claiming the throne. In 249 he was defeated and killed by Decius, a senator from Pannonia who had been given a provincial command on the Danube. Decius took the name Trajan to invoke the military glories of the past and spent much of his reign campaigning against the Carpi and Goths. In 251 he attacked a Gothic army in broken and marshy terrain near Abritus and was defeated, earning the dubious distinction of becoming the first Roman emperor to be killed in battle by a foreign enemy. In contrast to the Roman Principate, Shapur I's regime continued to grow in strength, even if the details and chronology are vague. Both he and his father were very active in the area around the Arabian Gulf. Charakene, a kingdom that had more than once loosened its ties or broken away from the Arsacids, was brought under permanent direct control. In addition, territory further south was conquered, and communities beyond that impressed with the might of the Sasanian King of Kings. In the east, the Kushan Empire was defeated and the ruling dynasty replaced with a new Kushano-Sasanian line of kings. On one of Shapur I's monuments, diminutive Kushans and Romans are shown bringing tribute to the King of Kings. The Kushans have an elephant, while the Romans bring a carriage of the type reserved for emperors. Around 252, Shapur I once again turned his attention to his borders with Rome. As he put it, "And Caesar lied again and did injustice to Armenia." Other sources suggest that the Sasanians engineered the murder of the Arsacid king of Armenia. Perhaps Caesar's lie was to involve himself in the fortunes of Armenia in defiance of the agreement reached in 244, but it is unclear how justified Shapur I was, since ancient states so readily went to war whenever they felt it was to their advantage. He appears to have brought under his control, or at least dominance, both Armenia and neighbouring Iberia in these years. These successes were followed by leading a grand army up the Euphrates. Nisibis probably fell, and it looks as if Dura Europos was occupied by the Persians for a while, perhaps without a fight. There is no evidence of a siege at this point, and the houses of many of the wealthier inhabitants show signs of having been evacuated in an orderly way, the owners taking all the valuables, which suggests plenty of warning. The Emperor Trebonius was far away in the west, dealing with problems on the frontiers, while another epidemic was raging in a number of Roman provinces. To meet the Sasanian attack, all available troops appear to have been gathered to form a field army. Shapur I claimed that it numbered 60,000, and that he met it and smashed it at Babalissos. The number needs to be treated with the same suspicion as Roman claims for the vast hosts arrayed against them, but it is clear that this was a major Persian victory. Shapur I lists the names of cities taken by his armies, and from the order in which these appear, scholars have reconstructed the routes of 2 or 3 successive campaigning seasons, and perhaps of more than one column operating at the same time. His first offensive overran Mesopotamia and much of Syria. Antioch, probably the 3rd largest city in the Roman Empire after Rome and Alexandria, fell to the Persians. Folk memory spoke of treachery by a discredited local aristocrat who had sought refuge at the Sasanian court. Others claimed a surprise attack, even that people were watching a performance in a theatre by a husband and wife, when the latter suddenly called out to ask whether she was dreaming or whether the Persians were here. There may have been a few setbacks. Tradition maintained that a local leader at Emesa rallied people to defeat the Persian attack, but in the main resistance failed, and cities were taken by assault or siege if they did not surrender. Syria fell, but Shapur I was not interested in permanent occupation. Cities were looted for treasure and other useful resources, and tens of thousands of captives were taken. Then the Persians withdrew, taking the spoils with them. The value of wealth was obvious, and the human beings were taken deep within the empire and settled in communities where they would till the fields, labour, and craft for the benefit of the King of Kings. Shapur I, like his father, was a great founder and refounder of cities. The place closest to where he had made Philip negotiate was renamed Bishapur, the victory of Shapur. This was the other side of the coin to the destruction of cities, notably Hatra, and displayed Shapur I's power to destroy and create communities. Dura Europos was abandoned after a short time, leaving little more than graffiti as trace of the Persian occupation. The Romans returned, although not necessarily the same units as before, and with perhaps a greatly reduced civilian population. Before long, preparations were made to mount a better defence and strengthen the old Hellenistic stone walls. On 3 sides, the Euphrates and steep cliffs offered ample protection from assault, but the 4th western wall stood open to a plain, the limestone surface rock making it impossible to put a ditch in front of it. The Romans toiled to build an earth reinforcement on the front of the wall, angling this to deflect missiles and make it much harder to batter through with a ram. Behind the wall they piled more earth to strengthen it further and buried buildings next to it. This improvisation covered parts of the adjacent street, including the synagogue and house church, sealing them off, and as a consequence preserving them so well. A slope was fashioned on top of the mound created in this way, making it easier for reinforcing soldiers to run up from the city onto the top of the rampart. Since this would also have made it easier for attackers to swarm down into the streets, this expressed a confidence that the defenders could reinforce any spot much faster than the attackers. In 256, a large Sasanian army attacked Dura Europos in an episode not described by any of our literary sources, and known only through archaeology. The Persians camped outside and began to construct siege works, notably an assault ramp, which the Romans countered by raising the height of the walls and towers as best they could. A Persian tunnel was dug underneath one of the towers, and the timber supports fired when it was complete, bringing down enough of the roof to collapse the front of the tower. It was rendered useless as a fighting platform, although it still functioned as a barrier, for it had not created a breach. Another tunnel was begun, starting from part of the necropolis where the ground rock had been broken through to make the tombs. Inevitably, tunnelling produced a lot of spoil, but there was nowhere on the open plain to hide this for very long. The Romans guessed where the tunnel was heading and dug their own gallery and mine to counter it. Days and nights of listening and calculating progress followed, each side trying to outwit the other. Eventually the Romans broke into the Persian tunnel and attacked, some of the men armoured and carrying shields, and others probably with tools to destroy the work the Persians had done. The enemy was waiting for them. Perhaps 19 Roman soldiers died in a crowded, poorly lit and vicious little battle, fought in a tunnel where a tall man could not stand upright. An intriguing theory argues that they were asphyxiated, the Persians blowing the smoke from naphtha, bitumen, and other combustibles into the tunnel, and the Romans' own mine higher up, acting as a chimney and sucking the fumes through. However these Romans died, their corpses were then heaped up in a mound to get them out of the way, and perhaps to act as a barricade. At the same time, perhaps unbeknown to the Persians, the defenders were frantically sealing up their end of the tunnel. The Persians fired the supports, but this time the collapse was less successful. The wall and tower above sank down several feet, but did not break, held together by the earth reinforcements built on both sides of it before the siege. One Persian skeleton was found not far from the Romans, his high helmet probably set down because the ceiling was too low. He, or someone else, had lifted his mail shirt as if trying to take it off. The man may have been a casualty in the fighting, or was perhaps the one chosen to ignite the combustibles meant to bring down the roof, and was caught by the fumes before he could escape. None of the siege works found during the excavations succeeded fully to the extent of opening a path into the city for a Persian assault. Yet Dura fell, perhaps to escalade, which would leave no archaeological trace, or from a breakthrough near the area of the river gate, where the remains have been lost to erosion, or even because the defenders surrendered. Whatever the cause, the city was abandoned, for the Persians did not choose to stay, and the garrison and population had fled or were captives. Never again was this a thriving, vibrant city, although in later centuries a few hermits sought solitude among the ruins. Over the centuries, the city became buried and was forgotten. Dura Europos was rediscovered after the First World War, when some sepoys from Britain's Indian army began digging a machine gun pit during operations against local tribesmen and uncovered a wall painting. Excavation by an American and French team in the years that followed uncovered many of the city's mysteries, as did more recent expeditions. Sadly, Syria's ongoing civil war brought an end to this, while deliberate destruction and looting ordered by ISIS has inflicted terrible damage on the surviving remains, as Dura Europos once again became caught up in conflict. Shapur I mentions the capture of Dura, although without giving any details or a clear indication of when the place was taken. Only the archaeology tells us of the sophisticated methods of siegecraft employed by his soldiers, thus helping to explain his success against so many well-fortified strongholds. His army was efficient, large, judging from the size of the siege camp, and determined enough to persist even when some projects failed to create a breach. Dio mentions desertions from the Roman army and provinces, so some engineering specialists may have defected or been among those captured, and perhaps acted as experts and instructors. Most of the techniques had developed in the Hellenistic era, and there were plenty of manuals in Greek available for those willing and able to learn, so this is not the only way that the Sasanians could have acquired these skills. Nor should human ingenuity and the capacity to work things out from first principles ever be underestimated. The skills were learned in some way or other, and whether this occurred wholly under Ardashir I and Shapur I, or had a longer development, Sasanian armies from this era onwards displayed considerable engineering prowess. On its own, this was not enough, and their success also relied on organization of the work on mines and ramps, and of the supply system to feed men and animals for weeks or months. In addition, it required numbers of determined infantrymen, perhaps led or supplemented by cavalrymen willing to fight in close combat on foot, to storm the breaches created by craft, or attack from the mobile assault towers attested in the 4th century and probably already in use. A strongly fortified, well-led and supplied city was difficult to take, whether for Romans or Persians. But whereas in the 1st centuries BC and AD the former had been good at sieges and the Parthians markedly inferior, the difference had now become slight, perhaps non-existent. Part of this was a confidence on the part of the Persians to advance into enemy territory in considerable strength and accept the challenge to massed battle, at least if the circumstances were favourable. Sieges and battles were the most decisive, but also the riskiest ways of warfare, and over the long term there was a clear shift in the tactical balance of Sasanian armies compared to their Parthian predecessors. Far less reliance was placed on light horse archers, and less use made of the tactics of retreating to tire and scatter their enemies before isolating and destroying them piecemeal. Instead, Persian armies came to contain a much higher proportion of close-order heavy cavalry, many of them heavily armoured and riding armoured horses. As well as cataphracts, we hear of clibanarii, a nickname meaning bread ovens, apparently because the Romans were amazed that anyone could bear such heavy equipment in the summer heat. The distinction between the two is uncertain. Both were willing to close with formed enemies, sometimes after weakening them with volleys of arrows, and their armour, skill, and determination made them a threat even to Roman legionaries. The increased numbers of such troops reflected a tactical change, but also had a social element. Such warriors needed to train to accustom themselves and their horses to moving and fighting while bearing the burden of this equipment, and to doing this in close formation. This meant that they were usually landowners, or favoured members of an aristocrat's household, hence able to afford the equipment and time required. The profits from long-distance trade may well have helped to fund the growth of this class of warriors under the Arsacids and early Sasanians, for heavy cavalry equipment was expensive. Over the long term, Sasanian armies came to contain ever larger numbers of professional or semi-professional soldiers, many of them paid or in direct service to the monarch. Unfortunately, how and when this developed is impossible to trace. In the past, a well-handled and properly balanced Roman army had been able to march almost at will through Parthian territory, safe from serious loss unless its leaders made a mistake. The Sasanian willingness to meet strength with strength may well have emerged as a response to this, and from their determination to overwhelm the Arsacids and supplant them. Cataphracts and clibanarii were not agile and manoeuvrable like light horse archers, which meant that once they had closed with the enemy, it was harder for them to retreat unscathed. The same was true of formed infantry, and even more of war elephants. All were intended to pin their enemies and smash them, not to evade and harass. There were still plenty of unarmoured or lightly equipped horsemen, mostly archers in Sasanian armies, but their role was essentially a supporting one in large engagements. On campaign, they fulfilled a wide range of roles as scouts and raiders, moving fast to surprise and terrify, much like Cossacks in Russian armies of the 18th and 19th centuries. Shapur I's forces could fight in more than one way, and at more than one level to a degree not seen in earlier periods. As always, this was not a one-sided process, but an ongoing competition for advantage. In sieges, the Romans did their best to counter Persian ingenuity with engineering skill of their own. As legionaries and auxiliaries came to be equipped almost identically in the late 2nd and 3rd centuries, there was a trend towards heavier equipment, for instance with some infantry and cavalry wearing greaves to protect their legs. Trajan had formed a cavalry ala of lancers, or contrarii, equipped with the two-handed kontos used by Parthian and some Persian cataphracts. Hadrian formed the first recorded ala of cataphracts, and more units of these very heavy cavalry were raised in due course. There is also evidence that other auxiliary cavalry had some men, whether those in the front rank of the formation or a specific turma, troop, equipped as cataphracts. Horse armour was found in Roman stores at Dura, apparently under repair. While these trends were empire-wide and not solely a response to problems faced on the eastern frontier, the challenge posed by the Parthians and subsequently Persians was surely one motive. In the coming years, sources describe Roman infantry spreading caltrops, iron spikes welded together so that however they fell, one prong pointed upwards, in front of their position to injure the feet of attacking heavy cavalry. Nothing was static. But it is fair to say that the Roman Empire faced so many crises that it was not in the best position to innovate and meet the challenge posed by Ardashir I and Shapur I. In 253, Valerian, Publius Licinius Valerianus, was sent to Rhaetia to raise forces to aid the current emperor against a challenger. Before he could return, the challenger had defeated and killed the man who sent him, so Valerian declared himself emperor and in turn killed the challenger. Already in his 60s, the new ruler was a senator, so a more traditional princeps than many of those who had held power in recent years. He appointed his son, Gallienus, as co-ruler, both of them titled Augustus. In 254, Valerian went east, but before he could think of facing Shapur I, he had to spend several years dealing with large-scale raiding by Goths and other tribesmen, first around the Black Sea, and then more widely in Greece and Asia Minor. Gallienus was busy in the west, which meant that fending off Persian attacks was left to provincial governors and, as often, local leaders. There were successes, most likely over small detachments of Shapur I's army, or perhaps allies acting more or less independently. By the end of 259, Valerian had moved to the eastern frontier, bringing troops with him and summoning others from over a wide area. Mustering this great army and arranging its supply took time, and Shapur I moved first, laying siege to Nisibis, which seems to have once again been in Roman hands, and Carrhae. Valerian responded and advanced into Mesopotamia. Shapur I claimed that the Romans had some 70,000 soldiers, listing 28 nations or provinces that had supplied troops. As before, the alleged size of the enemy's army must be treated with similar caution to Roman claims about the Persians and other enemies. Notably, it is larger than the army of 60,000 Shapur says that he had defeated at Barbalissos, and may mean no more than that there was a substantial Roman force in each case. In an odd way, the numbers probably offer more of a guide to Shapur I's own army, since the natural urge for Roman and Persian alike was to claim that they won battles in spite of being heavily outnumbered. Therefore, the Persian army is unlikely to have been as large as 60,000, although it is hard to say any more than that. For instance, whether we should think of Shapur I at the head of 30, 40, or 50,000 warriors. The Sasanian camp outside Dura Europos is very large, suggesting a substantial field army. If Valerian had anything like the numbers attributed to him, then this was also a very large, but not inconceivable, size for a Roman army, although past experience suggested that it was usually more efficient to split such a host into 2 or more columns operating independently. The record for large Roman armies concentrated in one place was not especially good, for they tended to become clumsy and hard to supply. On the other hand, some civil war battles were fought on such a grand or even grander scale, not least because with no inherent tactical or organizational advantage over another Roman army, it was natural to seek a numerical advantage. This encouraged more reliance on brute force and numbers on the part of the Romans in this period compared to earlier centuries, an attitude that may well have spread to campaigns against foreign opponents. Shapur I claims to have fought and won a great battle, although his account is a brief summary. Other sources suggest a prolonged campaign with numerous smaller actions and manoeuvring, but are equally vague. At some point, Valerian was captured, probably along with most of his senior staff and courtiers, perhaps falling to an ambush or treachery during negotiations. On a succession of monuments, Shapur I depicted himself grasping the wrists of the Roman emperor who stands beside the King of Kings' horse. Despite one tradition that says Valerian was swiftly killed, the majority of sources describe how he lived on as a captive for many years, the first emperor ever to be taken prisoner by a foreign enemy. Some claim that he was treated with ignominy by Shapur I, who would make him kneel down as a mounting block whenever he wanted to get on his horse. Then, when Valerian eventually died, his skin was supposedly flayed from his body, dyed red, and set up in a temple as a victory trophy. These may be no more than rumours or later inventions, for Christian authors in particular had no love for Valerian, who had actively persecuted their faith. Whether or not his army had already been beaten in battle, Valerian's capture destroyed any momentum left in the Roman campaign. There are no figures for Roman losses, whether the number killed or wounded in battle, or the large contingent marched into permanent captivity. What was left of the army scattered or dispersed, and it is not entirely clear how long it took for the inevitable usurper to emerge at the head of some of the remnants. Fragments of the army do appear to have rallied and won some small victories. Gallienus was too busy dealing with other threats closer to Italy to seek either revenge or the ransom of his father. For the moment, Roman military strength in the region was shattered, and Shapur I drove deep into the Roman provinces, going through Syria into Cappadocia and Cilicia, taking city after city. No Parthian army had ever done anything like this, although their ally, the younger Labienus, had led his troops into the same area some 3 centuries earlier in 40 BC. As before, Shapur I's army, probably dividing into a number of columns, advanced, captured cities, plundered, took prisoners, and then withdrew. Although there were overrunning lands once ruled by Achaemenid Persia, there was no attempt at permanent occupation anywhere beyond Mesopotamia, where some Roman strongholds were garrisoned by the Persians and others destroyed. Shapur I had demonstrated his might to the Romans, just as Roman campaigns in the past had asserted their power, but it only resulted in limited territorial expansion. He had defeated 3 emperors, marched at will through Roman provinces, and at least so far not suffered any serious reverse. The message to allied communities and monarchs in the wider area was clear. If anything, it was even clearer to Shapur I's subjects. One famous rock carving showed Gordian III's corpse being trampled, Philip begging for mercy, and Valerian held by the arm by the victorious King of Kings. More often just 2 Romans were depicted, but the scale of the triumph remained unquestionable. No one could doubt Shapur I's right to rule, when the approval of the gods, and especially Ahura Mazda, was so clearly manifest. His victories were spectacular in terms of glory and tangible benefits. The spoils rewarded his faithful soldiers, and especially the nobles. Roman gold and silver helped fund great royal projects, and tens of thousands of captives provided a large and skilled labour force under the king's direct control. Shapur I had them construct a palace, bridges and aqueducts, and develop and expand irrigation systems. This contributed towards substantial growth in agricultural produce, and over time, population and wealth. Such things had been encouraged by the Arssacids, but under Ardashir and Shapur this was far more organised, and had the time and resources to take deeper root. The King of Kings became wealthier as a result, which in turn permitted more royal projects and helped to maintain a large campaigning army, and to pay garrison troops. Settled far from the Roman Empire's frontier, and never more than an alien minority, the captives were unlikely to desert or rebel. Ultimately, they could be made to do whatever the Persians wished, much like slaves within the Roman Empire, and victors in the ancient world were often cruel. A 4th century source describes the trail of dead and dying left behind one convoy of captives taken by the Persians in a later campaign, as those unable to keep up were hamstrung and left to perish. Like all successful leaders in the ancient world, Shapur I fought and won a lot of wars, and was ruthless in achieving victory and putting down foreign enemies and any internal rivals. He was lucky because his reign coincided with a time of civil war and weakness in the Roman Empire, just as Augustus was fortunate to live when he did. Both men demonstrated immense talent in the way they made the most of every opportunity, for their success was never inevitable, and each one might have failed. If they chose to exaggerate their achievements when recounting their deeds, the truth was still remarkable and should not be taken for granted. Hindsight lends familiarity to what they achieved and can blind us to how surprising, even shocking, their careers were to contemporaries. Shapur I's need to prove himself reinforced Ardashir I's decision to assert his power in the face of Roman encroachment. Little territory was gained, and instead the outcome was to alter perceptions on both sides about the balance of power between the two empires. Not simply standing up to the Romans, but winning spectacular victories over them did a great deal to confirm the Sasanians as the new royal dynasty. They were not challenged for centuries to come by rivals from outside the line, and even then the attempt failed. At the same time, the Romans suffered, the disasters in the east fueling the ongoing turmoil within the empire. For the moment, the pattern seemed set for frequent conflict, since the Romans were bound to try to shift the balance of power, both real and perceived, back in their favour whenever they felt that there was an opportunity to do this. Chapter 12. A Brilliant Queen and the Restorer of the World, circa 265 to 282. An assertive Sasanian empire, faced with a weak Roman neighbour, scented opportunities for successful war-making, and took them. Yet all the chaos and infighting in the Roman Empire, and even the humiliation of having an emperor captured and others humbled, did not fatally cripple its strength. Temporary crises should eventually end, and whatever form the empire took in the aftermath, it would be large and have considerable resources of money and manpower. It would also want revenge, both for the sake of it and, more importantly, to reassert its strength, and at least as far as the home audience was concerned, superiority over its eastern neighbour. Less certain was how long it would take for this to occur, and how well the Sasanians would deal with a more united Roman Empire. For Shapur I, so much success had left far less need for him to prove himself as rightful King of Kings. He may also have been failing in strength through age. Shapur I boasted of few achievements definitely datable to the years after his triumph over Valerian in 260. Since he had played an active role in his father's rise to power, by this time the King of Kings was at least in his 50s, and perhaps much older and less inclined to lead his army to war. This was likely a time for consolidation, as the spoils of his victory were put to good use. On the other hand, he may have been active on his eastern and southern borders, since the chronology of his expansion in these areas is hazy at best. Hostilities continued between Rome and Persia over the next decade, but there is no evidence that this was ever again Shapur I's main focus. Roman sources for this period are poor and often raise more questions than they answer. An officer named Ballista, or Callistus, won victories over Persian forces in Cilicia and Syria. Macrianus, a senior staff officer in charge of organizing supplies for Valerian's army, allied with him and at some point declared his two sons as emperors, apparently because he was lame and felt himself to be an unsuitable candidate. Other successes were won by Septimius Odenathus, a Palmyrene and a Roman citizen of senatorial rank. Withdrawing after a successful invasion was always a difficult task, especially since the Persians had advanced so far and so quickly. The Persian army was scattered in detachments, tired and eager to return home, but at the same time forced to go slower to carry the spoils and escort their captives along routes that were simple to predict. All this made it far easier for Roman leaders to pick the time and place for an attack or ambush. Some pride was restored, captives released and plunder recovered, but such victories did not alter the overall outcome of the war. The Persians withdrew through choice, just as Roman armies under Lucius Verus and Septimius Severus had withdrawn from Ctesiphon, and any losses they suffered were small compared to the victories they had won so recently. Valerian's humiliating capture soon prompted other usurpations apart from Macrianus's sons, as several men assumed the imperial purple only to be killed within weeks or months. More seriously, a certain Posthumus established himself in control of the Rhineland, Britain, most of Gaul and parts of Spain. Although this area was often referred to as the Gallic Empire, Posthumus considered himself a legitimate Roman emperor. His supporters saw themselves as Romans, separatist only in the sense that Posthumus had not been appointed with the approval of Gallienus. Hoping for recognition in due course, Posthumus never launched an offensive designed to destroy Gallienus and take over the territories still loyal to him. Both emperors were kept very busy dealing with threats from beyond the frontiers. Gallienus also had to deal with Macrianus, who crossed to Europe with one of his sons. Their campaign ended in defeat and death, and the brother who had remained in the east was soon dealt with by Odenathus. Ballista's fate is unclear, although there is a good chance that he also perished at this time. There is not space in a book like this to cover in detail the many civil wars, mutinies and murders within the 3rd century Roman Empire, or for that matter in the years that followed, even though this makes it harder to convey just how chaotic and weak the empire was at this time. The external threats faced by the Romans were certainly serious. Ardashir I and Shapur I were far stronger, more determined and more capable than any of the Asacids for many generations. Beyond the Rhine and the Danube, peoples like the Goths, Alemanni and Franks appear in the 3rd century, and many scholars continue to see this as a period of greater unity, as smaller tribes combined into confederations under charismatic war leaders, making them far more powerful and able to launch bigger raids into the rich provinces of the empire. Posthumus's bid for power came in the wake of a victory over Germanic raiders on their way back from taking plunder and captives in Italy itself. Far more big attacks on and through the frontier provinces are recorded for these years, in spite of the poverty of our sources, and communities who had not needed to fear foreign attack for many generations suddenly faced the real possibility of this. Athens was attacked in 268, and some old monuments demolished so that the stone could be used for makeshift fortifications. Most cities in most provinces built or strengthened their walls during the 3rd century. Bad luck, at least from the Roman point of view, played a role in the chaos of this era. Epidemics continued to sweep across the empire. There is a chance that Valerian's army was weakened by such an outbreak, or at least hindered in its concentration and preparation before the clash with Shapur I. Much was beyond the control of the emperors, who struggled to rule during these years. Yet caution is necessary. A pattern is visible throughout Roman history and in the wider ancient world that perception of weakness invited attack, and that each successful and unpunished raid encouraged bigger and more frequent attacks. The Romans attempted to dominate the peoples beyond their frontiers with a mix of threats of force and actual violence, combined with diplomacy and bribery. When the facade of strength showed cracks or shattered, the carefully cultivated fear diminished. Memories of past Roman violence were revived, and a sense of an opportunity for glory and revenge sprang up. Civil wars drew Roman troops away from their usual bases, stripping strongly guarded frontier zones of soldiers, perhaps for years on end. Diplomacy and bribery were neglected, or at least disturbed. Warriors from beyond the frontiers were often hired as mercenaries to bolster one man's attempt to make himself emperor, but these soldiers might easily find themselves on the losing side of a civil war, stranded deep in the empire. Once a frontier line was broken, and chieftains and warriors able to return home with tales of glory and plunder to show, it took concerted effort by strong Roman forces to restore a belief in Rome's overwhelming might. This meant catching and crushing bands of raiders, and usually advancing beyond the frontiers to burn and massacre. In this way, warriors and their leaders might again become convinced that keeping the peace with Rome was preferable to the risk of attacking the provinces. This reliance on terror inevitably sowed the seeds for hostility whenever in the future the Romans came to seem vulnerable instead of strong. Breakdowns in the system had occurred in the past, notably on the Danube under Marcus Aurelius. In the 3rd century they became more and more common, cumulatively making it harder to reassert Roman might in each place. The Roman Empire changed profoundly in the century or so following the accession of Septimius Severus, far more than had been the case at any other time since the creation of the Principate by Augustus. Apart from establishing Mesopotamia and Ossohoene as new provinces, Severus divided Syria into two, Syria Coele and Syria Phoenice, each with its own legate. Other military provinces, such as Britannia, were reformed in the same way, in this case to Britannia Inferior and Superior. No governor of any province was left in command of more than 2 legions, while the emperor himself, having doubled the Praetorian Guard and Horse Guard and stationed a legion at Alba Longa, had at his immediate disposal in Italy a force comparable in size to any provincial army. Although most of the troops from Italy accompanied the emperor whenever he went to the provinces, and thus provided the nucleus of a field army for large-scale warfare, there is not the slightest hint that these reforms were intended as a response to real or imagined threats from outside the empire. Instead, their purpose was to make it harder for a provincial governor to make a bid for the throne, as Severus and his 2 rivals had done in 193. In this respect it failed utterly, but the trend continued, and by 300 nearly every province had been divided into smaller units. At the same time, military and civilian authority was separated and no longer in the hands of one governor. Emperors clearly felt safer when their provincial governors commanded fewer soldiers, and there were civil appointees controlling finances and access to food and other resources who might act as a check on their commanders' ambitions. That the experience of the 3rd and indeed 4th centuries, with their numerous attempts to usurp the throne, gave the lie to this belief, has not prevented many scholars from viewing all these reforms as sensible attempts to deal with a changing situation. Yet the most dangerous enemies for any emperor were other Romans. Valerian was the only emperor ever to be captured by a foreign enemy, while just a handful of others shared Decius's fate and died in foreign wars. Very many, the clear majority in the 3rd century, died at the hands of other Romans, whether from their own court or men they had appointed to provincial or military commands. While this made fear and suspicion of subordinates natural for any emperor, it did not make for efficient government. Compared to earlier periods, frontier provinces now had governors with significantly smaller resources at their disposal. Large armies to deal with large threats could only be gathered and maintained through cooperation with neighbouring governors and other officials, something that was viewed with suspicion unless they were acting under direct imperial orders. Messages took time to travel from provinces to wherever the emperor was, and back again, making it difficult to respond quickly to any major threat. More often than not, an emperor had to go in person to deal with any serious problem, which meant that he could only deal effectively with one crisis at a time. Trajan, Lucius Verus, Marcus Aurelius and Septimius Severus had led major wars in person, although most emperors after Augustus had chosen not to do this. By the 3rd century it was natural for emperors to preside over any major expedition, since they were unwilling to entrust such responsibility to anyone else, lest the appointed commander become too ambitious. This had the disadvantage of associating an emperor much more closely with any failure, as well as carrying the risks of campaigning. More obviously, he could only be in one place at a time. Even having a colleague, as when Valerian made Gallienus co-ruler, only helped to some extent. One reason for the success of Postumus and the Gallic Empire was that having an emperor in the Rhineland made it much easier to restore some sort of security to the frontier. The desire to have someone dealing with immediate problems, as well as having a dispenser of favours and honours locally, encouraged regions to back usurpers whenever they felt neglected by the existing emperor. Change in the structure and oversight of provinces was accompanied by, and often linked to, the transformation of the army. As we have seen, one aspect of this was the gradual exclusion of the senatorial order from military posts. In the early 3rd century, it remained common for senators to serve as senior tribune in a legion around the age of 20, as legate in charge of a legion around the age of 30, and then perhaps as legate of one or a succession of imperial provinces with military garrisons after the age of 40. The junior posts appear to have fallen away first, as no more broad-stripe tribunes, as opposed to the narrow stripe of an equestrian tribune, occur in the record, followed by the senior posts. By the end of the century, senators did not command armies or serve in the military, although they continued to hold important civil posts, particularly in Italy and also in the remaining non-military provinces. As a body, the Senate continued to meet, but its influence on the emperor was reduced as emperors spent less and less time in or near Rome. Instead, the army's higher command was supplied by equestrians, whether men born into the order or those who had been admitted through service in junior positions, including the centurionate. By the end of the 3rd century, only one of these men could realistically aspire to become emperor. The positive way of looking at this major shift is to claim that all this was necessary in such desperate times. Senators were amateur soldiers of limited experience and presumably limited talent. Now, facing far more formidable enemies, the empire could simply not afford to rely on such men as commanders, and instead needed hardened professional soldiers, whether to lead an army in the field or serve as emperors. Yet the record of these years is one of numerous defeats, so this line of reasoning helps to reinforce the belief in an empire beleaguered by far more numerous and more serious threats than in the past. That this occurred despite the supposed toughness and professionalism of equestrian commanders and emperors would then suggest that things might have been even worse if senatorial amateurs had remained in charge. Talent is often hard to judge, let alone for an era when sources are so poor, making it impossible to know whether the equestrians who filled the senior positions in the army by the end of the 3rd century were on average any more competent than their senatorial predecessors. The Romans did not create a system to train officers of any status for high command, and instead expected them to learn by doing, by observing others, and through natural ability. The status of protector appears for officers who had started their careers before being admitted to the equestrian order, and who then served close to the emperor. How far admission to this rank or any senior post was based on perceived ability and track record is unclear, and caution is needed when any sources stress the humble origins of a man, for a decent level of education was essential to rise high. Loyalty to the emperor mattered, probably even more than in the past, since now an emperor's senior officers were the very men who might find it easiest to overthrow and replace him. Trust was precarious at best, on all sides, and conspicuous success by a subordinate commander was as likely to be rewarded with suspicion as faith. The Gallic Empire was the clearest example of fragmentation, but plenty of other regimes emerged even if they did not last very long. Detachments of units, especially the legions, found themselves owing loyalty to different, rival emperors. Under the Principate, the steps of a military career often took a man from one end of the empire to another. Senators rarely served in the same province more than once. Equestrians similarly moved around with each promotion, and legionary centurions might serve in units dotted all over the empire. However the system worked, the emergence of rival regimes dislocated it. While emperors from Severus onwards showed a growing suspicion of the senatorial order, the drop in the numbers of young aristocrats seeking tribunates and other posts may well have been voluntary. Service in a provincial army now carried a far greater risk than in the past of becoming caught up in a usurpation and civil war. While that offered a chance of rapid promotion, it carried a greater risk of death or disgrace, which might readily extend to the rest of the family if the victor felt vengeful. Alongside the dislocation of career patterns, changes in administration and recruitment were bound to be significant. Much of our understanding of the Roman army from the 1st to the early 3rd century comes from inscriptions and the archaeology of its bases. By the end of the 3rd century, military inscriptions are far rarer, reducing the information we have about ranks, careers, unit titles, and garrisoning patterns. New army bases built in this period and afterwards tend to be much smaller in area and far better fortified than before, as well as designed in a way that appears to bear less obvious relation to their intended garrison. The big legionary fortresses fell out of use, and most were abandoned or occupied only on a far smaller scale by the 4th century. There is growing evidence that the forts of Hadrian's Wall rebuilt the barracks blocks inside them around the middle of the 3rd century, reducing by about half the accommodation space they offered. The permanent bases maintained by the army into the 4th century appear individually and collectively intended to house significantly fewer soldiers. Quite a few legions, auxiliary cohorts, and alae remained in existence from the early days of the Principate into the 4th and even 5th centuries, keeping their title and perhaps traditions. Many more units were created, some having a brief existence and others surviving for generations. The evidence of the fixed bases, combined with glimpses provided by papyri and mentions in our literary sources, suggest that not only did patterns of equipment largely become standardized between legionaries and auxiliaries, but that the size of units also became much the same. In Septimius Severus's time, a legion had a theoretical strength of over 5,000 men, including many specialists and a significant amount of artillery. 100 years on, a legion had on paper some 1,000 to 1,200 men, not much bigger than a military cohort in the auxilia. Overall, the army was still every bit as large as it had been. In theory, it may even have been larger, although the claims by some scholars that there were far more soldiers ring rather hollow. There were certainly far more independent units, which meant more commissions bringing status and pay to their commanders. Smaller basic units suggest an organization primarily designed to deal with relatively small armies. Although it appears reasonably common by the 4th century to brigade 2 units together on a semi-permanent basis, these were still significantly smaller building blocks for a field force than a legion of some 5,000 men. By the end of the 3rd century, military equipment tends to be less ornate and has a mass-produced, crude but functional quality. A Roman soldier remained well-equipped, with each man having a sword, armour, shield, helmet, and a range of javelins or spears, and sometimes weighted darts to throw or thrust. Drill and discipline were not forgotten. This was still an army intended to keep formation, fight in groups, and obey orders issued by a clear hierarchy of commanders. The majority of soldiers served for many years, even if the details of military service are less clear. They were professional, full-time soldiers, although a higher proportion were conscripts rather than volunteers, and they served in an army that had the potential to be very effective on campaign and in battle, when well-trained and competently led. A focus on institutions and organization can lead to a neglect of the human element in warfare. During the 3rd century and afterwards, the army in many parts of the empire was not well situated to fulfill its potential. The cycle of civil wars disrupted its training and preparation. If it gave some soldiers far more experience of actual combat than was typical in the earlier Principate, some of this experience was inevitably of defeat or of mutinies, perhaps encouraged by senior officers, which ended with the death of the emperor to whom they had sworn loyalty. Neither was likely to improve discipline or confidence. At the same time, the abandonment of the old established bases meant the loss of purpose-built accommodation, workshops, military hospitals and bathhouses, granaries and other stores, drill squares and training grounds, and stable facilities. Billeting troops in cities, especially when this was for a matter of weeks or months, rather than the permanent arrangements at places like Dura Europos, removed much of the organized infrastructure which trained, fed, clothed and cared for soldiers, and also kept cavalry mounts, pack and draft animals, and gear in good condition. The army represented the biggest ongoing expense in the imperial budget. Non-military bureaucrats were few in number by comparison, although they proliferated during this period. In Hadrian's day there were perhaps a couple of thousand civil officials and clerks working for the emperor. By the end of the 3rd century there were some 30,000, although it is less clear whether this promoted any greater efficiency. Quantities of money, bearing the head of the emperor, symbols and slogans of his successes, also increased, and were the most visible aspect of government. The silver coinage in particular was adulterated from 90% silver content to some 70% at times during the 1st and 2nd centuries, and then down to less than 2% in the 3rd century, as emperors made their precious metals go further. Data is lacking to trace the consequences of this, but the overall trend was inevitably towards inflation, perhaps in sudden, rapid bursts, as seems to be shown at least once from the evidence of Egyptian papyri. During the course of the 3rd century, the Roman state was considerably weaker than it had been in the past, and overall the empire was less prosperous. That does not mean that all aspects of government and life were uniformly bad throughout Italy and the provinces. Fewer great monuments were built during this period, but there were some that were every bit as grand and fine as those of the past. Trade levels declined, although again some routes and goods appear largely unaffected. Some cities and communities thrived. Much had to do with location, since those on the frontiers, or who found themselves in the path of civil war armies, were more likely to suffer than those in quieter areas. The Roman approach of leaving most day-to-day administration in the hands of provincial communities meant that many aspects of local affairs continued, regardless of who the emperor was or what he was doing. Yet signs of this normality, even stability, should not blind us to the speed with which emperors appeared only to meet violent deaths, the constant power struggles, the cost of raising and maintaining the armies who fought them, or the defeats and invasions across the frontiers that reached deep into formerly peaceful provinces. This was a time of chaos and change, and it is hard to know just how contemporaries felt and what they expected the future to hold, something especially important when we come to examine events in the east of the empire after the capture of Valerian and try to understand the career of Odenathus of Palmyra. Odenathus's background and early career are unknown. That he was called Septimius meant that an ancestor, most likely a father or grandfather, was granted Roman citizenship by Septimius Severus, sometime before the universal grant made by Caracalla. There is no sign that Odenathus belonged to one of the leading noble families at Palmyra, still less any hint of a royal ancestry, if there was such a thing in his home city. From the later 2nd century into the 3rd century, several Palmyrene men are attested following the equestrian military career in command of Palmyrene and other units in turn. This may also have been true of Odenathus, which would explain how he caught the eye of one of the emperors visiting the region and was rewarded with promotion to senatorial status. By 260, he may well have been the legate of one of the Syrian provinces, and at some point was named Dux, or General, a title coming into use in this period. Thus, when he acted to harry the Persian withdrawal, and a year later to suppress the remaining son of Macryanus, this was the case of a Roman governor doing his duty at the head of Roman troops, which may have included auxiliaries from his home city, as well as levies raised during the crisis. According to one source, Gallienus rewarded Odenathus, either before or after his suppression of the usurper, by appointing him strategos, commander. A good case has been made that the actual title was something like corrector or perhaps rector totius orientis, and that he was effectively granted a supervisory role over the provinces of the East. Not everyone is convinced, and certainty is impossible, but it does seem that Odenathus was accepted as a loyal subordinate of Gallienus. The emperor in Italy continued to appoint governors and other officers to these regions, even if they then fell under the command of Odenathus once they were there. In this respect, the arrangement was unlike the separate empire presided over by Postumus and his successors in the west. Yet Gallienus never went to the eastern provinces, and seems to have been content to allow Odenathus freedom to act as he wished. Like Corbulo, if on a larger scale, so perhaps more like Agrippa or Germanicus, one man was given command over more than a single standard province. While possessing considerable authority and independence, he remained a subordinate of the emperor, and this was a practical solution to large-scale problems, all the more so given that normal provinces were smaller than in the past. That, at least, is the best reading of the sources from the Roman perspective, save that the picture from Palmyrene sources, later tradition and subsequent events appears to suggest something different. This may simply be a question of perspective and the intended audience, or simply hindsight, but is tied in with the enigmatic nature of Palmyra itself, another of those truly remarkable archaeological sites to suffer in Syria's civil war. In the 70s, Pliny the Elder described Palmyra as between the empires of Rome and Parthia, yet distinct from both. Physically, the city was nearer to the Roman provinces, and the connection was closer, even if scholarly opinion is divided over whether it became formally part of the empire under Tiberius or considerably later. Roman troops are attested, presumably as garrison, from the second half of the 2nd century, and later the city was granted the status of a colony, which brought legal privileges. During this time the city acquired many grand monuments and much artwork, interpreting Greco-Roman styles in a distinctive way. Over 3,000 inscriptions have been found on the site, far more, and generally with much longer texts, than from the entirety of Roman Britain. Palmyra existed because of water, a rare and precious resource in a landscape described as desert or dry steppe, depending on your point of view. The inhabitants called the place Tadmor in their own language, and whether or not it was the Tadmor claimed to have been founded by Solomon, settlement was very ancient. There was enough water from the oasis, associated springs and carefully collected rainwater to permit cultivation of the lands around the city, to support goats and sheep over a wider area, and beyond that, to support those who relied on camels. Neither the farmers, pastoralists, nomads, nor even the craftsmen and traders of the city itself appear numerous and wealthy enough to have produced the success of Palmyra on their own, and the best explanation is that the different groups found mutual benefit in cooperation. This may well have produced a social structure very different from the Greco-Roman city-state that Palmyra's grid plan and monuments might suggest. Inscriptions refer to tribes, at least 19 of them, although perhaps there were 4 by the 3rd century, even if subgroups remained. Ancestry was important, and men often refer to themselves not simply as the son of, but as the grandson and great-grandson of a named individual. Memories were long, past friendships, favours, and perhaps enmities remembered. Yet the overwhelming picture of Palmyrenes is of a people able to cooperate and work with others. The tribal system apparently linked those who dwelt mainly in the city, together with the farmers from close by, the shepherds and goat-herds from a little further afield, those who raised camels and travelled far more, and the traders and those associated with them. Long-distance trade made the city, and at least some of its citizens, very wealthy, but it required the support and participation of much of society, quite a few of whom took part and benefited to some degree. Caravans, Perhaps 1 or 2 a year going in each direction along the main routes were most likely large, perhaps numbering thousands of pack animals, mostly camels. That meant many people earning their livelihood raising the beasts and keeping them in good condition when they were not on one of these great trading expeditions, as well as others to lead and care for them when they were. It meant some people never travelled far, but supplied the food those in the caravans would carry as supplies, the clothes they wore, and the saddles, packs, and other equipment needed by men and animals. Then there were the guards needed to protect the caravans, since goods, animals, and people were all tempting targets for banditry by those so inclined, who for large parts of the route were nomads tough enough to thrive in such a harsh environment. It was better to placate such potential predators, winning over their leaders with gifts and respect, all aided by relationships forged and maintained over the generations. Yet there were plenty of competing groups and leaders, and agreement with one might provoke hostility from rivals, or simply challengers eager to supplant them. Inscriptions express thanks to the men who organized the great caravans, sometimes on behalf of all or some of the wider community and its tribes, as well as the men who led them, guided them, escorted them, and protected them. Thus, the council, people, and the 4 tribes honoured Ogelos, the son of Machaeos, grandson of Ogelos, great-grandson of Agegos, and great-great-grandson of Sewiras, for the assistance provided by his valour and courage, and because of his frequent expeditions against the nomads. He had supervised and guarded caravans, spending his own wealth to serve the community with brilliance and glory. The language is that of proclamations in many a Greco-Roman city, but whereas other inscriptions tended to praise a man for service as priest or magistrate, or for paying for building works, staging games and festivals, or securing favourable decisions from governor or emperor, Palmyrenes valued more martial achievements, albeit in the service of commerce. Most inscriptions do not go into as much detail over the nature of the services required to protect the caravans. One from the 2nd century thanks a Roman centurion, without telling us how he had the opportunity to assist, whether he commanded a detachment in the area by chance or design, or even if he was an ambassador with his escort who accompanied a caravan for convenience. Palmyrenes organized themselves to fight if it was necessary to ensure the safety of the caravans. Sculptures depict warriors who rode camels and travelled well armed to deal with any problems. The aim was not to fight for the sake of it, but to ensure safe passage, and in scale this probably meant hundreds, or at least no more than a couple of thousand, fighting men willing to serve as guards some of the time. This was not an army or even militia in either scale or intention, and instead gave the Palmyrenes protection that was under their control to a far greater degree than any Roman troops stationed in the city and the wider area. At least as important was the fact that these escorts could travel beyond the empire without being seen as invaders. The ability to get along with others, or at least convince them that it was more beneficial to cooperate than not, drove Palmyrenes' success, and it is amazing just how far afield people from this one city spread. Apart from the Palmyrenes living in Babylonia and Charakene, there were Palmyrenes in the Arabian Gulf, in communities independent of Parthia and Rome. Palmyrene merchants operated in the Red Sea ports of Egypt, where they hired passage in ships owned and captained by Palmyrenes to cross the waters to India. There are signs that the relationship between Palmyrenes and Jewish communities was often good, as one widely scattered population worked with another to oil the wheels of commerce. The rise of the Sasanian dynasty may have presented a challenge to Palmyrene interests, as a more forceful expression of central power, and Ardashir I and Shapur I's campaigns to bring Charakene under direct control and expand into Arabia disrupted or shattered long-standing relationships. Trade did not stop, except probably during the times of open conflict between Rome and Persia, but it was surely disrupted. None of this had hindered Palmyra's integration into the Roman Empire, although it surely gave many of its citizens and leaders a wider perspective on the world. Local customs, beliefs and practices were never suppressed by the Romans unless they conflicted strongly with the empire's interests. Latin is rare in the inscriptions from the city, but Greek is as common as it was throughout the eastern provinces, and virtually all large public inscriptions were at the very least repeated in this language as well as Palmyrene. There is no sign that the presence of a Roman garrison produced tension or disruption, and Palmyrenes were entering imperial service and following the equestrian military career. Odenathus is the only recorded example at this stage of a Palmyrene joining the senatorial order, but this would not be unusual for a single city. No senator is ever attested from Britain throughout its life as a province. From 260 onwards, Odenathus rose to prominence, first as a provincial governor, and then because of the grant of additional authority by Gallienus. He was celebrated in his home city and drew support from it, perhaps easily because of his connection. Yet he led as a Roman magistrate, and in this capacity also drew on many other communities and commanded troops from the regular Roman army, although he may have added allies and levies, including Palmyrenes, to these. None of this was unprecedented, or in any deep sense abnormal, save that the disastrous failure of Valerian's campaign was an extreme situation. Odenathus responded with great boldness, as well as ability, and by around 262 decided that a counter-attack against Persia was in order. Details are scanty, but he led an expedition close to Ctesiphon. Unless it was very small in scale, then Palmyrenes formed only a small minority of the troops involved, which is not to say that their knowledge and experience of crossing large distances and keeping supplied in this wider region did not play a significant role. Ctesiphon was not taken, and most likely it was never the intention to storm or besiege the city. There is no sign of a major confrontation with a big Sasanian army, or of the presence of Shapur I himself, which suggests that the King of Kings and the bulk of his forces were elsewhere. Some sources claim that early on Odenathus had negotiated with Shapur I, seeking some sort of recognition from the Persians. The approach was dismissed, prompting Odenathus to make war. Most scholars are inclined to see this as preceding the loyal service to Valerian and Gallienus, but it may have occurred during the fighting, as one of those frequent attempts to seek a diplomatic settlement alongside the use of force. Fighting took place over several years, and Odenathus and his men are said to have reached the outskirts of Ctesiphon at least twice, between 262 and 267. This was not a success on the scale of Shapur I's expeditions into the Roman provinces, for there is no hint that any major cities were captured or large battles won. Yet the attacks were statements of confidence in the wake of disaster, the beginning of a reassertion of the dominance the Romans, and for that matter the Sasanians, aimed to create on and beyond their frontiers. Gallienus took the title Persicus Maximus, and celebrated a triumph in Rome on the back of his subordinates' victories. Odenathus's prestige grew, and at some point, probably while he was in Babylonia, he had himself named not simply as King of Palmyra, but King of Kings, and extended this to his oldest son as well. The title never occurs in Latin or Greek, at least in surviving documents, only in Palmyrene. Throughout Odenathus's life, coins minted in the provinces under his supervision loyally show Gallienus's head and imperial slogans, without hint of another authority. Claiming to be King of Kings was clearly a challenge to Shapur I, but it is very hard to say just what Odenathus intended. Perhaps he hoped to weaken the prestige of the Sasanian monarch, adding to the blow suffered as the Romans were able to raid Babylonia unscathed. It still was little to set against all of Shapur I's achievements, and there is no direct evidence that anyone was persuaded to switch sides. Nor did the challenge provoke Shapur I to march against Odenathus for a direct confrontation, if he had hoped to provoke one. Whatever kept Shapur occupied elsewhere continued to do so. It is possible that Odenathus was thinking of the future, dreaming of leading a new empire based around his home city, including the Roman provinces he controlled, and perhaps adding the closest regions of the Sasanian Empire. After all, Posthumus was showing what was possible in these chaotic times. If Odenathus was pondering such a design, it's impossible to say whether he hoped for something similar to the Gallic Empire, Roman in all important respects, notably law, or some sort of greater Palmyrene Empire. As always, local leaders had their own ambitions and hopes, whether or not they seem realistic in hindsight. Whatever plans Odenathus cherished came to an abrupt end when he was murdered in 267, apparently by a close relative motivated by politics or a personal grudge. Something strange, then, happened, although it is unclear whether it reflected Odenathus's plans or those of the people best placed to take advantage of his death. His oldest son, child of his first wife, was already dead. His second son, Septimius Vabalethus, was no more than a boy, and real control passed to his mother, Odenathus's second wife, Zenobia. Acting as queen and regent, and proclaiming the child as king, was unexceptional, although in the past the right to appoint a successor was only granted to a few allied monarchs by Roman emperors. Zenobia also had her son awarded all of his father's Roman titles and positions, none of which was legal, for governors and generals did not pass command on death to their own heir. Only monarchs did this, whether regional kings, or at least to all intents and purposes, Roman emperors. Gallienus was in no position to challenge these claims, and it is significant that at the start the eastern mints continued to bear his name and image, and those of his immediate successors. Gradually, Vabalethus also appeared on the reverse of the coin, suggesting a claim to the status of colleague, though still a subordinate one. Events moved quickly, and Gallienus was overthrown by the end of 267 by one of his own generals, who was in turn overthrown, and Claudius II named as emperor in 268. After a victory over the Goth, he took the name Gothicus, and was remembered with fondness in our meagre sources, but he perished from plague in 270. A brother quickly succeeded him, was almost as quickly murdered, and Aurelian became emperor. Posthumus was murdered around the same time as was his successor. In the same year, Shapur I succumbed to old age, and for the next few years the nobility of his empire were more concerned with the issue of succession, as several of his sons were crowned only to be deposed within a short time. Zenobia took advantage of the confusion to expand the territory under her son's control, sending troops to occupy Egypt around 270. There was a little fighting, but most officials, troops, and the wider provincial population were either overawed by the strength of the invaders or willing to accept their rule. Zenobia claimed descent from the Ptolemies, the Macedonian dynasty that had ruled the kingdom until its absorption by Augustus, and boasted the famous Cleopatra Thea, wife of 3 Seleucid kings in turn, as ancestor, although not Cleopatra VII, better known to us. There are echoes of the influence and public role of the Severan women in Zenobia's career, although in many ways she was to surpass them. Unusually, for a woman playing a leading role in politics, let alone a queen, the Greco-Roman sources for her are positive, influenced by the memory of Cleopatra VII, but far kinder. Both women were remembered as linguists and scholars, and as ambitious, but whereas Cleopatra was always the sensuous seductress, Zenobia was remembered for stern virtue. Supposedly, she would make love to her husband only for the purpose of having a child, and after each encounter she would wait to discover whether she was pregnant, and only admit Odenathus back into her bed if she was not. Able to ride and hunt as well as any man, she was also said to be extremely beautiful, dark-eyed and dark-skinned. How much, if any, of this is true is impossible to say, for Zenobia attracted romantic invention, and at this distance in time might even be judged mythical were it not for the inscriptions and coins recording her career. Gradually, Vabalethus was presented more and more openly as an emperor, although at least at first all due respect was paid to Aurelian, and the aim was surely to gain formal recognition from the new emperor, or any successor should Aurelian swiftly go the way of his predecessors. 2 generals, both Palmyreni from their names, but also Roman citizens, appear leading the army in Egypt and elsewhere. Palmyra's population was too small to provide the majority of their soldiers unless the forces involved were modest. Although it is not specifically recorded, significantly more warriors might have been recruited from the peoples, especially the nomadic tribes with whom the Palmyrenes had such long-standing connections. The wealth of the trading city would also have permitted the recruiting of mercenaries drawn from a wide area, although again there is no positive evidence for this. A significant force of cataphracts as well as some armoured camel riders are mentioned, but it is unlikely that these numbered more than a few thousand at most. Most probably the bulk of troops fighting for the young Vabalethus were units from the provincial Roman armies. Nor is there any indication that Zenobia acted differently from any other imperial authority, however she chose to present herself in Palmyra, and in all cases she was presented as acting on behalf of her son. Later tradition maintained that Christians from Antioch took a dispute to her for arbitration. She is said to have favoured Paul of Samosata, a bishop no longer acknowledged by the majority of the community because of doctrinal differences, but who continued to occupy a church building and dressed and acted almost like a civil magistrate, backed by a band of devoted followers. The stories may have been invented or distorted later to associate her memory with heresy, and much like the claim that Zenobia was Jewish, clearly come from a hostile source. There is evidence for a ruling protecting Jewish communities in Egypt, but this seems no more than the usual arbitration expected of Roman authorities, ideally impartial and just, but more importantly intended to keep peace and stability in a province. Coming under the control of the young emperor-king from Palmyra does not appear to have involved any drastic changes in any province. Expansion appears limited to territory within the Roman Empire, even though, in some ways, Palmyrenes and other peoples in the frontier provinces may have had as much or more in common with the nearest communities within the Persian Empire. At this stage, there was no great religious divide between the two empires. There were Christians in Arsacid Parthia and Sasanian Persia from early on, their numbers then significantly boosted by the captives taken home by Shapur I. Although proclaiming their connection with Ahura Mazda and holding the priesthood once held by Pabag, Ardashir I and Shapur I both appear tolerant of other cults, as long as the adherents accepted and supported their rule. A priest of Zoroaster named Kidir rose to great prominence under Shapur I's successors and set up an inscription boasting of many achievements. He claimed to have accompanied the Persian invasion of the Roman provinces to Antioch and into Cilicia, and to have found Zoroastrians already established there. These he protected, for instance, from deportation to Persia, but also instructed in what he felt was the proper conduct of the religion, saying that this was all done on Shapur I's orders. Yet Shapur I also showed favour to other religious leaders. One was Mani, born into a community of Gnostic Christians. Gnostic Christians were a diverse group who emerged in the 2nd century as an offshoot of mainstream Christianity. To oversimplify, they viewed the physical world as wholly alien to God, and bodies as prisons for souls, although the latter could be awakened spiritually by the divine message and through correct teaching ascend to heaven. As a youth, he claimed to have had visions of a purer truth, and after travelling widely, including some time in India, he preached a new faith, and found many adherents. He claimed that the universe was engaged in a struggle between light and darkness, and that darkness pervaded the physical world and all flesh, so individuals needed to struggle for purity and redemption. Khidir rose high in the years after Shapur I's death, and was able to persuade one of his successors to persecute the cult. Mani was arrested and executed in 276, but this did not prevent the persistence of the religion he had founded, which spread into the Roman provinces and eventually as far as China. With some irony, a generation later, a Roman emperor ordered the suppression of the Manichaeans because he was suspicious of their practices, but also because he viewed them as representatives of Persia and potentially subversive. The position of Christians, who along with Jews and other minorities would also attract Khidir's violent hostility, remained ambiguous in the Roman Empire. In the 1st and 2nd centuries, persecutions were occasional, starting when Nero made Christians scapegoats for the fire that had devastated Rome in 64, hoping to deflect the blame that was falling on him. He failed in this, and, in spite of the executions and the principle he established that being a Christian was illegal, the faith continued to spread. Persecutions broke out when local authorities became worried, usually after natural disasters or economic or social problems, seeing, or wanting other people to see, that these were the result of the neglect of the cults of traditional gods and goddesses because of the spread of Christianity. Trajan approved Pliny the Younger's execution of unrepentant Christians in Bithynia, while Marcus Aurelius was more directly involved in an outbreak of arrests, trials, and executions in Gaul. Neither emperor embarked on any systematic campaign to suppress the religion, seeming to hold to the view expressed by Trajan that governors were not to go searching for Christians and were only to act when the local authorities demanded. The insecurity of the 3rd century prompted a change, in one sense an extension of the desire to have someone to blame for recent disasters, and also a reflection of emperors desperate to reinforce the loyalty of their people. In 249 or 250, Decius ordered the entire population of the empire to make public sacrifice on his behalf. Christians did not sacrifice, but unlike Jews, were not accepted and taxed as a recognized community, so their reaction depended on their individual consciences and the enthusiasm of local officials. Some obeyed and decided to forget what they had done. Some gained exemption through bribery, some hid, and some found themselves arrested and imprisoned or executed. In 257, Valerian more directly targeted Christians, and there were more deaths. But after his capture in 260, Gallienus issued an edict of toleration. This may explain why the dispute between Christians in Antioch was so public, although more likely the rarity of persecution over past generations meant that most church communities went about their lives fairly publicly. When persecutions occurred, the authorities appear to have had little difficulty finding leading Christians. Aurelian, whose coins would later proclaim him restorer of the world, restitutor orbis, would promote the unconquered sun, Sol Invictus, as divine supporter of his rule, but he does not appear to have acted with hostility to Christians or any other minority group. His focus was on political reunification of the empire and re-establishing its security. He defeated several large groups of Germanic raiders, then the current emperor in Gaul, and gave orders for the construction of the great city walls still visible in Rome to this day. Then he turned his attention to Zenobia and Vabalethus. She had stopped short of proclaiming her son as Augustus, but in all other respects depicted him as emperor. She also appeared on coins herself, while Aurelian's name and image were phased out. Egypt was retaken in Aurelian's name, and then, in 272, he advanced on Antioch. A battle was fought, and interestingly Zenobia's cataphracts were exhausted chasing after cavalry who feigned flight before turning on their scattered and weary pursuers, an action reminiscent of Parthian tactics, not least at Carrhae. The sources emphasize the foreign nature of Zenobia's army, making it hard to know how many of the troops willing to fight for her son were regular Roman units. Aurelian was victorious, and followed this success by marching to Palmyra and winning a second battle. Zenobia tried to escape beyond the empire, but was caught. Several leaders were executed, and Vabalethus died or was killed soon afterwards, but although there was a tradition claiming that his mother was also put to death, most sources assert that she remained a prisoner. Taken back to Rome, she walked in Aurelian's triumph, so laden down with jewellery and golden fetters that she struggled to walk. Afterwards she was released, married a senator, had children with him, and their descendants remained a prominent aristocratic family in Rome for over a century. Thus, the end of Zenobia's story has her very much as the Roman lady, rather than an Eastern queen, and highlights the complex cultural world she inhabited. Sources, no doubt encouraged by Aurelian, tend to depict the war she fought and lost as a rebellion by a provincial people seeking independence and an empire of their own, and many scholars are inclined to treat it in the same way. Perhaps there was an element of this, but equally there were many of the characteristics of a Roman civil war. Palmyra rebelled in 273, a rising that does not seem to have spread much more widely than the city itself. It was quickly crushed, and although sources talk of a siege, as far as we can tell, the city had no fortified walls at this time. In the future, it would be a garrison town of modest importance and wealth, with limited amounts of trade passing through. Within a year, Aurelian had also dealt with the last ruler of the Gallic Empire, bringing all of the pre-260 Roman Empire back under his control, apart from the Dacian provinces beyond the Danube, which he decided to abandon. His success was remarkable, not least in its sheer speed, but did not prevent his assassination in 275. At least 6 men made a bid for the throne in the next 7 years, all of them dying violently. In 282, the Emperor Carus felt sufficiently secure, or was eager for glory to legitimize his rule, to mount a major expedition against Persia. He reached Ctesiphon, may or may not have taken it, and then died. Sources say that he was struck by lightning. Many scholars are inclined to suspect that an assassin's knife was responsible. Either way, the army withdrew. Whatever the motivation of Carus, his campaign and the earlier successes under Odenathus had shown that there had been little or no fundamental shift in the balance of power between Rome and Parthia Persia. Decades of civil strife had meant that the Romans were unable to make full and effective use of their resources in the confrontations with the Sasanians. In spite of this, they had only lost a little territory, and for all the terrible cost of the Persian invasions to provinces like Syria, these would recover in time. Ardashir I and Shapur I had firmly established their dynasty, and the victories over the Romans had helped a good deal in achieving this. Once this was done, it was in most respects more in their interest to revert to a relationship with Rome similar to the one maintained by the Parthians in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Yet this was easier said than done, since one price of their success was the fueling of a Roman need to humble the Sasanians. Every fresh war left scars on both sides, encouraging a leader, especially of the side that did less well, to seek redress through armed force. The pattern continued to be one where war was far more common than it had been under the Principate. Chapter 13. Sieges and Expeditions, late 3rd to 4th centuries. Both empires were more jealous of their reputation, since the back and forth of successive campaigns had altered perceptions of each one's strength, not only among the Romans and Sasanians themselves, but also among all the peoples of the area. The rapid rise and fall of Roman emperors left each new incumbent eager to prove his legitimacy, and the best way to do this remained through military success, whether in actual war or militant diplomacy to force submission from enemies. Similarly, Sasanian monarchs needed to live up to the high standard of success set by Ardashir I and Shapur I, and were very likely to feel that provocation from Rome needed to be met with a strong response. There was little to encourage the resumption of the less prickly and generally peaceful relationship under Augustus and his successors. Shapur I was probably dead by the time Aurelian had defeated Zenobia, although the record is so poor that it is just possible that he heard the news of this, and perhaps even of the final sack of Palmyra before he died. Victor in so many wars, King of Kings for 3 decades, and an important figure for much of his father's reign, the old man's death was bound to produce an air of uncertainty. The Sasanians were still a relatively young dynasty, not yet having had the chance for the royal line to split and produce anything like the flocks of potential kings common in the Arsacid era. Even so, each King of Kings took several wives, and also fathered sons with members of the harem, and there was no rigid system of succession based on age or prestige of the mother. The choice of a new ruler was rarely simple. Shapur I was succeeded by one of his sons, Hormizd I, in 270, although some scholars still favour 273 as the date. The new King of Kings appears to have campaigned in the east, but he was dead within a year, whether by accident, combat, or illness is unknown. If he had any offspring, then these were passed over, and another of Shapur I's sons was crowned as Bahram I, or Varahran I in an alternative transliteration. He appears to have lacked some of the prestige of his predecessor, and may have been the offspring of a less distinguished mother. Bahram I ruled for some 3 years, and after his death in 274, his son was proclaimed as Bahram II. He was the King of Kings faced with Carus's invasion, and made some concessions, giving up territory previously taken from Roman Mesopotamia. A major challenge to his rule came from his uncle, another son of Shapur I, who rallied considerable support in the eastern provinces and proclaimed himself Kushan King of Kings. Eventually this rebellion was defeated, and Bahram II ruled until his death in 293. Someone named Vahunam appeared as ruler, then disappeared. Then he was briefly succeeded by a son of his predecessor, Bahram III, but the young king and his supporters alienated much of the nobility, and attempts to terrify them into submission with a number of executions led to open rebellion in favour of Narses, or Nase I, another son of Shapur I, who had also been passed over up to this point. Narses I prevailed, presumably killing his rival, although an inscription from early in his reign suggests that at this stage he did not enjoy the active support of some of the great clans, like the Karen and Suren. Scholars, especially those specializing in the later Roman Empire, all too often depict the rise of the Sasanians as replacing Arsacid Parthia with a new empire that was far, far stronger and usually aggressive. Yet the spate of short reigns, internal struggles and problems on the eastern borders that followed the death of Shapur I showed that the truth was a good deal more complex. There was change, certainly, much of it gradual. Projects begun by Ardashir I and Shapur I, such as moving populations over wide areas, for the Roman captives were surely not alone, and creating or enlarging cities, took time to develop. The same was true of the substantial extension of irrigation systems to allow wider and more efficient cultivation, and these projects continued under Shapur I's successors, reaping benefits over time. Similarly, the development of a more centralized administrative state was not instant, but gradual, although the process is impossible to trace or date. Nor is it clear whether this was imposed by the stronger monarchs, or more often by the court of weaker rulers who were desperate to secure their hold on power. Running parallel was the creation of a structure and hierarchy with the Zoroastrian religion, so that there was a clerical counterpart to civil administration, but again, this is very hard to trace and date with any certainty. Kirdir, the priest, flourished under the rule of the Bahrams, styling himself priest of priests, Mobad of Mobads, in obvious parallel to the King of Kings. It was during these years that he was empowered to turn on Mani and his followers and other religious minorities. Again, his rise may reflect weakness rather than strength on the part of the King of Kings, and Narses I proved far less susceptible to his influence, returning to the tolerant approach of the past. Ardashir I and Shapur I were gifted war leaders and strong monarchs, and they also had the good fortune to rule at a time when the Roman Empire was very weak and divided. If succession could prove difficult for the Sasanians, it remained even more a source of chaos and infighting within the Roman Empire, where there was no royal family able to exclude all other candidates for imperial rule. Carus was succeeded in the eastern part of the empire by Numerian, who was murdered within a year or so, and an officer named Diocletian was proclaimed emperor. The latter secured his rule by promptly executing the man who had led the conspiracy to overthrow and kill his predecessor in his favour. Diocletian ruled for 20 years before voluntarily retiring, a unique decision in the history of the empire up to this point. He created a system known as the Tetrarchy, the rule of 4, as opposed to the Principate, or rule of 1. In its purest form, it lasted no more than a decade or so in the second half of his reign, dividing the empire for administrative purposes into an eastern and western half. In each, a senior emperor, titled Augustus, ruled with the assistance of a junior emperor with the title of Caesar, thus providing 4 leaders to deal with up to 4 major problems simultaneously. At the same time, many other trends, notably increased bureaucracy and centralization of power, the dividing of provinces into smaller units, and the separation of military and civil power, were deliberately accelerated. Diocletian has, on the whole, been admired by scholars, especially in recent years, and seen as the man who consolidated the success of Aurelian and others, bringing the empire back under control of a college of emperors, restoring a good deal of stability and prosperity. Some of this is justified. Civil wars became less common than they had been for more than a generation. The reformed and centralized government functioned reasonably well, certainly better than it had done for some time, even if attempts to control inflation and prices had mixed success. On balance, the empire appeared more prosperous and stronger than at any time since the death of Caracalla, and was better able to deal with threats from outside. Whether, as is sometimes claimed, this created a truly more efficient state than the earlier Principate is harder to judge, for so much had changed, but generally claims for the robustness of the late 3rd and 4th century empire are unconvincing. Although less frequent, usurpations and civil war remained common enough. Diocletian and the other tetrarchs spent a good deal of their time confronting Roman rivals, not least a regime that emerged in Britain under Carausius, who for a while also controlled northern Gaul. Within months of Diocletian's retirement in 305, his planned succession broke down, and it was some 20 years before Constantine brought the entire empire under his full control. As the 3rd century drew to a close, the Roman Empire was less weak and divided than it had been for several generations, while the Sasanian Empire was less strong than it had been under Ardashir I and Shapur I. Armenia was once again a source of contention between the two powers. For a long time, it was largely controlled by the Sasanians, as much because they feared a resurgence of the Arsacids as part of the ongoing contest to dominate the kingdom. However, the Romans backed an Arsacid who managed to gain control of a significant part of the kingdom. Narses I, who may have been a local king in Armenia before his elevation to King of Kings, drove this Arsacid king out around 296. Diocletian sent his Caesar, Galerius, to deal with the matter. The first confrontation came in Mesopotamia in 297, and saw the Romans routed in a battle fought somewhere near Carrhae. A later tradition claimed that when Galerius reported to Diocletian, the Augustus made his Caesar jog on foot alongside his carriage for some distance, as a public humiliation for this embarrassing failure. A year later, Galerius did much better, surprising Narses I's army in Armenia and capturing his harem and much of his treasury. A peace was concluded, heavily favouring the Romans, who recovered lost districts of Mesopotamia, extending Roman authority up to the Tigris. At the same time, the Romans' right to intervene and back their candidate in Armenia was recognised, albeit with a substantial part of the Old Kingdom remaining in Persian hands. Diocletian's reign saw an intensive building programme in the eastern provinces. Cities were fortified or strengthened, and a network of forts created. In keeping with military installations in this era, these were small but had high walls and towers projecting in front of the curtain wall to permit men to shoot or throw missiles into the flank of anyone attempting to attack. Many cities were close to a new road, the Strata Diocletiana, which provided a cordon along the frontier of steppe and desert, facing the nomadic Arab tribes and kingdoms. This was not an impenetrable defensive line. Raiders could slip through, but risked detection, which then allowed an attack to be reported and sufficient troops gathered to defeat the enemy, or at least harry their retreat, laden down with plunder. Mobility remained important, although the army came to be divided into two sections: the comitatenses, who did not have fixed bases, and the limitanii, who did. Both groups were professional soldiers, mainly conscripts in this era, but the limitanii provided permanent garrisons and were expected to remain in or near them. The comitatenses are often referred to by scholars as mobile field armies, although mobility depended a good deal on organised supply, which was helped by the well-guarded roads along and leading to the frontier. At times, especially in the east, comitatenses found themselves added to city garrisons, just as at times the limitanii were ordered to join a field force, which shows that the two types were not so different in training and equipment as to prevent cooperation. Additional command levels, grouping together the comitatenses of a region embracing numerous provinces or the limitanii in adjacent provinces, were created. However, the two hierarchies were kept separate, so that only in exceptional circumstances did one man have authority over both limitanii and comitatenses. The aim, once again, appears to have been to prevent potential usurpers from gaining control of all the soldiers in a wider area, rather than any military utility. Diocletian left the eastern frontier far more heavily defended than it had ever been before in terms of the number of strong military outposts, and especially of well-fortified and garrisoned cities. As part of the Treaty of 299, all trade coming into the empire from Persia had to pass through Nisibis, allowing the Romans to control and tax goods, but also making it harder for spies to cross. Similar measures had long been in place on other frontiers, for instance restricting members of certain tribes to specific entry points into a province. How effective this was in denying intelligence about defences and likely targets for raids is uncertain, but it does show an official desire to deal with a perceived problem. To a degree, this defensive mindset was matched by the Persians, with perhaps more reliance on cities than outposts, at least in this area. Overall, it is most striking just how similar the military thinking and practice of Romans and Persians had become by the 4th century. Armies could be large, and both had plenty of troops intended for close confrontation. The mention of war elephants in Sasanian armies becomes much more frequent in this era, while it is armoured horsemen rather than fast-moving archers who capture the attention of the Romans. Neither side possessed a clear tactical advantage in open battle, unless they were able to fight in especially favourable conditions. As a result, pitched battles became rare, their result too uncertain to make the risk worthwhile, and there were to be no repeats of the stunning victories won by Shapur I over large Roman armies. Instead, warfare took the form of raiding, which offered a chance of profit and glory, and sieges, which were far harder but brought the chance of considerably greater and more permanent gains. Little is known of relations between Persia and Rome in the first decades of the 4th century. There is no evidence for major wars between them at this time, although raiding is possible and sometimes may have involved allies of each side acting more or less independently. Narses I was succeeded by his son, Hormizd II, who ruled from 302 to 309. Following his death, one of his sons became King of Kings, but he lasted less than a year before his cruelty aggravated enough of the nobility to depose him. Several of his siblings were killed or imprisoned during this coup, although one, also named Hormizd, managed to escape and found sanctuary with the Romans. The successful faction crowned an infant son of Hormizd II, Shapur II, as ruler, although real power rested with one or more regents for some time. As usual, the power struggles within Persia are poorly documented, making them far harder to trace than those within the Roman Empire. Constantine, son of one of the tetrarchs, but not originally earmarked to join the imperial college, was proclaimed emperor by his army, and spent much of his life fighting against Roman rivals. Famously, he attributed his victory at the Milvian Bridge outside Rome in 312 to the favour of the Christian god. During Constantine's long reign, Christianity ceased to be an illegal cult, periodically persecuted and forced into hiding, and openly became part of the fabric of the empire, with the emperor himself taking an interest in matters of doctrine. Constantine built and encouraged the building of churches, but he also endowed temples and made no move to suppress traditional non-Christian beliefs. There is simply not the evidence to estimate how many active Christians there were before Constantine embraced the faith, nor to what extent the numbers grew during his reign. At the very least, it was not politically damaging, and was probably advantageous for Constantine to convert, which hints that there were rather more Christians or Christian sympathizers around than many scholars are apt to suggest. In a polytheistic culture, it is more than likely that many people revered the Christian god while continuing to follow older cults as well. One source claims that Severus Alexander added a statue of Jesus to the collection of deities especially important to him. Constantine was baptized in his last days, once he realized that he was dying, which was a common enough practice for those who feared sinning after undergoing the ceremony. If he had not quite made Christianity the official religion of the empire, this change was well underway by his death. At times, Constantine expressed concern for the welfare of Christians outside the empire, most of all those living under Sasanian rule. Later, the close identification between Christianity and the Roman Empire created friction, with Persian Christians coming under suspicion of disloyalty. Constantine set officials to investigating the doctrines of Manichaeism, and probably other faiths, such as Zoroastrianism, to learn whether adherence posed a threat to the empire. There is no evidence for systematic persecution as a result of this. Near the end of his reign, Constantine began preparing for a major war against Persia, but this is unlikely to have been motivated by a desire to protect Christians living there. The alleged causes are unclear, and there is a good chance that foremost was a very traditional desire for the glory of defeating the greatest of all foreign states, a much cleaner glory than he had won fighting so successfully against fellow Romans. There was also a tradition that Constantine was encouraged by a charlatan named Metrodorus, who had returned to the empire after years successfully posing as a philosopher and miracle worker in India. This individual brought the emperor a gift of gems, but claimed that a far greater hoard had been sent overland by kings of India only to be intercepted and confiscated by the Persians. Whatever the truth of Constantine's plans and motivations, he fell ill and died in May 337, before launching his Persian War. Power was supposed to be shared between his 3 remaining sons. The eldest had fallen from grace and been executed several years earlier, and 2 nephews, one of whom was named as king of Bithynia and Pontus, rather than as an Augustus or Caesar. The arrangement did not suit Constantine's sons, who swiftly arrested and murdered their 2 cousins, and indeed all male relatives apart from 2 infant sons of their cousins. For a while the 3 brothers ruled as joint Augusti, until in 340 civil war broke out, leading to the death of the eldest. 10 years later the youngest brother was overthrown and murdered by a conspiracy of his senior officers, and it took some time before the middle brother, Constantius II, was able to defeat the usurper who had replaced him in the west. Once this was done, he raised one of his cousin's sons to be Caesar, although this did not work out well, for this man was suspected of disloyalty and killed in 354. After a short rule as sole emperor, Constantius II appointed the remaining cousin's son, Julian, as Caesar in 355, and sent him to Gaul to secure the Rhine frontier. This permitted Constantius II to focus his attention on the Balkans, and especially the east, where conflict with Persia was raging. Shapur II had the longest reign of any Sasanian king, or indeed Roman emperor, being at least nominally King of Kings from 309 to 379, albeit at first as an infant figurehead rather than actual ruler. By his late teens or early 20s, he began to throw off the controlling influence of guardians and rule in his own right, displaying both ambition and ability. He campaigned in Arabia, where Sasanian influence had been much diminished. Winning victories, Shapur II not only restored but expanded the Persian presence in the region. Later Arab sources remembered him for his might and as the piercer of shoulders for his harsh treatment of prisoners. Successful in these early campaigns, Shapur II turned his attention to Rome. One embassy revived old claims to the entire Achaemenid Persian Empire, stretching all the way to Macedonia. More practically, the Persian envoy hinted that his monarch would be willing to settle for regaining the dominance in Armenia and ground in Mesopotamia lost in the treaty made with Galerius. This appears the key grievance, with a deep-seated belief that the terms had reflected temporary weakness rather than the actual balance of power between the 2 empires, and that the agreement needed to change so that it reflected the true dignity and might of Persia. In this respect, the Persians followed the well-established pattern of asserting dominance. Diplomatic exchanges were courteous but determined. I, Shapur, King of Kings, partner of the stars, brother to the sun and moon, sent many greetings to my brother Constantius, began one letter. It ended with an unambiguous threat to invade in the following spring, should his ambassadors return disappointed. The Roman response was couched in similar terms. Victorious on land and sea, I, Constantius, Augustus forever, send many greetings to my brother Shapur. However, the emperor refused to be intimidated, and reminded the Persian that while the Romans sometimes, rarely, lost a battle, they never lost a war. In spite of this bluster, Constantius II sent envoys of his own to carry gifts and his desire for peace, not least because he had other problems elsewhere. This exchange occurred in 358, after a lull of several years between campaigns, but it reflects the high levels of courtesy already well established in dealings between the 2 empires. This did not mean that either was less aggressive when it chose. In the decade or so before this particular exchange, the King of Kings had led a succession of large expeditions into Roman Mesopotamia, only to discover that much had changed since the days of Shapur I. Constantine, and especially Constantius II, had continued the work of Diocletian, adding to the system of forts and supporting roads and strengthening the defences of cities on the main routes into the provinces. No longer was it the Romans' first instinct to muster as big a field army as could be gathered at short notice and then confront the invaders in the open. Only in 344 did Constantius II respond to the latest invasion by leading an army against it. The result was a confused encounter near Singara, with the Romans initially successful, driving back the Persians they encountered and overrunning their camp. However, as darkness fell and more Persians arrived, fortune shifted the other way, and in the heavy fighting during the night, something very rare in the ancient world, the Romans suffered far worse. Sources are poor and suggest a series of smaller engagements between sections of each army rather than a massed clash. Constantius II claimed a draw, or even a minor victory, although most Romans were inclined to see it as a setback. Sasanian views are not known. In the context of the campaign, it prompted a Roman withdrawal, but the losses inflicted were not sufficiently serious to prevent Constantius II from taking the field in strength in the future. However, as an emperor he gained a reputation for caution and having more than his share of bad luck. Most of the time, neither side was willing to risk open battle in circumstances where the enemy was also willing to fight. From experience, both were nervous about succumbing to a surprise attack when the enemy was allowed to get close. Instead, Shapur II concentrated on besieging the main Roman strongholds. Singara fell at some point, although the Persians were unable to hold on to it. It was the furthest advanced and most exposed of the Romans' fortified cities, difficult for them to supply or reinforce when threatened by invaders. That made it vulnerable, but its very position tended to draw Persian attention, so that in a sense it served a useful purpose, delaying more than one Persian offensive long enough to give other strongholds valuable time to prepare. Nisibis lay further back in the Roman province. It was still one of the more exposed positions, albeit one easier to supply and better protected by nature and human ingenuity. Shapur II attacked Nisibis no less than 3 times and failed on each occasion. This was not due to any lack of skill or determination. Each siege was mounted on a grand scale by a very large army led by the King of Kings in person. Sources are meagre, or so highly rhetorical that it is hard to separate fact from fiction and be sure about the details and even the dates of these campaigns. Nisibis was protected on 2 sides by rivers, and on more than one occasion the Persians are said to have dammed and diverted the water, whether to let engines mounted on ships approach the walls or to unleash a deluge and smash the walls down. Nisibis was a city with a large Christian population, and these devout believers, and especially their bishop, are said to have inspired the defenders, the bishop even being mistaken for the emperor in his dignity. Prayer was said to have increased the problems for the attackers, most notably with a plague of gnats, perhaps encouraged by the flooding, which tormented horses and elephants. The failure to capture Nisibis was in no sense a mark of poor siegecraft on the part of the Persians. All the evidence suggests that by this period there was no significant difference in the skill or methods used by Romans and Persians alike, whether to defend or attack a fortified city. Yet another sign of just how well matched and alike they had become militarily. In the past, the Romans had sometimes failed to capture a city, most obviously in Trajan's and Severus's attacks on Hatra, so the most advanced techniques had never guaranteed success. The difference now was that most cities were far better fortified than had previously been the case, shifting the balance significantly in favour of the defender. Even breaching the curtain wall did not guarantee success, and direct assault was often costly in lives and could and did fail. On each occasion, after months of toil and fighting with the campaigning season running out, Shapur II decided that it was more prudent to abandon the siege of Nisibis for that year. Very large armies of the sort formed by the Persians for these attacks were inherently difficult to supply, swiftly consuming locally available food and fodder, which was little enough in the winter months. This meant that staying in one place for a considerable length of time was always a struggle, apart from the increased risk of disease. In similar circumstances, the Romans faced the same problems and also struggled to deal with them. A siege might last for 2 or even 3 months, but rarely any longer, with the attackers withdrawing if they had not taken the place within this time. Defenders were ordered to carry away, hide, or destroy crops and livestock in the path of an invasion to make the task as hard as possible for the invaders. The details and even the dates of the 3 attacks on Nisibis are uncertain. In due course, like so many Arsacid and Parthian monarchs, Shapur II went to the northeast of his empire to deal with urgently pressing threats. The most serious came from the Khiotinai, the latest nomadic people in the long succession of those who had pushed into Bactria and Sogdiana in modern Uzbekistan. These appear to have been Huns, although ethnic identity was fluid on the steppes, and there is a good chance that they had absorbed other communities as they migrated. The Kushano-Sasanian kingdom tried and largely failed to fight off these invaders, leaving the dynasty seriously weakened, although it is hard to say precisely when it disappeared. Shapur II was much more successful, forcing the Khionitai and other tribes to submit and become his allies, so that they supplied substantial contingents led by their own rulers for his next offensive against the Romans. Subsequent events are better attested than any other episode in the long struggle between Rome and its eastern neighbour, and this is overwhelmingly due to the survival of the relevant sections of Ammianus Marcellinus's history. Although supplemented by other Roman sources with next to nothing from the Persian side, it is through Ammianus more than anyone else that we can describe the diplomacy and conflict between Constantius II, Julian, and Shapur II in far greater detail than is usually the case. Ammianus described himself as a soldier and a Greek, most likely from Antioch, although his duties and subsequent studies took him over large parts of the empire, and interestingly, he chose to write in Latin. Ammianus participated in several of the operations he describes and tends, for all his rhetorical flourishes, to provide a level of detail almost never found elsewhere. This is useful, although at the same time frustrating, as we can never be sure whether the behaviour he describes was unique to his era or reflected practices at other periods as well. As with any source, care must be used, especially in his treatment of emperors and Roman senior commanders, some of whom he admired and some of whom he did not, let alone his descriptions of the Persian enemy, about whom he had less information. For all his interest in the past, and lost sections of his work covered the years from the murder of Domitian in 96, and strong identification with the Roman Empire and its army, Ammianus does appear to have attempted to be fair, and to explain how he understood events to occur. He describes the Romans and Persians as remarkably similar in the way they fought and in their ambitions. Before Shapur II returned from the east, the commander he had left in charge of the struggle with Rome planned a surprise attack, only to be thwarted when Persian deserters carried the news to the Romans. Subsequently, a Roman senior officer named Antoninus, troubled by debt and beset by rivals, defected to the Persians, taking with him carefully gathered details of troop strengths and deployments in the provinces. Shapur II welcomed and rewarded him, and according to Ammianus, listened eagerly to his suggestions. The King of Kings had decided to avoid yet another attempt at taking Nisibis, and to follow a different route. Instead, Antoninus advised that he bypass the Roman strongholds and cross the Euphrates where the Romans least expected, so that the Persians could strike at the less heavily defended provinces of Syria. Ammianus was serving on the staff of Ursicinus, who until recently had been senior commander in the eastern provinces, the Magister Equitum and Peditum per Orientem, one of the new grade of officers to appear by the 4th century. Posted away and with some doubts raised over his loyalty, Ursicinus was sent back to the east late in 358, as it became clear that a major Persian offensive was brewing. However, command was divided with another general, a man dismissed by Ammianus for his sloth and incompetence. Whether or not this was fair, it probably reflected the opinion of Ursicinus, and the two men would not cooperate well. From the start, the Romans were wrong-footed, not least because they expected Shapur II to advance on Nisibis. Instead, he followed the Tigris and sent ahead substantial cavalry columns to create confusion and make it harder for Roman patrols to work out what was happening. Refugees filled the roads, for the emperor's orders were for the country folk to take shelter in one of the walled cities. Ursicinus and his staff found a fine-looking lad, about 8, so we judged, wearing a torque, weeping and abandoned in the middle of the road. He had been left behind by his frightened mother in all the confusion. Out of kindness, spurred on by the boy's claim to be from a wealthy family, Ammianus was told to carry the lad to Nisibis on his horse. He rode fast, for there were signs of raiders everywhere, depositing the boy at a postern gate of the city before galloping away to rejoin his commander, whom he found near Amida, a city heavily fortified by Constantius II. Ammianus was then sent to the ruler of Corduene, a man educated in the Roman Empire and sympathetic to Rome, although his state had largely returned to Persia's sphere of influence. The Roman officer was welcomed and given as much news as the Corduenes possessed. He claims to have seen the Persian host from a distance, and he learned that Shapur II was accompanied by the king of the Chionitai and the king of the Albani, among other allied rulers. According to Ammianus, the Persians intended to follow Antoninus's advice and make for the Euphrates and Syria, but they changed their plans when a report arrived that the water was too high for the army to ford the river, something that is possible, if uncommon, in the spring. The Romans were still uncertain about the enemy's plans, and Ursicinus and a small detachment making a reconnaissance were surprised by a larger force of Persian cavalry accompanied by Antoninus. On the verge of capture, the Romans fled, scattering in the process. Ammianus was one of a handful who managed to reach the refuge of Amida, spending much of the night half crushed in the crowd of fugitives, pushing through the narrow ravine to reach safety, but was separated from Ursicinus and most of the others, who eventually reached Melitene. Soon afterwards, Shapur and the main Persian force lumbered towards Amida. Amida occupied a strong position, protected by high ground and the river Tigris, and had its own spring to provide a constant supply of water. At the time of the siege, its garrison had expanded to include 7 legions, some of them comitatenses, as well as a unit of archers and plenty of artillery. Perhaps this amounted to some 5,000 to 8,000 soldiers, given the smaller size of legions in the 4th century compared to earlier. In addition, the city gave shelter to civilians from all over the wider area, and Ammianus claims that there were 120,000 of these, some able to fight, more of them able to offer labour, but all mouths to feed and bodies to be accommodated somewhere in the crowded houses and streets. Ammianus describes the sieges of these years as following a distinct sequence, and presumably because of his own presence within the walls, recounts the events at Amida in greater detail than any other siege. It began with escalating levels of intimidation. Shapur II arrived, hoping that the sheer size of his army would dismay the defenders and persuade them to seek favourable terms of surrender. This was surely optimistic when facing a city as well fortified and strongly garrisoned as Amida, and when the King of Kings approached to summon the city, the Romans responded with bolt shooters mounted on the walls. One missile tore through Shapur II's cloak without harming more than his dignity. The next day he sent King Grumbates of the Chionitai to make another attempt, and this time a bolt killed a prince who was riding alongside his father. 7 days were spent in mourning, and the body was cremated on a pyre and the ashes gathered to take home, a custom of the tribe and a ritual alien to Zoroastrians who exposed their dead. The presence of the Chionitai and other allies was partly intended to confirm the loyalty of these former enemies to the King of Kings, and this may explain why Grumbates had been sent to summon the city. However, the relationship worked both ways, and the overlord was expected to treat his subject allies with honour. In this case it meant avenging the death of Grumbates' son. Ammianus claims that Shapur II had planned to bypass Amida if it refused to capitulate, sticking to Antoninus's plan to drive into Syria. But he was now obliged by honour and vengeance to capture and burn the city. This may or may not be true, since taking and destroying such a major fortress was an objective in itself. At the very least, the shooting of the prince of the Chionitai ensured that the siege was pressed with particular aggression and determination. After a couple of days gathering food and supplies from the surrounding area, Shapur II had his entire army surround Amida. Infantry formed 5 ranks deep, backed by cataphracts and elephants, all parading in silence. It gave the defenders a chance to count the vastly superior numbers of the enemy and sense their resolve. Dispersing for the night, the Persians and their allies reformed on the following day in exactly the same way, and in the same unnerving silence, until Grumbates hurled a blood-stained spear, presumably one dipped in a sacrifice, against the walls, and the Persians at last advanced. Days of probing the defences followed, the Persians making best use of the very high proportion of archers in their ranks, while the Romans responded with their own bowmen, artillery, and if anyone came close enough, stones and javelins thrown by hand. These exchanges confirmed that Amida's defences were formidable and unlikely to be rushed, so Shapur II's engineers began the task of planning siege works and making or assembling prefabricated engines of their own. Although so far resisting, the city suffered from crowded conditions. This spawned an epidemic which took many lives and left others weakened, until after 10 days a spate of heavy rain seemed to bring it to an end. The Persians continued to press the defenders, edging ever closer to the walls with their archers protected by mobile shields or mantlets, and gaining the space to construct ramps and assault mounds which would allow mobile siege towers to reach the wall and support the attack. Such towers mounted rams to begin pounding the wall, but they needed a stable path to reach it. Their height ideally also allowed archers and light artillery on the top to shoot down at the defenders on the wall. Similarly, mounds built by the besiegers were designed to be higher than the curtain wall to make the defenders vulnerable to missiles. As a response, the Romans toiled on a mound of their own, like the one at Dura Europos, intended to strengthen the main wall as a buttress, but also to make sure that their mound was higher than the ones built by the enemy, so that they would keep their advantage in the missile exchange. Day after day, the two sides shot at each other and laboured at the siege works. Casualties in this type of fighting tended to be relatively low, and overwhelmingly involved men wounded rather than killed, but they helped to wear down the strength and stamina of the outnumbered defenders, whereas the attackers could rotate men in and out of the fighting. The Romans had mounted a few sallies early on, and Ammianus described the frustration of 2 legions raised in Gaul, originally by a rival to Constantius II, who had sent them to the east, where they had fewer connections. These were comitatenses, more accustomed to a very different style of fighting against the Germanic tribes from beyond the Rhine, which meant that they had little skill or patience in the attritional siege warfare of the eastern frontier. As the siege works progressed, a deserter from inside Amida revealed the existence of a tunnel and permitted some 70 Persian archers to infiltrate the city and seize a tower. However, the Romans reacted swiftly, cordoning off the area and shifting heavy artillery to batter the archers into submission. All were killed or taken before they had provided sufficient distraction to weaken the defence of the main walls. This success encouraged the defenders until morale dipped once again, as the Persians paraded in front of the walls captives taken from smaller Roman strongholds they had managed to overrun. In an effort to revive spirits by giving the defenders a fresh victory, the 2 legions from Gaul were allowed to launch a major sally under cover of darkness. The main objectives were to damage the siege works, so delaying their progress, or to kill Shapur II himself. Neither was achieved, and the Romans suffered heavy losses even though they inflicted more on the Persians and caused considerable confusion in their camp. There was a lull for several days as the besiegers mourned their dead, who included a number of noblemen. But to set against this, the Romans decided that they could not afford to risk any more sorties. After that, the Persians pressed the attack much more closely, accepting losses as they edged nearer to the walls and completed their ramps and mounds. By now, their siege towers were close enough to permit the bolt shooters mounted on top of them to strike defenders on the rampart. Once again, while the Romans probably inflicted heavier losses on the besiegers than they suffered in return, in the longer run the cost to the defenders was more severe, since they were so heavily outnumbered. The next day, the Persians pressed ever closer, inspired by the King of Kings in person, riding around and urging his men on. Yet the Roman response remained fierce, and as the two assault towers were pushed towards the wall, they were smashed to pieces by the defenders' artillery. At some point the Romans had added the single-armed onager, known in the Middle Ages as the mangonel, to their armoury. These were more difficult to aim, but threw a very heavy stone with considerable force. Interestingly, Ammianus notes that they were known to the soldiers as scorpions, a nickname which in earlier periods had been applied to the light bolt shooters capable of driving a bolt through any armour. The first all-out Persian assault was repulsed in a day of heavy fighting. Sadly for the Romans, their defensive mound, built in haste to prevent the Persians gaining a height advantage, collapsed during the night. Most of the earth fell forward, covering the main wall and, to all intents and purposes, creating a wide ramp across it for the Persians to use. Still defiant, the Romans formed in close order to meet the enemy charge, but the final result was no longer in doubt, and after heavy fighting, Amida was stormed by the Persians on the 73rd day of the siege. Ammianus was among those who managed to escape in the chaos. The loss of Amida was a major blow to the Romans, and to Constantius II personally, since he had turned the place into a fortress. It was also embarrassing that Ursicinus and his colleague had made no real effort to harass the besiegers, let alone relieve the city. Perhaps if the Romans' mound had not collapsed, the defenders might have managed to hold out. Summer was almost spent, and the approach of autumn and his heavy losses — Ammianus claimed these totalled some 30,000, but that is probably a considerable exaggeration — persuaded Shapur II to withdraw soon afterwards. Amida was sacked and burned, even more damage done to its fortifications, before it was abandoned by the Persians. This was a significant Persian victory, even if it had taken great effort and a good deal of time. Ammianus claimed that the siege had deflected the Persians from their true objective, and then used up the campaigning season, preventing them from doing anything else that year. Even so, he did not try to hide the truth that this was a Roman defeat. In 360, Shapur II returned to Mesopotamia, and from the start appears to have focused on capturing strongholds rather than making an effort to go round them and attack into Syria, as Antoninus is still supposed to have urged. Such a plan was surely riskier than Ammianus suggests, since it would have meant leaving the bypassed garrisons in his rear, while taking fortresses offered longer-term gain. Singara fell, yet again, after a full-scale siege, with the Persians employing a particularly large and well-protected battering ram. This was directed at the same spot breached by the Persians in their last attack, which reminds us that these fortresses changed hands on numerous occasions. Major repair work tended to show clearly on a wall, making it easier to target, and a breach was made quickly and the city stormed. Survivors were sent as prisoners for settlement in Persia. No help had come from the Romans during the siege, for the bulk of units available for a field force remained watching Nisibis, once again having mistaken the Persians' intention. Shapur II moved next against Bezabde, near the Tigris, although its precise location is unknown. Garrisoned by 3 legions and some archers, the city was attacked in the familiar style. Once again, Shapur II was narrowly missed by a missile when he rode up to invite the defenders to surrender. After this incident, his envoys used captives from Singara as human shields whenever they approached the walls. The defenders proved resolute, so that there were the same phases of demonstrations of strength, then skirmishing and missile barrages, and then proper siege works to bring engines against the wall. In the end, a breach was made and the city stormed after heavy fighting, which led to a particularly brutal sack by the enraged stormers. This time Shapur II decided to hold on to the city, providing a garrison and bringing in a population from his empire to replace those taken prisoner and transplanted. After this second success, he moved against a third city, but this time the siege failed, and with the autumn approaching, the Persians withdrew. At the end of 360, Constantius II was sufficiently free from other crises to devote personal attention to the struggle with Persia. There were worries that the king of Armenia might be drifting closer to Shapur II in spite of his Assassid blood, prompting a diplomatic offensive, which included the marriage of a high-born Roman lady to the allied monarch. The king of Iberia also received encouragement and bribes to maintain his loyalty. After a while, the Augustus toured the scenes of recent operations, weeping at the sight of Amida in ruins. Anticipating a fresh Persian offensive, the Romans waited to meet it for most of the summer, and only as the campaign season was drawing to a close did Constantius II lead an army against Bizabde. Its defenders spurned the usual appeals to surrender and were unimpressed by displays of force, so the full-scale siege began, the Romans even using a battering ram that had been left behind by Shapur I's army after one of its invasions a century ago. All the Roman efforts failed, and as autumn turned into winter, heavy rain drenched the siege works and eventually persuaded Constantius II to withdraw. Bad news soon came from Gaul, where Julian had been proclaimed as Augustus by his soldiers. As the campaigning season approached in 361, Constantius II waited in the east, for there was news that Shapur II had massed another army near the border. Yet the Persians waited and did not attack and eventually dispersed, according to Ammianus, because the omens were too unfavourable to risk a war. Once he was sure that the immediate threat was over, Constantius II moved against his relative and rival, but fell ill and died before he could confront him. Lacking another heir, in his final days the dying emperor supported Julian's claim, and once again the Roman Empire had just a single emperor. Julian was 30 years old, a small, not especially prepossessing man with a straggly, unkempt beard. A small child when most of the male members of his family were liquidated by Constantius II and his brothers, he had been raised in comfortable and very Christian captivity. Understandable resentment at the ruthlessness of his supposedly pious relations brought on a bitter, though at first concealed, rejection of their faith. Instead, he devised his own pagan religion, although plans for a structured organization suggest that his thinking was heavily influenced by his upbringing within the church. Julian was a clever man who had spent too much of his life frightened and unable to converse freely with others, so that he naturally assumed that his own inner thoughts and desires were always the right ones, shared by all good people. Perhaps to the surprise of many, he proved active and reasonably competent when appointed as Caesar, winning a major battle at Strasbourg in 357 and doing well in other operations, albeit all waged on a fairly modest scale. Ammianus greatly admired Julian, and not simply because he too was a pagan, but was also aware of his faults. Sole ruler for less than 3 years, Julian is better known to us because of Ammianus, and also because many of the emperor's copious writings have survived. Yet his legacy was highly controversial, making a balanced assessment difficult and making it easy to forget that his rule was brief and did not change the empire's culture, beliefs, or structure in any significant way. Ultimately, Julian's memory became bound up with his decision to attack Persia in 363. Julian's true motives, like those of so many earlier emperors and kings, are as uncertain as the scale of his ambition. Constantius II was blamed for his mediocre, rather passive performance in the last few years, losing fortresses to the Persians, although in truth Shapur II's permanent gains were limited and fell far short of his ambition to recover ground and influence lost in 299. In its implementation, Julian's expedition was traditional, marching down the Euphrates to Ctesiphon, something no Roman army had attempted since Carus 80 years before. As traditional was the talk of even greater plans and the invocation of Alexander the Great. Julian had a romantic passion for the past, and especially the heroes who best fitted his conception of a Greek and pagan ideal. At one point during the campaign, he and his companions consciously emulated the heroism of Scipio Aemilianus at the siege of Carthage in 146 BC. Such play-acting need not necessarily exclude plans and decisions based on more rational consideration, and in some ways the incident was within the range of acceptable and admirable conduct by a Roman, or indeed Persian, commander. Julian may have dreamed of being a new Scipio or a new Alexander, as so many other Romans had done, while still basing his strategy on more modest principles, or he may have let his romantic view of the past drive his decisions. Although nothing is mentioned directly, the exiled Hormizd, brother or half-brother of Shapur II, served as one of Julian's senior commanders, which makes it quite possible that the aim was to dethrone one king of kings and replace him with a man who had spent decades in Roman service. Our sources, knowing the outcome, focus on bad omens at the start of the campaign, including 2 accidents where buildings or piled stores collapsed to kill soldiers standing underneath. The force assembled for the expedition was substantial, probably more than had mustered for an eastern campaign for generations. Ammianus, who was part of the army, never gives a figure for its overall numbers, although he does mention a detached force of 30,000 troops, and claims some 20,000 were needed to manage the fleet that carried supplies and equipment upriver. A later source says Julian had 65,000 men in his field army. If these figures are remotely accurate in scale, then the expedition dwarfed anything he had done in Gaul, where rapid movement and boldness tended to pay off, not least because the enemy had no real fortifications requiring a formal siege. Julian had no experience of handling and planning at this level or in this region, and this was surely true of almost all of his senior officers, since nothing like this had been attempted for so long. There are also signs of political naivety and inexperience, most notably when Julian alienated the population of Antioch, and then responded by mocking them in a pamphlet. Although he had concealed it during the struggle with Constantius II for fear of upsetting substantial numbers of his soldiers, once sole Augustus, Julian made plain his rejection of Christianity and his adoption of his distinct form of paganism. If it had made political sense for Constantine to adopt the new faith, and he may well have been sincere, whatever calculations he made, more than a generation ago, then it made far less to abandon it now. Nor was there a huge surge of enthusiasm on the part of all pagans for the emperor's unusual ideas. That does not mean that morale was low in all groups within the army, but much would depend on how the campaign went. In many ways, it offered the chance for Julian to prove himself and assert his right to rule by winning glory against a foreign enemy, something all Romans readily admired. Julian hoped to surprise the Persians, and a diversionary force backed by Armenian allies was to demonstrate and threaten in Mesopotamia, where all recent campaigns had been fought. To an extent it worked, just as the Romans had mistakenly concentrated on protecting Nisibis because that was where they had expected Shapur II to fight. In the meantime, Julian followed the line of the Euphrates, and his men passed the forlorn ruins of Dura Europos, or perhaps a suburb on the left bank, and saw from afar the grand monument to Gordian III. There was little opposition at first, although the Persians did their best to destroy any crops or other useful resources that could not be carried away, just as the Romans had done in response to Sasanian attacks. Several walled towns and strongholds lay in the path of the army, which meant the familiar pattern of demands for surrender, escalating intimidation in the hope of convincing the defenders to give in, and then stages of attack building up to a final assault, if necessary. Julian aped Scipio, and at another siege was almost killed when he and a handful of his staff were ambushed during a reconnaissance. The Augustus is supposed to have cut one Persian down before his officers surrounded him. Julian certainly took risks, arguably unnecessary, even foolhardy ones, but on the whole the operations were successful, and no single siege bogged down the advance for too long. Within a month the Romans approached Ctesiphon, which was far larger and better fortified than anything encountered so far. And at this point Julian's decision-making became hard to understand, even for contemporaries. There was no sign of the diversionary army, assuming that it was supposed to rendezvous with the main force. Persian strength was growing with the prospect that Shapur II himself might appear before too long with the bulk of the royal army. In addition, the defenders continued their scorched earth strategy. Irrigation systems extending out from the river had created a network of canals, each of them an obstacle to an army, which had to find or make a suitable crossing point and file across. The promotion of such projects by the Sasanians may have meant that the route was harder for a big army to traverse than it had been in the days of Trajan, Verus, or Severus. This was increased by the willingness of the Persians to break down dams and otherwise destroy the system, so that flooding slowed the Romans down even more. After some dithering, Julian decided that a siege of Ctesiphon was impractical, and chose instead to retreat. Rather than go back the way he had come, he ordered the army to march back along the Tigris. His supply fleet was set on fire, since it was felt too difficult to shift the barges and contents overland to the other great river. Then Julian changed his mind, countermanding the order, but by then it was too late. The episode was a serious blow to morale, and deprived the army of supplies. Julian does not seem to have been good at reading the mood of his troops on this and other occasions, and throughout history spirits have tended to sink when an advance turns into a retreat. Substantial forces of Persians began to threaten the Romans, although their movements were equally restricted by irrigation canals. The Roman army marched as Roman armies had marched in the past, harassed but fully capable of going where they chose, and driving off any heavy attack. On the 26th of June, 363, there was a succession of harassing strikes at different parts of the Roman column. Julian, whose personal courage was never in doubt, rode off to help organize the response in such haste that he did not bother to don a cuirass. In the midst of a whirling skirmish made all the more confusing by the dust thrown up by the hooves of so many horses, an Arab ally of the Persians drove his spear into the Augustus. The emperor was carried back to his tent and doctors summoned, but it was obvious that the wound was mortal. He died later that night, apparently calm and discussing philosophy with his intimates rather than the army's situation. The Roman army had lost its leader and was still deep in hostile territory. After some discussion and bartering, a man named Jovian, a protector, was proclaimed Augustus because the army and empire needed a ruler. He was a Christian, and Julian's plans for a new organized religion were immediately forgotten. There was a moment of farce when Jovian, who was unusually tall, had to wear one of the diminutive Julian's purple cloaks. Another was not available, since possession of a garment reserved for emperors was not safe in the suspicious political climate of the 4th century. Jovian took command, and there was more fighting, but he was eager to secure his rule, and did not want to risk a disaster. Shapur II sensed an opportunity and was equally averse to a decisive battle which might go either way and destroy his advantage. Instead, the King of Kings achieved far more by negotiation than he had ever managed by invasion. In a reverse of 299, for now it was the Romans who were desperate for peace, Jovian promised that Rome would no longer intervene in Armenia. He also conceded parts of Mesopotamia, including the city of Singara. Most humiliating of all, Nisibis, the city that had thwarted Shapur II on 3 occasions, was handed over to the Persians. Its population, predominantly Christian, were allowed to leave with their portable possessions, which only added to the pathos and bitterness. Jovian was dead within a few months, perhaps from disease or accident, and the main blame fell on Julian's memory. He had attacked Persia, hoping for glory, only to fail utterly and die a pointless death. Some Christians felt this was punishment for his rejection of their faith, and they even spread rumours that one of his own soldiers, a believer, had struck the fatal blow. While pagans like Ammianus did not accept such an explanation, they were equally saddened and distressed by the outcome of the war. Julian's expedition had been a disaster. For all the humiliation of the subsequent peace, the actual amount of territory given to the Sasanians was modest, even if of local strategic importance. Roman power remained considerable, especially during any prolonged internal from civil war, but the dangers inherent in a deep invasion of Persian territory and the difficulty of achieving anything tangible during such an expedition had been demonstrated very clearly. No emperor proved in a hurry to emulate Julian for a long while. At the same time, the ability of a Roman army to reach Ctesiphon and the other royal cities reminded the Sasanians of Rome's might. It had not been easy for them to repulse Julian. The risks of war were becoming more obvious, which did not mean that it was easy to break the cycle of mistrust and revenge, even when emperors and kings of kings would have preferred to concentrate on other problems. Chapter 14. The Two Eyes of the World, 5th century. By the later 4th century, the costs and risks of waging war against each other tended to outweigh the likely benefits for the Romans and Sasanians alike. Yet appearances and perceptions mattered, and it was vital for a Roman emperor to assert Rome's superiority over every other nation and power, and for the King of Kings to proclaim a comparable superiority over all his neighbours, including the Romans. This meant that considerable care was required in how any peace treaty could be presented. After more than a century of frequent warfare, it took time to create a workable system of etiquette for negotiations and agreement, but over time this would lead to significant changes in the way the relationship was presented. Almost in passing, Ammianus Marcellinus mentioned that the treaty negotiated between Jovian and Shapur II in 363 included a declaration of a 30-year peace between Romans and Persians. The idea of a set period without hostilities was a very old one, and had been especially common in classical Greece. Occasionally, both sides lived up to their promise, and the period passed without a fresh war, and sometimes even continued after that without formal renewal. Rather more often, one of the participants decided to reopen hostilities long before the agreed peace had expired. There was almost always some real or imagined grudge, good enough by contemporary standards to justify violating the treaty. Thus, anyone agreeing to so many years of peace knew from the start that the odds were against fulfillment, and no one worried too much because it was simply part of how diplomacy worked, and, like most protestations of friendship, not to be taken too seriously if circumstances changed. For many centuries, at least from the era of the Punic Wars, Roman attitudes had been different, expecting a more permanent conclusion to warfare. When Hannibal was defeated, Carthage was forced to make an annual payment to Rome for the next 50 years. Later, a Carthaginian offer of full repayment in one lump sum was refused, for this was meant as a reminder of defeat and subordination, rather than valued for the money itself. It was no coincidence that the payment was completed in 151 BC, and just 2 years later Rome provoked the Third Punic War and destroyed its old rival. Carthage was an exception for its sheer size and power and for the scale and cost of the conflicts waged against it. Plenty of other defeated enemies were obliged to pay the Romans in the aftermath of a war, whether a lump sum or ongoing payments. The latter tended to be a permanent obligation rather than for a set period of time, for the essential characteristic of these treaties was that they were not between equals, nor were they intended to be temporary cessations of hostilities. Rome had won, giving yet more proof of its inherent superiority, as once again the proud had been overcome in war, so that the humbled could be treated with leniency. Terms were supposed to be dictated by the Romans, who deigned to accept the submission of the vanquished, so that there was no point in setting a limit to peaceful relations. These would continue as long as the Romans decided that the other party was suitably submissive. If they were not, then force would be threatened or actually employed whenever it was convenient for the Romans. Roman victory, however long it took, was the natural outcome of any confrontation with another people or state. Diplomacy was always couched in these terms, whether it was Sulla sitting in the centre between the king and the envoy, or more obviously Pompey and Trajan having kings prostrate or bow in front of them before deciding whether to give them back their kingdoms. Pomp and ceremony, not least parades of soldiers and massed standards, provided a backdrop representing the immense and unmatchable might of Rome, and most often the emperor or his representative sat on a raised platform. Any courtesy shown to the other side, and usually there was plenty on display, was a mark of condescension rather than necessity, and appropriate to the dignity of the Roman. In 375, the Emperor Valentinian harangued the ambassadors of the Germanic Quadi at such length and with such passion that he had a stroke and died. While the rage was seen as excessive, if characteristic of the man, no Roman doubted his right to speak to barbarians in this way. This makes the acceptance of a formally announced period of peace between Rome and Persia all the more striking. Since at least the time of Augustus, Arsacid Parthia and then Sasanian Persia had never quite fitted this traditional Roman image of foreign relations, just as Carthage and to some extent the Macedonian and Seleucid kingdoms had once been too large and powerful to be included with all the other foreign states. Distance helped to some extent, allowing Augustus or Nero in Rome to portray negotiations with considerable give and take on both sides, a simple proof of Roman dominance. No one living in Rome, or indeed in most of the empire, was too worried about the reality of whether Roman might was in truth so overwhelmingly superior to its eastern neighbour. An identical attitude is on display in Shapur I's victory monuments, where he presents himself as king of all the peoples of the world, and successive emperors as no more than liars, who go very properly down in humiliating defeat, for that was simply the natural order of things. In his own heartland, just as in Rome, a leader's message could be simple. By 363, when the two sides met in any formal way, the language and posturing was a good deal more subtle. The threats of force and protestations of utter confidence in their own military superiority continued. After all, Julian had just marched all the way to Ctesiphon, while as the talks began the Roman army was in a precarious position. Although, if Ammianus is to be believed, the Romans were still confident in their ability to defeat the enemy in a straight fight. Yet there was also a good deal more courtesy on both sides, something even more true when negotiations occurred in peaceful times. Just when the King of Kings and Roman Emperor began to address each other as brother is uncertain, but it appears to have been unremarkable by Ammianus's day, and probably goes back at least to the late 3rd century. While it was not wholly new to portray the empires as well as the emperors as equals, after the manner of Velleius Paterculus and Justin, this sense had grown much stronger. A 6th century source claims that Narses I sent a trusted advisor to Galerius around 299. This man compared the Roman and Persian empires to 2 lamps. Like eyes, each one should be adorned by the brightness of the other, rather than seeking to destroy. The imagery may be genuine, for near the end of the 6th century, a king of kings sent a letter to the emperor stating that it was the divine plan that the whole world should be illuminated by 2 eyes, namely, by the most powerful kingdom of the Romans and by the most prudent sceptre of the Persian state, who between them held down the wild tribes and guided and regulated mankind. The wheels of diplomacy have always been oiled by flattery, exaggeration, distortion, and straightforward falsehoods whenever convenient to one or both sides, so such blandishments need not be taken too seriously. Yet they reflect a greater willingness to acknowledge something like equality. Part of this was the cost to both sides of the intensive round of major wars lasting from the days of Ardashir I through to Shapur II. After all that effort, the rivals could show limited concrete gains, while each side had plenty of other threats to face. As they became more alike in the way they waged war over time, especially in the century or so after the death of Julian, they also became much more closely balanced in terms of military strength and resources. For all the novelty of a 30-year peace, it broke down after barely 6 years. As so often in the past, the flashpoint was Armenia. Shapur II overran much of the kingdom, captured the Arsacid king by treachery, and according to Ammianus had him blinded and then tortured to death. Jovian had pledged not to support the Armenian king, but it is less clear whether Shapur II's actions were in violation of the treaty. Perhaps Persian and Roman interpretations of its details and spirit were different from the start, or changed as time passed, especially for the Romans, who were no longer led by a newly proclaimed Jovian desperate to extricate his army. However, around the same time the Sasanians also intervened in neighbouring Iberia, dethroning its king, who was a Roman ally, and this most certainly broke the peace. Then the Armenian king's son, Pap, escaped to Roman territory, appealing for aid. 2 brothers jointly ruled the Roman Empire at this time, for when Jovian died his only son was an infant, incapable of rule. Instead, an army officer named Valentinian was proclaimed as Augustus on the 26th of February 364, and swiftly appointed his brother Valens as colleague. At first they were busy elsewhere, but in 370 Valens came to Antioch and began making visible preparations for an offensive against Persia. There was little, if any, fighting on this front, and one source claims that negotiations led to the declaration of a 7-year peace. Armenia remained the real focus, where Roman troops were directly involved and clashed with Persian forces, even if most of the fighting was done by the allies of each side. Pap was placed back in control of some of Armenia, although to follow the letter rather than the spirit of the treaty, he was not proclaimed king and did not don the diadem or other royal regalia. The restoration of the king of Iberia by another Roman army was done more openly. Shapur II attacked again, but failed to achieve very much, and may have suffered 1 or more defeats before both sides withdrew. In the years that followed, Pap struggled to control his kingdom and placate his powerful neighbours. Shapur II had tried to win him over early on, or perhaps, as Ammianus alleged, wanted to make the Romans mistrust the younger ruler. In the long run, Valens did become suspicious, encouraged by members of his court, who held personal grudges against Pap. Summoned to the imperial presence, Pap managed to avoid arrest and escaped only to be murdered on Roman orders with the connivance of some disgruntled Armenian noblemen. Valens appointed a new Armenian king, this time openly and in spite of diplomatic and military pressure from the Persians, led by the current Surena, a reminder that the old Parthian noble houses continued to flourish under the Sasanians. Roman preparations for a major campaign were interrupted in 375, when Valens' attention switched to the Balkans, and he left Antioch, never to return. Armenia remained turbulent as a rival emerged to challenge the Roman appointee, and the Surena led an army into the country to support this man. In time, the traditional fractiousness of Armenia's aristocracy ensured that opposition to the Sasanians grew, and eventually even the man Surena had backed turned against him. Controlling Armenia was never easy for anyone. In 378, Valens sent ambassadors to discuss the situation with Shapur II, but their mission was overtaken by events. Valentinian collapsed and died in November 375, in the middle of haranguing the chieftains of the Quadi. His 16-year-old son, Gratian, had already been named as Augustus, giving the empire 3 rulers. With his father dead, this number dropped to 2, then went back to 3, as army officers on the European frontier proclaimed Gratian's 4-year-old brother, Valentinian II, as emperor. This was accepted, at least for the moment, and the child was given Africa and Italy to govern through his adult advisers, while Gratian took the rest of the west and Valens the east. The latter's first priority was to deal with a large-scale migration by a group of Goths, who had arrived on the Danube asking for admission to the empire and the grant of lands within it. They had been driven from their homeland directly or indirectly by the arrival of the Huns. Advised that these Germanic tribesmen could prove a valuable source of recruits for the army, Valens agreed to their petition, but in the months that followed, the military and civilian officials tasked with bringing them into the empire badly mishandled the job. Through a mixture of corruption and incompetence, the Goths were provoked into rebellion. In 376, fighting broke out, and a Roman commander decided to attack the migrants' camp and was ambushed, and his men cut to pieces. A year later, another large Roman force attacked only to withdraw after indecisive fighting. In 378, Valens went in person with the cream of the army of the Eastern Empire to defeat the Goths, or convince them to submit. The ensuing Battle of Adrianople on the 9th of August 378 was an appalling disaster, which left the emperor dead, along with the greater part of his army. In 379, Gratian appointed an officer named Theodosius as imperial colleague, whose priority was to deal with the Goths. This took time and was achieved more by harassing them and wearing them down after another pitched battle had ended in Roman defeat. Fortunately for the Romans, the enemy had neither the patience nor skill to take fortified cities. Their leader declared after one failed attempt that he would keep peace with walls. The Goths had nowhere to go and lacked the numbers to fight the Roman Empire indefinitely, let alone win a war against it. In 382 a peace was agreed, with the Goths given land for settlement and pledging to serve as soldiers for Rome, albeit mainly in their own contingents and under their own leaders. A year later, an emperor was proclaimed in Britain, and Gratian died after most of his troops had defected to the usurper, Magnus Maximus. It is a sign of how times and culture had changed that the name means great the greatest, something meaningless under the Republic or Principate. By 387, Italy was his, but this prompted a response from Theodosius, who marched west, beat Maximus, and had him executed. A substantial contingent of Goths served in the victorious army. Valentinian II was left in charge of the Western Empire, but was little more than a puppet of ambitious senior officers, and he died, perhaps from suicide, perhaps murder, in 392, aged just 21. A usurper was raised to the imperial purple, and after a lull, Theodosius mustered a strong army from the eastern provinces and defeated the challenger in 394 at the river Frigidus. Once again, the Goths played a conspicuous part in the success. Theodosius died in 395, leaving the empire in the charge of his two teenage sons, Arcadius in the east and Honorius in the west. These decades are poorly documented, not least because Ammianus Marcellinus ended his account in the aftermath of Adrianople, making it difficult to trace the relationship between Romans and Persians. Shapur II died of natural causes in 379, having been King of Kings for 70 years, and a strong and successful ruler from the time he reached adulthood. Succession was always a difficult time, perhaps especially when the old monarch had been so formidable and lived so long. Ardashir II is said by some sources to have been Shapur II's brother, which seems unlikely since it would have meant that he became king as an old man. Perhaps he was a son, or some other relative, but either way, he was deposed by a group of nobles 4 years later. Shapur III, a son of Shapur II, proved more popular with the aristocracy, and was fondly remembered in later tradition, although his reign lasted only a little longer. He was murdered, or perhaps the victim of an accident when a heavy tent collapsed on top of him. Bahram IV was elevated from regional king to King of Kings, and ruled for 11 years, before he was assassinated in 399. This was a confused period for Romans and Persians alike, with internal threats and problems on other frontiers drawing attention and resources away from Armenia and the rivalry between the two empires. The Goths were a major concern, especially for the emperor supervising the east, although at times troops and other resources from western provinces were also used to support the war effort. In spite of this, it took 6 years to bring the situation under some sort of control. During that time, of the 4 major battles fought against the migrants, the Romans lost 3 of them and managed no better than a draw in the 4th. Rome remained powerful, bound to win in the end, but it struggled to employ its wealth, sophisticated military and logistic organization efficiently. Resources were stretched and not always well managed. Similar factors surely helped the rise of Queen Mavia, widow of one of the kings of the Arab groups living near the southern frontier in Syria and Palestine. Little is known about this intriguing figure, so that the reasons for her sudden hostility to Rome are mysterious. Faith played a part, for Valens was an Arian Christian, while Mavia held to more orthodox views about the nature of the Trinity, but this may have combined with political grievances. From around 376, as Valens transferred his attention to the Danube, she launched a series of attacks. Apparently leading her army in person, Mavia raided into the Roman provinces, plundering villages and cities and brushing aside or avoiding any troops who came against them. This was an era that had seen little warfare for some time, and away from the main front line with Persia was less well defended once past the outer line of forts. Eventually the Romans persuaded Mavia to accept a peace and revert to being an ally. As part of the deal, she was sent an Orthodox bishop to tend to the spiritual needs of her people. The contest for Armenia continued for some time, although the details are largely lost. In 387 the Romans and Sasanians agreed to permanent partition of the kingdom, with some 80% going to the Persians. The remaining fifth was ruled for a while by an allied king from the Arsacid line, until it was taken under direct administration and treated as a Roman province. Similarly, in due course, the Sasanians replaced a local king with one chosen from their own family. The earlier split of Iberia into 2 was revived, all of which suggests that the Persians had greater influence for the moment, if falling short of complete dominance. The disruption caused by competition between the 2 empires and rivalries within the kingdoms may have contributed to events a few years later, when in 395 a large band of Huns came through the passes in the Caucasus. These were not Attila's people, but one of a succession of nomadic groups to be drawn towards the two great empires. Another band followed, or the same ones returned a few years later, and each time they passed through Armenia and raided into the Roman provinces and then parts of the Sasanian Empire. Like Queen Mavia, they struck at areas which had seen little or no warfare for generations, and the raiders roamed almost at will. Thousands of prisoners were taken as slaves, although some were later rescued and those still fit enough sent home when a Persian force defeated some of the Huns in Babylonia. However much real damage and loss was inflicted, the trauma of this episode endured for a very long time. In 399, Shapur III's son, Yazdgerd I, became King of Kings and would prove to be a strong ruler, wherever possible, eager for peaceful relations with the Romans. At the start he was an unknown quantity, but as time passed and he did not prove aggressive, there was no doubt great relief. Neither of Theodosius's sons managed to assert themselves strongly, so they were figureheads, while real power passed into the hands of senior courtiers, sometimes civilians in the east, but usually generals in the west. These were kept busy outmanoeuvring rivals and dealing with the ever-present threat of usurpers from within and raids and invasions from outside the empire. In 396, the Goths, under the leadership of Alaric, felt discontented with their treatment by the authorities and began to plunder, and they became a major factor in a series of power struggles until they moved to Italy in 401 and became the problem of the Western Emperor and his advisers. The Huns were making their presence felt both directly in raids on the empire and indirectly as they fought against other tribes. Goths from outside the empire launched a big raid across the Danube and reached northern Italy in 405. On New Year's Eve in 406, or possibly in 405, a loose alliance of leaders among the Vandals, Suevi and Alans crossed the frozen Rhine without apparent opposition. In theory, the empire was guarded by a substantial, well-disciplined and organized army. A famous document, the Notitia Dignitatum, which survives as medieval copies but originally dated from around this period, lists most of the elements of the Roman state. Most prominent is the regular army, listed by unit and command, with the insignia each regiment painted on its shields and their usual station, whether limitanei or concentrated into field armies. While it is often forgotten that this document was a reference employed by the civil administration rather than the military, the detail is both remarkable and impressive. The problem is that there is little sign of this wonderfully organized and big army in these years, most especially in the western provinces. When the Vandals and allied groups crossed the Pyrenees around 409, they were unopposed, even though, at least according to the Notitia Dignitatum, there ought to have been 16 field army units stationed in the Iberian Peninsula. Numbers for armies, whether Roman or tribal, are hard to establish in this poorly documented period, but everything suggests that there were not vast hordes of invaders breaking into the Roman Empire. An army of 10 or 20,000 warriors would have been large in this era, and many bands were probably smaller. Nor were their leaders bent on destroying Rome and all the symbols of its civilization. They wanted to support their warriors through plunder and extortion at first, but also, in time, in some more permanent and reliable method, which meant gaining formal recognition and employment from the Romans, or taking permanent control of territory, or, ideally, both. Tribal warlords and their bands were thus simultaneously potential enemies and allies for the Roman authorities. As always, civil war was ever present and, more often than not, the most pressing concern for an emperor and his advisers. Britain produced no fewer than 3 usurpers in rapid succession, the last of whom, Constantine III, overran Gaul and Spain in the years the Vandals and others crossed the Rhine. It is hard to understand the sequence and relationship between these events. Constantine III's success brought him recognition by Honorius as a colleague until another commander rebelled and defeated him, only to fall in turn. No emperor was strong or wholly secure in these years, whether they were new claimants to the imperial purple or the young and weak members of the house of Theodosius. In 408, Honorius's brother Arcadius died, aged 31, and was succeeded by his 7-year-old son, Theodosius II. Inevitably, ministers and army commanders vied with each other to become the real power behind the throne, the rivalry bitter and often lethal for those involved. Personal advantage, or simply survival, guided most decisions, so that they were often short-term and rarely part of a concerted and coordinated plan. The Emperor Aurelian had abandoned the Dacian provinces to the east of the Danube in the 3rd century, and there were signs that official imperial presence, primarily the army, had been run down for some time before this. Early in the 5th century, the British provinces were similarly abandoned. The traditional date for this was 410, although new currency stopped reaching the island in the preceding years, again suggesting that soldiers and officials were not being paid. Effectively, the imperial government gave up any direct rule in these regions, although in each case the population there may well have still considered themselves part of the empire and the civilization that it represented. In neither Dacia nor Britain were the Romans forced out by invaders, and the withdrawal, which may or may not have involved the actual exit of any troops or officials in the provinces, was essentially an admission that the imperial government no longer possessed the capacity or will to control these areas. If any soldiers or administrators stayed behind, they were no longer paid or given instructions by the imperial government. This weakness of central authority and its reduced ambition was felt especially in the western provinces, as the presence of Germanic warlords and their bands became a fact of life. Since emperors and their commanders were unable to defeat them, or preferred to use them against rivals, whether Romans or other barbarian warlords. Sometimes the war bands came into an area as allies, even as a recognized part of the Roman army, and sometimes they came because they could, and no one was able to defy so many swords. For provincial populations, especially landowners who wanted to remain important locally and keep their wealth and status, it often made sense to come to an accommodation with a warlord rather than to flee or fight and die. New kingdoms emerged within the provinces as war leaders were given or took control of land. There was a Gothic kingdom in Gaul, a Vandal kingdom in Spain, then one led by the Suevi, and later still another under Gothic kings. In 429, the main group of Vandals crossed from Spain to North Africa, and eventually overran most of the Roman provinces there. In many cases, this meant the imposition of a foreign elite in place of the imperial authorities. Tax and other levies went to the kings and supported their warriors, rather than to the emperor and his armies. But in day-to-day life, little changed, at least at first. Usually, Roman law continued to be enforced, and rights of property were respected, apart from land confiscated to reward the king and his loyal followers. The attitude of emperors and their ministers to all this was much the same as their feelings towards provincial grandees, since they could not ignore these kings. Occasionally they felt strong enough to fight them, but they rarely, if ever, had the capacity to destroy any group. Instead, they played them against each other, did deals to accommodate them as advantageously as possible, and focused on the latest crisis. Apart from the groups already established, there were other tribal leaders attacking the frontiers. The Huns became more and more of a threat to Danubian provinces in particular, culminating in the reign of Attila, the charismatic and ruthless king who built up a confederation of subject tribes, as well as his own clans, and proved able to take cities and occupy land permanently. In time, he turned his attentions to the west. There were thus plenty of problems facing the emperors and their advisers, some of them crises on such a scale that it must have been hard to think about anything else. Probably the attitude was one of fighting each fire as it came along, surviving into the next week and month and year, and trusting that if this could be achieved, in time the essential strength of the empire would recover and reassert itself. Rome and civilization were synonymous, and deep down few educated Romans could imagine a world without the empire. Under Rome there was the rule of law, laws that on the whole were considered fair, at least by the elite, and there was prosperity and comfort, security of rights of status and property, and more safety from violence than was the case in the wider world. None of the new kings offered an appealing alternative to this. Instead, each king became effectively a local emperor, with the same duties as any Roman emperor, and thus there was the same call on their subjects' loyalty and the same obligations for the latter to pay taxes and to serve as required. Nor was there any meaningful nationalism in the provinces, or indeed much memory of a time before the Romans. Britain was one of the last conquests and one of the first surrendered, and the Romans had been there for 3.5 centuries. No winds of change swept through the Roman Empire in the 5th century that were comparable to the independence movements that hurried the retreat of the empires in the 20th century after the Second World War. People, especially the wealthy and aristocratic, might back a usurper because they wanted an emperor who protected and favoured them and took an interest in local problems. But nowhere did they rebel because they saw the Romans as a foreign occupying force and wanted to be free. If freedom meant anything, it was the freedom to live in a properly regulated society under just emperors, which naturally meant being Roman. The adoption of Christianity had reinforced the sense that Rome and its civilization and empire were special, divinely ordained as best suited to spread and nurture the true faith. No significant group inside the Roman Empire wanted it to fail and fall, while the barbarian warlords within its old borders were eager to enjoy the wealth and security of Roman civilization, which meant doing their best to preserve all that made this possible. Tribes on the outside were different, and many viewed the empire as prey to be raided for plunder and glory. Attila's hostility was more direct, for he was a predator on a far bigger scale than any other warlord, intent on building an empire of his own, much of it at the expense of the Romans. Yet when he died, apparently having drunk to vast excess, celebrating his latest wedding, no Hunnic leader ever managed to recreate his power, and the threat they posed rapidly diminished. In 400, the Roman Empire was rich and powerful. If it was not as rich or powerful as it had once been, it nevertheless was far greater by an immense order of magnitude than any neighbour, apart from Sasanian Persia, where the difference was less, if still in the Romans' favour. Although there was an emperor controlling the western provinces and another ruling the east, it remained essentially still one empire. The law was the same everywhere, and in general, rulings made in the name of one emperor were respected in the provinces administered by the other. At times, an emperor in the east aided one in the west, and vice versa, even if at other times there was suspicion, rivalry, and even open war. The empire was so old, so well established, that very few could truly imagine a world not dominated by Rome, and even fewer longed for such a world. Yet for all that, before the 5th century was done, Roman rule had ceased in the western half of the empire. How this happened is too long a story to tell here, and why it happened remains contentious and equally too broad a topic to discuss in any detail. Easier to see is the succession of dramatic moments marking its fall, even if it is not always simple to gauge the true impact of each one. In 410, Goths under Alaric, Successors and descendants of the victors at Adrianople were so frustrated in their attempts to negotiate a favourable settlement with Honorius that they sacked the city of Rome. The emperor was not there, as no emperor had resided in Rome for well over a century, and it was rare even for one to visit. The scale of the plundering, damage and violence was limited, but this was still the largest city in the known world, with a population of several 100,000, and there were not that many Goths. Yet the news shocked the wider world, most famously moving St. Augustine to begin work on his immense book, The City of God, explaining to stunned Romans that as Christians their true capital city would be in heaven. That he felt the need reveals something of the horror he and many others throughout the empire had felt, even though the Goths left within days and did not return. In some ways, the end of imperial rule in Britain appears to have made less impact on emotions in the wider empire, even though this meant a permanent loss of territory and resources, and also of the costs of garrison and administration. As warlords carved out kingdoms in Gaul and then Spain, this in turn meant further drops in the revenue going into the imperial system, as the kings took over taxation in each region. While they might be allies, they could not be controlled or replaced in the same way as Roman commanders and administrators. Africa was the greatest single loss of all, for its well-irrigated rural estates produced a large agricultural surplus, and with it great wealth, and its hardy population had for generations provided many recruits for the army. All of this was lost permanently, passing instead to the Vandal kings, and repeated attempts to recover the lost provinces failed, even when the Romans employed the combined resources of the Eastern and Western government. If the power and wealth of the Roman state in the West was to be measured on a graph, then it would resemble a series of steps down, as the sudden loss of a province caused an abrupt drop. After each disaster, imperial rule went along on a more or less even keel for a while until the next catastrophe. The overall trajectory was downward, and there was no significant recovery as the state grew weaker and weaker. In a sense, this had been true since the problems of the 3rd century, but by the 5th century the starting point was far lower, and each step down substantially bigger. Sometimes, especially under the able leadership of commanders like Stilicho and Aetius, things were stable for a while until they fell from favour and were killed. Then there was weakness until another general grabbed sufficient power to stabilize the situation, but each new man started from a weaker position. As the state's wealth and infrastructure declined, institutions, especially the army, withered away. More and more reliance was placed on allied contingents serving under their own chiefs and warlords. A mark of the essentially administrative and idealized nature of the Notitia Dignitatum is that it made no mention of these bands, including the Goths, who were already a significant force. Aetius, one of the strong men who kept the western half of the empire in being, had been a hostage of the Huns in his youth. This had the benefit that at times he was able to hire Hunnic allies, but the simple fact that he had had this experience says a good deal about the precarious balance of power in this era. The emperors in Italy, usually ruling from Ravenna in the north because it was fairly well defended by nature, took the brunt of the hard blows delivered to the empire in the 5th century, losing territory, revenue, and prestige. After taking Carthage in 439 and completing their conquest of North Africa, the Vandals overran Sicily, depriving the government of the revenues from yet another highly productive province. A combined invasion by the eastern and western navies and armies was prepared to recover the lost ground, but the emergence of other threats, notably tension with Persia, prevented it from being launched. In 442, a treaty grudgingly accepted the existence of the Vandal kingdom, although the unstable nature of Roman politics meant that the relationship was precarious. In 455, a Vandal army landed in Italy, killing an emperor, or usurper, since the man in question, Petronius Maximus, did not last long enough to gain widespread recognition, and subjecting Rome to a far more thorough sack than it had suffered at the hands of the Goths. More attempts were made to reconquer Africa from the Vandals, but again each ended in utter failure. Emperors rose and fell in rapid succession in the west, with the 5-year reign of Anthemius between 467 and 472 proving unusually long. He was executed after losing a conflict with Ricimer, his army commander. The last emperor in the west lasted barely a year. He was a boy, ironically enough called Romulus after Rome's founder, and soon nicknamed Augustulus or Little Augustus. Never more than a puppet, when his army commander father was killed in 476, he was deposed with little fuss and was not himself considered important enough to be worth killing. The new commander of the army, Odoacer, did not appoint a replacement and instead made himself king, ruling in Italy since there was not really any other territory left. His authority rested on military might, and he and at least some of his soldiers were Germanic Sciri, although all had been in Roman service for some time. What was left of the state continued to function as well as possible, and in Rome the Senate still met. Odoacer sent the imperial regalia to Constantinople as a gesture of finality and in the hope of acceptance of his rule. In 489, King Theodoric of the Ostrogoths, or East Goths, one of the groups to emerge inside the empire, invaded Italy and eventually overthrew Odoacer. The imperial government in Constantinople had encouraged the attack, although all it meant was replacing one king and dominant group with another. By the end of the 5th century, the Roman Empire in Italy and the western provinces was no more than a memory, while emperors continued to rule in Constantinople and would do so for another 1,000 years. This requires explanation, since at the beginning of the century there was little difference between the political and military systems in each area, but there was a marked contrast in fortunes. While the eastern provinces had suffered from the appearance of the Goths under Valens and the growing threat of the Huns until Attila decided to shift his attentions to the west, there had been far less permanent loss of territory. There was no equivalent in scale to the abandonment of Britain and the subsequent loss of the other European provinces, or of Africa and Sicily. This meant that in 500, the imperial government in Constantinople still controlled the bulk of the territory it had possessed in 400, and continued to have access to the revenue, manpower, and resources of these regions, even if these were diminished. The Sasanian Persians were a more organized and formidable opponent than any Western warlord and his army, with the possible exception of Attila at the height of his powers, whose capacity for rapid and widespread destruction was considerable. Yet Persia was also a more stable neighbour, far more predictable, with whom it was easier to negotiate and deal. For much of the 5th century, successive Sasanian rulers were too busy managing threats to the east and north, or internal disputes to seek major conflict with Rome. Peace with the neighbouring great power was desirable for both sides most of the time, so conflict was rare, brief, and did not involve major gains or losses of territory on either side. Much to everyone's surprise, the 7-year-old Theodosius II enjoyed a longer reign as emperor than anyone could remember, lasting until he died of injuries suffered when he fell from his horse in 450, aged 49. Even as an adult, Theodosius II tended to let others make most of the key decisions, whether it was ministers, commanders, court favourites, or, allegedly, both his mother and his wife. One reason for his long success was surely his willingness to be little more than a figurehead. Individuals rose for a while to dominance, but always felt the need to keep the emperor in power and to work in his name. Competition did not fatally weaken the regime, and much was achieved, notably the Theodosian law code, collecting and organizing past rulings. Twice there was conflict with Persia in 420 to 421 and 440 to 441. Neither involving heavy losses or expense, and the treaty ending each was capable of being presented as a victory. Attempts to aid the Western emperors, notably in successive efforts to deal with the Vandals, were hindered by the need to confront Persia and later the Huns. The military did not perform especially well in these years and was badly mauled by the Huns, especially after 445, when Attila became their sole leader. Armies were defeated, provinces ravaged and cities taken, but afterwards the army reformed and fortifications were rebuilt and improved. The 440s were a particularly difficult time, with earthquake and plague adding to the threats from outside. The imperial state survived, battered, sometimes bankrupt for the moment or militarily weak, but with its underlying structures more or less intact. Theodosius II had no son, so troops eventually proclaimed an aging officer named Marcian as emperor, who died in 457, again without a nominated heir. He was replaced by another senior officer in his 50s, Leo, who in turn was replaced by Zeno in 474, who ruled for 17 years before dying of dysentery. All three were mature men when they were raised to the imperial purple. All had held military rank, and all managed to die of natural causes at an advanced age. This was in stark contrast to the emperors in the West, although it should not conceal the succession of failures, defeats and challenges that the Eastern government faced. Under Theodosius II's successors, competition to control the emperor escalated more often into murder, open violence and civil war. Yet it never quite descended into the familiar cycle of usurpations, partly through luck and the ability of the emperors to survive. A Roman Empire took shape in the eastern Mediterranean, and after 476 it was the Roman Empire. At its heart was Constantinople, the new Rome, founded by Constantine. It was a city of great splendour with a population of several 100,000, smaller than Rome at its height, although still dwarfing anywhere apart from Alexandria and Antioch. In time, neither of these cities could quite compete with Constantinople's grandeur. Unlike Rome in later antiquity, emperors from the 5th century onwards chose to spend most of their lives in or near the city. In stark contrast to the pattern that had emerged under the Severans and crystallized under the Tetrarchy, emperors no longer led their armies on campaign, instead entrusting this responsibility to their commanders. If it risked creating a rival with a loyal army at his back, it had the considerable advantage of distancing the emperor from any failure, and also made it easier to wage war in more than one place at a time, assuming that troops and other resources were available. Emperors resided in Constantinople, giving the city an importance that Rome had lost long ago. There was a Senate, although it was no more meaningfully independent than it had been since the early days of the Principate. More importantly, there was the imperial court and the substantial bureaucracy surrounding it. A Praetorian prefect, long since divorced from his military role, presided over deputies in 5 dioceses, which in turn were subdivided into more than 40 provinces, covering the remaining empire. Other senior ministers, notably the Magister Officiorum, whose duties included running the court and supervising the immediate imperial bodyguard units, dealt with administration, including finances, correspondence, and legal cases. Altogether, there were enough civilian bureaucrats to amount to a small army, dressed in military-style uniforms with very clear symbols of rank and status, each of which brought pay and set rights. At the head, at least nominally, was the emperor, whose life was surrounded by intricate protocol, with public occasions marked by orchestrated displays of loyalty and reverence. Silks, gems, gold embroidery and other ornamentation were employed in elaborate costumes, highlighting the distinction between the emperor and all the grades of courtier. There was no longer any trace of the affable emperors like Augustus, who walked through the streets dressed like any other senator. Protocol and distinction were rigid and highly complex, especially to an outsider. This was also from the beginning a proudly Christian city, home of a Christian emperor who ruled a Christian empire. Many of the great buildings ornamenting Constantinople were churches, built as such from the start, rather than converted like some of those in Rome. From early on, probably before Constantine adopted the new faith, some bishops had been inclined to embrace the ornate dress and ceremony of state officials, and again this only became more pronounced with time. The claims to supremacy of the Bishop of Rome were hard to maintain once he lived in a city ruled by a barbarian king, so that in most practical terms the bishop in Constantinople stood at the head of the church in general, with the exception of the emperor and perhaps his family. Constantine had set the precedent of intervening in doctrinal matters and church regulation when he felt this necessary, and emperors continued to do this, presenting themselves as God's representatives and ideally working in harmony with the church's hierarchy. Points of doctrine, most of all the nature of the Trinity, continued to create bitter divisions, not simply among bishops and priests, but throughout society, since, after all, salvation depended on understanding the truth. Constantinople's population could be volatile and violent, whether from disputes over matters of faith or other grievances. Circus factions, the Blues and the Greens, originally supporters of teams of charioteers, grew into much larger organizations who could sometimes take sides or protest or riot on their own behalf. Tiberius's comment back in the 1st century that ruling the empire was like holding a wolf by the ears was never more true than in the 5th century and afterwards for the emperors in Constantinople, even though the system and society had in other respects changed so much. Constantinople gave the empire a single political, administrative and religious centre, one that was to all intents and purposes secure from threats from outside the empire. The fortifications of the city, already formidable, were reinforced under Theodosius II, and improved again when they were repaired after earthquakes in 437 and 447, when the circus factions organized massed labor to work on them in the face of the threat posed by Attila. If the border in Thrace was never fully secure, over time it became more and more heavily fortified, which reduced the chance of an enemy army reaching the capital. Rome itself was lost, at least for the moment, as were all the Latin-speaking provinces. The Roman Empire was now overwhelmingly Greek-speaking, at least in terms of the language of the educated elite. Emperors, and as far as we can tell, most of the population, still thought of themselves as Roman, so that the modern term Byzantine is not really appropriate, at least until the major changes that came after the great Arab conquests of the 7th century. Certainly the Persians continued to see their neighbours and rivals as Romans, and over time many people in Persia would come to remember even Alexander the Great as an emperor or king of Rome. Within the empire, Roman law in Latin continued to be the basis of litigation, and was employed in some other government activities and in military administration. If in day-to-day affairs it was supplanted by Greek, many formal documents continued to be written in Latin. Late in the 6th century, a manual of military drill and tactics written entirely in Greek still gave the words of command as transliterated Latin. Tradition was important. Rome and the Romans were special, chosen above other cities and peoples to expand and rule a vast empire. The new Rome of Constantinople was blessed, even more through its devotion to the one true God. It fostered and protected civilization, as well as Christianity, in its correct form, and also maintained just law and kept order, which in turn aided prosperity. The emperor, or at least the idea of the emperor and his authority, was central to this, placed there by God, recipient of the taxes that paid for this system and the army to protect it. The emperor, his ministers and generals, the bishops and the wider population all looked out on the world, certain of the superiority of their empire. Outside was barbarism, no law or bad law, and with rare exceptions, superstition, paganism, or heresy. The Persian Empire was less barbarous and more civilized than anyone else, but being more advanced and civilized than the rest still left them markedly inferior to Rome. The Sasanian Persians thought much the same about themselves. They were the centre of the world, leaders in the struggle on earth between the truth and the lie. The Romans were less chaotic and primitive than other peoples, while remaining markedly inferior. The King of Kings was meant to personify justice and the rule of good law. His ministers and commanders, including the regional kings, were similarly expected to govern well and fairly. Alongside them was the parallel hierarchy of priests and high priests, with the Mobad of Mobads at its head. Despite the seeming equivalence in a spiritual sense of his title, he was no more the equal of the King of Kings than a bishop was the equal of the emperor, and there were several strains of Zoroastrianism rather than a single uniform doctrine. Sasanian monarchs made clear that they were divinely appointed, and from the beginning maintained a priestly role. Priests sometimes acted as agents of the state, just as bishops sometimes did in the Roman Empire. In Persia, minority religions, including Christians and the Jewish community, were organized and had recognized leaders to help ensure that they paid their taxes and obeyed the King of Kings. Persecutions occurred, but were not constant and tended to target the leaders. There is every sign that the various traditions revering Mithra rather than the other Zoroastrian deities remained as strong in some areas as they had always been under the Arsacids. The Sasanian Empire developed a substantial administrative, judicial, and financial bureaucracy, as well as a more structured Zoroastrian church, although it is less clear how long this took. As far as we can tell from the limited evidence, by the late 4th century, if not before, a Sasanian King of Kings presided over a far more centralized state than any of his Arsacid predecessors. He also maintained a substantially greater full-time army, supplemented in more traditional ways during major wars by the contingents of kings, nobles, and allies. In time, permanent garrisons and fortifications significantly strengthened the empire's frontiers. In so many ways, the Roman and Persian empires had become alike by the end of the 5th century. Each was ruled by a single monarch, who maintained substantial armed forces and presided over a bureaucracy that by ancient standards was substantial and reasonably efficient. Each also had something like an established church, which was recognized by and supported the monarch, even if there were other religious groups within the empire. Even the difficulties they faced were similar, with frontiers threatened by raids and invasions, disputes within the religious organizations, and competition for influence and power between ministers, generals, and other supposed servants of the monarch and state. Succession to the throne was a regular problem, and an emperor or king of kings might be murdered or challenged by a rival backed by an army. In the case of the Persians, the field of potential challengers was at least restricted to members of the royal line, unlike the Romans, where almost anyone within the senior ranks of the army might be proclaimed. Neither system was perfect, and civil conflicts continued to break out. For all the similarities between the two empires, each was the product of a distinct society, culture, and tradition, so that while they did much the same sort of things, they tended to do them differently, in the way that seemed most natural to them. Sasanian monarchs never adopted a single capital, equivalent to Constantinople, instead moving between two or more royal cities in the traditional way, influenced by geography and climate. Even the points of greatest similarity may not have come from direct emulation. In earlier centuries, Romans had disdained the complex ceremony and pomp of Eastern royal courts, only to embrace such things under the Tetrarchy and afterwards. While it is possible that at times there was direct copying of institutions, symbols, and ideas by one empire from the other, most of the similarities probably were created independently in reaction to similar circumstances. A king of kings and an emperor could address each other as brother in a way unimaginable earlier, and diplomats talked of the empires as equals and natural friends, or as the two eyes of the world, or two lamps illuminating it. Such language was the sign of changed times, employed to ease negotiations, and in the hope that it would make it more palatable for the other side to accept the desired agreement. The 5th century saw a peace between Rome and Persia that was broken only by rare moments of tension and brief, limited conflicts. Nothing comparable to this had lasted so long since the 1st century, nor would it happen again. It occurred because it was convenient for leaders on both sides, and it was never tested by too great a crisis, or a monarch desperate for glory on a scale unavailable elsewhere. Both empires were faced with plenty of more pressing threats than competing with the other for dominance. In the first years of the 5th century, Arcadius wanted to do everything to ensure that in the event of his own death, his infant son Theodosius II would succeed him and then stay emperor. Although not mentioned in the meagre contemporary sources, later historians state that he appealed to Yazdgerd I of Persia to act as guardian to the boy and protect his rights. The King of Kings agreed, although in practical terms all this meant was sending an envoy to live in the imperial household at Constantinople. The Roman prince did not go to Persia, as so many Asacids had gone to Rome in earlier times, and the extent of Persian influence on the child, or on subsequent events, was probably limited. Theodosius II succeeded and enjoyed a long reign, so we cannot say how far Yazdgerd I might have been willing to go to ensure that this occurred and protect his ward in other circumstances. No doubt the Persian promise was a factor in securing the boy's rule, if one among many, and unlikely to have been the most significant. There was a brief conflict between Theodosius II and Persia around the time of Yazdgerd I's death in 420, although the timing may have been coincidental and had more to do with the Sasanian belief that the Romans were focused on the planned expedition against the Vandals, and therefore more likely to back down. The interests of individual monarchs and their empires were the driving force in international relations, and the language of brotherhood and friendship readily switched to threats and boasts of strength according to circumstances. Even so, Arcadius's appeal to his Persian counterpart and Yazdgerd I's favourable response do highlight the changing mood and the growing acceptance of a more or less equal balance of power between the two empires. Chapter 15. Soldiers, Walls, and Gold. Late 5th to early 6th centuries. However grudgingly, the Romans and Persians became willing to see each other as equals, or almost equals, which was not something they would even consider with other neighbours. Yet leaders and peoples did not need to be so strong or civilized to pose a threat. The two empires had frontiers that were long, and there were never sufficient resources to be strong everywhere. Settled populations, with the prosperity encouraged by the stable rule of emperor or king of kings, offered very tempting targets for small and large bands of warriors, just as they had always done. The raid remained the most common form of warfare, and this would hold true throughout much of the Middle Ages. As always, any successful attack encouraged more and larger onslaughts in the future. No one seems to have inspired as much terror in the settled populations of either empire than the various groups known to others as Huns. Ammianus was one of many authors to stress their ugliness as well as their savagery, although, oddly enough, no literary source mentions the practice of binding a child's skull to distort its shape, seen in a substantial minority of the remains in Hunnic graves. As is the case with so many peoples from the ancient world, the Huns never set down their own story, so they are only ever described as outsiders and usually as savage enemies. The label Hun was applied widely and freely, much like names such as Scythian or Celt in earlier periods, making it very hard to understand the true identities of various groups and their relationship with each other. Similarly, attempts to identify nomadic warriors mentioned in Chinese sources with tribes appearing further west, generations, sometimes centuries later, are intriguing but involve considerable leaps of faith. The simple truth is that relatively little is known for certain about the Huns, or to what extent any of the groups to appear were ethnically based. Leaders like Attila proved highly successful at absorbing others. For instance, Goths and other Germanic peoples, most of them settled in agricultural communities, and included contingents of these in his armies. An army of Huns may often have included a wide variety of warriors, with only some, perhaps a minority, fighting in the traditional way of nomadic horse archers. The Chionitai, or Red Huns, have already appeared in our story during the siege of Amidar in 359, and continued to play a role for some time. Sometimes they are referred to as Kushans, since they had seized the territory of the old Kushan kingdom, which is another reminder of the vagueness of ethnic terms used to describe other peoples. At some point the Hephthalites, or White Huns, appeared on the northeastern frontiers of Sasanian Persia. One source described them as being lighter-skinned than other Huns, which might explain the name, unless he was simply rationalizing from one to the other. All groups labelled as Huns appear to have begun as nomadic societies that produced warriors who covered ground quickly, using surprise and ambush as much as direct force. They were horsemen and archers, just like the Saka and others from earlier periods, including the first Arsacids. By the 4th century, Huns tended to wield an especially powerful composite bow, usually asymmetric, the stave above the warrior's hand larger than below, so that it was easier to handle on horseback. This was designed to drive an arrow with great force at relatively close range, rather than pepper the target from a distance. Tactics were essentially the same as those used by horse archers in the past, wearing the enemy down and avoiding close contact until these enemies were scattered or otherwise weakened. In essence, this was the well-established way of fighting for the steppe peoples. In the right circumstances, it continued to prove devastatingly effective, while the strategic mobility of bands of horsemen meant that their raids could reach deep and often surprise the defenders, spreading terror over a wide area. Even when leaders took over settled populations and the nomads began to become more settled in their lifestyle, they are still depicted as fighting in the same manner. There were 3 ways of dealing with such a threat, or indeed one posed by any other tribal people tempted to attack. The first was to bribe them, sending gold or whatever else the leaders valued. Perhaps this was presented as gifts or as payment for some service, but in essence it was the same as the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of England paying Danegeld to keep Viking armies away, or small businesses giving protection money to the mafia. Once the principle was established, ending such payment was likely to provoke an especially ferocious onslaught as reprisal. There was also never anything to prevent arbitrary increases in the amount demanded, while, by its nature, a willingness to pay encouraged other war leaders in other regions to seek a similar deal. In contrast, the second option was to use military force to dominate the potential raiders. This was likely to be more expensive in the short term, but offered glory, and was clearly a more honourable way to deal with the threat. Yet it was not always easy to strike a decisive blow against any Huns, even when they had become more settled, and there was always the risk that they would outwit and maul or even destroy an invading force. At best, they might be persuaded or forced to submit, but such an object lesson was likely to need repeating in the future, not least because burning crops and seizing livestock were bound to fuel hatred and the desire for revenge. Finally, there was the option of defence and fortification to protect vulnerable communities from raids, making it as difficult as possible for attackers to reach their targets and then return home with their loot. By its very nature, this was another costly solution, since anything built had to be maintained and garrisoned for as long as the threat persisted. It also meant putting in place defences to protect every vulnerable region. Otherwise, attackers simply sought out the gaps and weak spots. None of the options was cheap, and none was guaranteed to work on its own. Throughout their history, the Romans, the Parthians, and the Persians made use of all three methods, usually in combination, the emphasis varying depending on the wider condition of the empire at the time. Roman walls and frontier systems are well documented, even if scholars continue to debate the question of what they were designed to achieve and how well they did it. By the end of the 5th century, Hadrian's Wall, by far the most famous military monument left by the Romans, had not been under imperial control or fully maintained for generations. The same was true of the ditches, stockades, and lines of forts along the Rhine and much of the Danube, or in North Africa, although efforts were made to protect the areas on and behind the Danube that were still under control. Cities there were heavily fortified, Constantinople most of all. Even so, in the early 6th century, a great wall was constructed some 43 miles, or 65 kilometres, west of the imperial capital, stretching from one side of the peninsula to the other. Known as the Anastasian Wall, after the emperor who had it built, like any other fortification, it was only useful if it was kept in a good state and properly garrisoned and supported by other troops, and this was only possible if the resources and determination of central government were devoted to the task. During the course of the 5th century, most of the forts and fortlets on the desert frontier of the Syrian and Arabian provinces, the old line of the Strata Diocletiana, were allowed to decay. The majority of these bases were abandoned, while the remainder appear to have been manned by no more than token garrisons. In contrast, the Persians created a number of new defensive systems, although since these are only known through archaeology, it is hard to know which monarchs were responsible and the sequence in which they were created and developed. Most striking of all is the Gorgan Wall, which lay east of the Caspian Sea, running for some 130 miles, 195 kilometres, from its shore to the mountains. The considerable variation in the depth of the Caspian Sea over the centuries means that we cannot be certain where the shoreline lay in the 5th century, or judge how much of the wall now lies beneath its waters. In recent years, archaeological explorations of the fortification have made clear that it is Sasanian, and have given remarkable insights into its construction. The engineers appear to have begun by digging a deep ditch along most of the length of the planned wall. They then diverted water from the closest rivers to fill this as a moat. The spoil from the excavations was mixed with some of this water to make clay, which was turned into bricks, which were then baked in ovens built at short intervals along its length. Each brick was some 16 by 16 by 4 inches, or 40 by 40 by 10 centimetres, in size, and weighed about 44 pounds, or 20 kilograms. There is no sign of any foundations, but the wall itself was very regular, 6 feet 6 inches, or 2 metres, wide, and at the very least 10 feet, 3 metres, high. Very few of the bricks remain in place, having been stolen and reused over the centuries, like the vast majority of the stones of Hadrian's Wall. There are other similarities with the earlier Roman structure, for the Persian wall also had forts along its length, 30 of which have been identified. Geophysical work at one of them located 6 barrack blocks, each with 24 pairs of rooms, or even more if the strongly built structures had more than one story. Those undertaking the field work suspect that there were originally 8 such blocks, and on the basis that the other similarly sized forts had a similar layout and drawing parallels with Rome, suggested a garrison size for the entire wall of some 30,000 men. Curiously enough, that is similar to the theoretical troop numbers for the forts of Hadrian's Wall at their height. However, unlike Roman army bases of the 1st to 3rd centuries, the surveyed Persian fort showed little or no trace of other buildings, such as granaries, hospitals, headquarters, and houses. Even more distinctive are the large, strongly fortified enclosures dubbed campaign bases by the team working on the wall. Some 40 hectares or so in size, these show no traces of internal buildings, although work in one revealed what appeared to be bases for rows of tents, with slight ditches to help keep them drained. The Gorgan Wall is testament to the immense effort Sasanian monarchs were willing to devote to securing a frontier area, and there are signs of increased cultivation of the land to its south, which suggest that it was successful. Although none match it in sheer scale, the Gorgan Wall was far from unique, and the Sasanians constructed several other lines of fortification, most notably to the west of the Caspian Sea, to guard the narrow coastal plain, and also in the passes through the Caucasus. Designs and material vary. One wall was strengthened by a large number of towers, something so far unknown on the Gorgan Wall. Some structures began as mud brick, only to be replaced in stone or fired bricks at some later stage. All appear to have been first erected in the 5th or early 6th centuries and demonstrate the engineering skill of the Sasanians. For instance, one weak sector of the Gorgan Wall was reinforced by damming a river to create a lake. Yet for all that we have learned in recent years about these Sasanian frontier fortifications, many mysteries remain. Some are minor. The Gorgan Wall was wide enough to have had a walkway on top, but we do not know whether it actually had one, a subject that remains debated with regard to Hadrian's Wall. The forts along it suggest a highly organized and permanent garrison, presumably of full-time soldiers, and this is also true for the other frontier lines. At least some were infantrymen, to act as guards to the forts and walls themselves, although a significant proportion were surely cavalry, or capable of fighting on horseback as well as on foot. Around a quarter of the Hadrian's Wall garrisons were horsemen in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, and the traditional emphasis on cavalry in Persian and Parthian warfare makes it likely that the numbers were as high or higher along their frontiers. Walls were never meant to be impenetrable barriers, but bases for aggressive defence, patrolling and diplomacy, and cavalry significantly increased the reach of the garrison and its speed of response. The large campaign bases lack internal buildings, which does not suggest permanent occupation by the sort of numbers they were capable of accommodating. Archaeologists working on them have wondered whether they were built to shelter the men who built the wall in the first place, or for troops to protect the labourers. Another idea was that these were used by field armies, assembled whenever it was felt necessary to bolster the garrisons on the wall itself, or to mount a campaign beyond it, and it is perfectly possible that the bases were used both during the initial building phase and later on. Given the substantial scale of the walls and towers forming these enclosures, they were designed to be used for a long time, even if only occasionally. They have much in common with the vast high-walled enclosure at Kale-Iraj, not far from modern Tehran, the construction of which has now been dated to the Sasanian era, sometime around the late 4th or early 5th century. Its curtain wall still stands in places almost 50 feet, 14.97 metres high, had towers to provide even higher platforms, and was wide enough at the base to accommodate hundreds of rooms. Covering some 175 hectares, it dwarfs any Roman military base, or indeed any other similar structure from the classical world. Positioned in the empire's heartland, it is far from any external threat, but lies close to several of the major routes leading to different regions. The suggestion that this was a secure and very grand gathering place when the King of Kings mustered a great army makes a good deal of sense. On a lesser, if still substantial, scale, the campaigning bases served a similar purpose as walled enclosures became tented cities for leaders, soldiers, horses, and other animals. Perhaps they also acted as depots, where food and fodder could be gathered in advance, as well as equipment, for instance arrows, which were bulky and likely to be needed in great quantity on any campaign. The 6th century Roman historian Procopius claimed that when a Persian army mustered, each man dropped an arrow into a basket and retrieved one when the army broke up at the end of a campaign, so that the ones left over were seen as an indication of casualties. In contrast to the Roman emperor by this time, the King of Kings led any major campaign in person, and judging from stories of the harem being captured after defeats, much of the royal court usually accompanied him. This, and the space required for mounts and other animals, makes it difficult to judge the maximum number of fighting men, as opposed to non-combatants that might have sheltered within the walls of Calais-Irage or the campaign bases. Depending on circumstances, each place could also function as a mustering point and base for smaller field forces than their full capacity. The emergence of all this archaeological evidence in recent years has overthrown many long-standing assumptions about the Sasanian state and its military organization. In the main, these ideas had been based on the literary and therefore Roman sources. The new evidence allows us to make better sense of the information from elsewhere, including the Greco-Roman literature, and gain a far better appreciation of the Sasanian Empire's strength. The scale and sophistication of frontier defences like the Gorgan Wall came as a surprise, even though there was plenty of evidence for large-scale engineering projects, such as canal and irrigation systems, and the construction of cities and palaces. These show the same technical skill and ability to gather and direct a very large labour force. It is interesting that the engineers working on the Gorgan Wall made such use of canals, since this was something very well understood by the Sasanians. Just who provided the labour force is unknown, so that we cannot say whether the work was predominantly or entirely civilian, or whether the troops who would form the first garrisons played a role. These garrisons suggest that the Sasanian King of Kings maintained tens of thousands of full-time soldiers at all times, assuming estimates for the garrison of the Gorgan Wall were reflected in other frontier installations. There is no direct reference to so many professional soldiers in the Roman sources, which may simply be because the Romans never encountered them, since they never reached these areas. Stripping other frontiers of troops to send to the west would have been very dangerous for any Sasanian monarch to contemplate. If anything, the sheer scale of these frontier works acts as a reminder that the Romans were just one of the threats faced by the Sasanians, and the Parthians before them, and rarely the most serious one. On the whole, scholars have assumed that the Sasanians, like the Arsacids before them, did not maintain a large standing army, and instead raised troops for each campaign, combining royal troops, contingents provided by local kings, although there were fewer of these as time passed, the household troops of the great noble families, and allied contingents, who also often served under the command of their own leaders. All of these elements do appear in the armies of the 5th and 6th centuries. Just as the king of the Chionitai served Shapur II at Amida, there is plentiful evidence for other allied contingents, often described as Huns. The continued prominence of families like the Suren, Karen and Mihran is also clear. Clay seals, which survive in some quantity, even though the official letters and documents they once marked have been lost, bear the names of men from these and the other Arsacid great families, while later tradition portrays them as providing almost all the senior ministers and army commanders. At times, one individual or clan became more dominant, but the picture is of constant competition to gain influence and to serve the King of Kings in the most senior and distinguished roles. These families continued to dominate their old heartlands, where royal cities were rare and provided substantial numbers of soldiers when requested. Overall, the evidence from the frontiers reveals that there were far more professional soldiers, presumably in the service of the King of Kings, which may mean that the royal component of the army was larger, and consisted of more permanent units than we have assumed. In the 6th century, Procopius mentions an elite body of cavalry called the Immortals, a name invoking the 10,000 picked infantry of 5th century BC Achaemenid kings, although whether the Romans or Sasanians were trying to invoke the classical past is hard to say. There may well have been other substantial contingents of professional soldiers available to form the nucleus of a field army. The Romans of the 6th century, including Procopius, who served on the staff of a leading general and saw Persian armies at first hand, remained unimpressed with Sasanian infantry, at least when it came to pitched battles. If there were drilled and disciplined infantrymen in the service of the King of Kings, then these were either kept in distant garrisons or formed no more than a small minority of the foot soldiers in any field army. There is little mention of war elephants in the sources for the 5th century, although they reappear in the 6th. Instead, cavalry dominated Persian field armies, and the only ones who really mattered on the battlefield were the close-formation armoured horsemen, with lighter troops marginalised to a support role. The standard horseman wore armour from head to toe, and at least in the front ranks was likely to ride an armoured horse. Yet unlike the cataphracts of earlier centuries, he was first and foremost an archer. Persian cavalry were known for the rapidity with which they shot arrows from their composite bows. Combined with massed formations, this meant sending a focused cloud of arrows at their opponents, often for a long time, wearing them down before closing to fight with kontos, or more often a straight longsword or heavy club. Discipline was important, the units acting as formations rather than individuals, and each one maintaining its place in the line, giving mutual support. Sasanian tactics were careful and deliberate. They liked to attack the Romans near noon, believing them to be less able to cope with the heat and at their weakest after taking an early breakfast. The Sasanians aimed at hammering an enemy for some time with close-range arrow fire before mounting a controlled attack. Nothing, especially pursuit, was supposed to be done too quickly or at all recklessly. The trend for Roman and Sasanian methods of waging war to grow ever more alike was especially pronounced in the 6th century. Overall, the Roman army continued to be composed predominantly of close-order infantry. However, many of these were employed as more or less fixed garrisons, so that an army operating on campaign tended to have a higher proportion of cavalry. At the end of the century, the Strategikon, a military manual attributed to the Emperor Maurice, could envisage a field force entirely of horsemen, even though it expected most armies to be a balanced mixture of horse and foot. In battle, the infantry formed dense blocks, behind which retreating cavalry could rally. The front ranks had large shields and spears, as well as helmets and cuirasses, but to the rear some of the men were archers, shooting over the heads of those in front. While infantry formations did play an important role in some of the battles of this era, whether against the Persians or other opponents, they do not seem ever to have attacked, and instead were there to resist any onslaught from the enemy. The offensive arm was the cavalry, fighting in close formation, with the men and sometimes the horses armoured. A range of weapons were employed, but many units had the first few ranks equipped with composite bows. They carried fewer arrows than their Sasanian counterparts, and were unable to shoot as quickly, although they believed that their missiles struck with greater force. An enemy was to be weakened with arrows before a charge went in, but on balance, the Romans stressed shock action more than the Sasanians, although this was really a question of degree. Both emphasized the need for good order and discipline, even if this proved harder to achieve in practice than in theory. Like the Persians, the Romans also made considerable use of allied contingents, especially Huns and others who fought in a similar style. Tactically, Roman and Sasanian armies appear evenly matched, with, if anything, a slight advantage to the latter. The same was true of siege warfare, and sieges remained far more common than open battle. During assaults, the main attacks had to be launched on foot, and Roman infantry played a full part in these. For the Sasanians, many cavalrymen may have fought dismounted, although it is just possible that Persian infantry was entrusted with and capable of performing more aggressive actions at sieges compared to pitched battles. If anything, the Persian siegecraft appears more effective than Roman, even though the advantage was not so great that it was decisive. Sieges remained difficult, time-consuming enterprises, costly in material and lives, where success was never guaranteed. Little is known about the engineers who supervised these works on either side. The Romans had long since abandoned the practice of building marching camps on campaign, so these later generations of soldiers had less practice at digging and building than their predecessors. Engineers tended to be specialists, recruited and paid by the state, for too much was at stake if they got things wrong. There were no solid lines of fortification where Roman and Sasanian territory met, although there does appear to have been a ditch and rampart for long stretches in the south, where the Persian Empire's directly governed land edged on the desert. Yet there were heavily fortified cities which needed to be garrisoned and their defences maintained. No form of security came cheaply, and just like the Roman emperor, the King of Kings spent far more on defence and warfare than anything else. Large numbers of full-time soldiers needed to be fed, equipped and rewarded, whether through salary or payment in kind. Wars to dominate an opponent were sometimes profitable, but conquest was rare in this period, so it did not provide a way to let the army pay for itself. In each empire, the bureaucratic system to raise income from taxation, tolls and other levies to support the army was far from perfect, making the task harder. There is evidence that some of the noblemen and other leaders within the Sasanian Empire were paid or awarded the revenue from the local regions in set amounts for each soldier they were obliged to provide to the King of Kings, but that some took the income without actually maintaining the full complement of men. Similar peculation had long been common within the Roman Empire. By the end of the 5th century, the Romans appear to have abandoned conscription, something always difficult to enforce, and relied instead upon volunteers to provide soldiers. This meant that service had to be made attractive to draw good recruits in sufficient numbers. Even so, some units were most likely heavily understrength for long periods of time, which meant a saving for the state, assuming that the Romans were not, like the Persians, paying commanders for troops who did not exist. There are signs that many of the limitanii were allowed to become something like part-time soldiers. Papyri show that many of the men in one unit stationed in Egypt were actively engaged in other trades. The state paid them less while allowing them to support themselves and their families by other means. These soldiers were still probably an adequate force for local policing or to perform a static role in the unlikely event of war, but they would have been more difficult to integrate into a field army. Egypt was one of the least vulnerable parts of the empire, at least when it came to the risk of major invasion, so perhaps it was felt less important to maintain the limitanii there in a state of constant readiness. More than likely, the treatment of these units varied from province to province, depending on the local situation. Standing armies are, and were by their very nature, expensive, and wealthy though the Roman and Sasanian empires were, their resources were far from unlimited, even when those resources were managed efficiently. Since we know far more about the Romans, it is easier to see corruption, incompetence, and neglect on their side, but there is no reason to believe that the Sasanians were very different in these regards, while both empires were periodically weakened by internal power struggles. Each empire possessed a sophisticated military machine that could be highly effective in pitched battle and was skilled in attacking or defending fortifications, as well as waging war through raids. Each army had at least a corps of soldiers who were highly trained, disciplined, and obedient to command, and each had the capacity to supply field forces on campaign. No system is perfect, so some contingents and entire armies were less organized and efficient than the ideal. Estimates for the total number of soldiers in the Roman Empire vary, although some scholars argue for a force of over 300,000 men, close to the total force for the entire United Empire in the 1st and early 2nd centuries. While these scholars would admit that this was a theoretical number for the men who should have been in service, there remains a tendency to assume that units were normally at something close to their full strength. Since this does not appear to have been true in the more stable days of the Principate, it seems even less likely for the 5th and 6th centuries. Even scholars inclined to such high estimates of the size of the army in this period acknowledge that the vast majority of soldiers were tied to one station as garrison troops or their supports. Field armies tended to be small, equivalent to the sort of force a single military province might have fielded in the 1st or 2nd century. The Strategikon considered a force of 15,000 to 20,000 men to be an unusually large army, although it is clear from historical narratives that the biggest Roman armies were invariably those tasked with facing the Sasanians. Even so, neither the Roman forces nor the Persians facing them ever appear to have been huge. Some long-standing trends became even more pronounced in the 5th and 6th centuries. In the days of Augustus and his successors, the empire struggled to find sufficient resources to deal with two major conflicts simultaneously. Major in the sense that they required substantial resources of men and material from outside the province involved. Ultimately, as the chaos of the 3rd century degraded the effectiveness of the army and profoundly changed the command structure of the provinces and their garrisons, any major war required the emperor to supervise the war effort in person. Experiments with more than one emperor followed, although there never seemed to have been quite enough troops, resources, and emperors, or that rarest of commodities, trusted commanders, to deal with every crisis that popped up. Part of this was the difficulty of winning conflicts quickly, as seen in the 6-year struggle with the Goths that began in 376. Similarly, through the centuries, Arsacid and Sasanian monarchs frequently sought peace with Rome so that they could deal with threats elsewhere, most notably on their other frontiers. Sheer distance was part of this. Armies could not switch quickly from one front to another when they were on opposite sides of the empire, but it was also a question of resources. In the 5th or early 6th century, the Sasanians invested heavily in frontier defences like the Gorgan Wall. This was expensive in the short term and created ongoing costs in the long term, while hopefully reducing the amounts needing to be spent on aggressive campaigns or subsidies to the tribes. All three methods of dealing with threats continued to be used, and it was more a question of changing balance. Royal revenue and resources did not substantially increase during these years. Considerable effort was made to profit from the long-distance trade from India and beyond. Even though the collapse of the Western Roman Empire drastically reduced the markets for such goods, profits were still substantial, well worth competition to control them. We read of Sasanian merchants excluding their Roman counterparts from most Indian ports. Both empires did their best to dominate the communities around the Arabian Gulf and on the east coast of Africa, competing to control and benefit the most from the trade routes. In the 6th century, Roman monks managed to smuggle silkworms from China back to the empire, although it would be a while before their cultivation led to a substantial industry producing homegrown silk. Imperial authorities benefited from all this trade, even if much of the effort, and probably profit, went to the entrepreneurs responsible. Wealthy though the empires were, their resources struggled to match their military ambitions, and they came under particular pressure whenever threats increased, more than one threat flared up at the same time, or conflicts proved difficult to win. One alternative to funding and doing everything themselves was to rely on allies beyond the borders. Subsidies to aid them were considerably cheaper than fighting wars directly, but this came with a lack of control. Allies could prove ineffective, fickle, or suddenly hostile. Both Romans and Sasanians came to rely heavily on Arab groups in the southern desert. For the Romans, this probably allowed the neglect of the old line along the Strata Diocletiana, whereas the Sasanians appear to have maintained a linear defence on their side. In the past, scholars were content to speak of two major powers among the Arab tribes, the pro-Sasanian Lakhmids and pro-Roman Ghassanids, but it is now clear that this is far too simplistic. Instead, the empires tied themselves to dynastic houses, who managed to establish a degree of control over large numbers of other groups. In contrast, the annexation of most of Armenia and parts of the Iberian and Georgian kingdoms by the Sasanians removed the allies and gave the Persians direct control of and responsibility for threats to the key routes through the mountains, hence the subsequent construction of frontier defences. As had been seen in 395, failure to defend the passes permitted raiders like the Huns to attack into both Roman and Persian territory. A theme running throughout the 5th century and beyond was the Sasanian assertion that since the defences in this region protected both empires, the Romans should help to maintain them. This was not entirely new, since centuries before Vespasian had declined an Abbasid request for similar cooperation, but now, with Armenia partitioned, the borders of the two empires were joined, and the threat was more immediate to both. Again and again, Sasanian ambassadors asked the Roman emperor to contribute. Sending troops was mentioned, and one source speaks of an agreement for each empire to provide the other with 300 fully equipped cavalry on request, but this appears to be garbled, since this was an oddly small number. More practically, the King of Kings wanted gold, ostensibly to help meet the cost of frontier defence. Opinion is divided over whether there was ever a formal treaty in which the Romans promised to meet this demand on a regular or even annual basis. Several payments are recorded, and each side may have presented them differently. For the Roman emperor this was a mark of goodwill and friendship, on a fitting scale for the only other civilized empire in the world, but it was not tribute paid to a stronger rival and potential enemy as the price of peace. The Sasanians understandably presented it as just that, at least to the home audience, and were skilled at pressing hardest for such gifts when the Romans were preoccupied with other problems, most notably the disastrous expeditions against the Vandals in the 5th century. The Sasanians were not always in a position to take advantage of Roman weakness, having many problems of their own during the course of the 5th century. Yazdgerd I was dubbed the Sinner in later tradition, apparently for offending some of the vested interests within his empire, especially the high priests and the main noble clans, who, apart from the Suren, did not figure much in his reign. Following his death in 420, there was a power struggle to determine who would succeed him. One son was proclaimed king and swiftly killed. His replacement came from a different branch of the Sasanian royal house, but in turn failed to last very long before he was overthrown, and another son of Yazdgerd I, Bahram V, became King of Kings. Unlike his father, who had treated religious minorities well, he began to persecute Christian leaders, many of whom fled to the Roman Empire. Persian demands to have them returned were rebuffed, leading to the brief conflict of 420 to 421, while the Romans were preoccupied with the West. After a few Sasanian victories, peace was negotiated, and among other things the Romans made one of their contributions to the defence of the Caspian Gates. The Persian Christians returned home with the promise that they would not be arrested, and official suspicion of them was greatly reduced a few years later when a Persian church was created, separate from Rome, a divide reinforced when doctrinal differences grew more significant in later years. Bahram V also attempted to impose Zoroastrianism on the Armenians in a bid to bring them under greater control, something which few Armenian kings, let alone outsiders, had ever managed to achieve. The result was rebellion, until a mixture of force and compromise brought some degree of stability. There was also warfare against Huns, perhaps Hephthalites, in the northeast of the empire. His son, Yazdgerd II, succeeded to the throne in 438, and a little later began a war with the Romans, who once again were focused on attempts to deal with the Vandals. After 2 years of very limited fighting, a Roman general was sent as envoy and approached in such a respectful way, coming on foot and with little or no escort, that a peace was accepted. Both sides pledged not to build any new fortified places near the frontier between the two empires, nor to suborn each other's Arab allies further south. Another reason the King of Kings accepted this deal was that conflict had broken out with the same Huns who had fought against his father. After several years of fighting, they were again persuaded to submit, allowing Yazdgerd II to turn to a fresh rebellion in Armenia, fueled by efforts to convert the population. The rebels suffered a major defeat in 451, but there was little relief as the Huns returned to the warpath, and others threatened the lands east of the Caspian Sea. Most likely this means that the Gorgan Wall had not yet been built, and it helps to explain why it was felt necessary. Years of campaigning proved indecisive, and Yazdgerd II died in 457. 2 of the dead monarch's sons competed to succeed him, backed by different factions within the noble families. One of them was crowned and ruled for almost 2 years before he was defeated and executed when his brother Peroz became King of Kings, backed in particular by the Mihran family, who over time supplanted the Suren in monopolizing high office. Peroz managed to put down a rebellion in Albania and made some concessions in the hope of settling Armenia into a better state, but he was to be repeatedly challenged by nomad groups, especially the Hephthalites, although other sources speak of Kidarite Huns. Rumours and reports of these campaigns reached the Romans, even though they may not fully have understood the details of the conflict. In 469, Peroz and his army suffered a heavy defeat after the Huns feigned flight, luring them into a trap. Procopius says that the King of Kings agreed to prostrate himself before the Hephthalite king as a sign of submission, for the Persian Magi had told him that he could pretend to perform the act at dawn, when it was normal for him to bow before the rising sun. Whether or not this was simply a tall tale of the Persians for the Romans' proverbial cunning, Peroz paid the enemy a large sum of gold, swore to keep the peace, and left one of his sons as surety. Rebellions erupted once more in Armenia and Georgia, partly inspired by factional struggles within the nobility of each region. The rebels allied with each other, but the bond proved fragile. After heavy campaigning, the Georgians capitulated, but a victory over the Armenians failed to end resistance altogether, and around 482, Peroz's attentions turned back to the Hephthalites. Once again, he advanced against them with an army, and once again he failed to understand that when a nomadic army retreated, it need not be a sign of fear. In 484 he fell into another ambush, literally according to Procopius, who claimed that the Huns dug deep trenches which they concealed with brushwood. The King of Kings was killed, along with most of his sons and many noblemen. Before this last campaign, there is a reasonable chance that it was Peroz who ordered the building of the Gorgan Wall, given the trouble the region was causing him. His offensive may have been launched from it, perhaps even using one or more of the campaign bases as the starting point. Like other Arsacids and Sasanians, and indeed the Achaemenid Cyrus the Great, Peroz paid the price for underestimating the skill of nomadic warriors. Peroz's brother, Balash, was proclaimed in his place. He paid a large sum to the Hephthalites to buy peace and made concessions in Armenia, including the demolition of fire temples recently set up there and granting the Christian population freedom to worship to end the rebellion. A challenger soon appeared, perhaps another brother or son of Peroz, and was defeated, ironically enough, with the aid of the former Armenian rebels. In 488, Kavad I, the son left as hostage with the Hephthalites, returned with an army composed of Hunnic allies and discontented noblemen and overthrew his uncle. Just as the empire's political leaders were divided, members of the religious hierarchy, who often came from the same families, faced a major crisis with the emergence of a movement known as the Mazdakites. Details are unclear from the wealth of subsequent condemnation, and they are much debated by scholars, but presumably the leader, Mazdak, preached what he presented as a purer, reformed version of the Zoroastrian faith. It is hard to know what to make of claims that he and his followers believed that property, including wives, should be held in common, but one aspect of the cult may well have been a rejection of the traditional class system, which largely kept families in the same status generation after generation. Kavad I seems to have favoured the movement, so much so that in 496 he was deposed and imprisoned by more traditionally minded figures at court. His brother was named King of Kings, but did not last long. Kavad I escaped, one story claiming that he did so disguised as one of his wives, who had visited him faithfully. She donned his clothes and took her place in his cell to hide his escape for as long as possible. He went back to the Hephthalites, who backed him with an army, so that he returned to reclaim the throne in 498. This support from the Hephthalites came at an immense price, which after so many years of defeat and infighting, royal funds were unable to meet. Kavad I sent envoys to the Romans asking that they make a new contribution to the defence of the northern passes. The Emperor, Anastasius I, refused to give a gift, and instead offered a loan, until his advisers convinced him that even this was unwise. Their view was that it was not in Constantinople's interest to ensure good relations between the Sasanians and Hephthalites. Kavad I's problems grew as fresh rebellion broke out in Armenia, and there were risings in other parts of the empire. The King of Kings needed to assert his authority, and most of all was desperate for funds, and his mind soon turned to an attack on the Roman provinces. In the past, threats and limited military action had forced concessions from the Romans, and if this did not, then a more concerted effort offered the prospect of rich plunder from the many cities of the region. Kavad I moved first against the Armenian rebels, beating them into submission and recruiting a sizable contingent to reinforce his army and act as hostages. He persuaded the Hephthalites to send him more men and the other rebel groups in the empire to join his army, promising recompense from the spoils of victory. By the summer of 502, he was ready, and he turned a pacification expedition to Persian-controlled Armenia into a sudden invasion of the Roman province of Armenia. The Romans were not ready. In the short term, this was probably because they did not think that Kavad I was strong enough to attack them. More importantly, a century of largely unbroken peace had fostered complacency. City walls and other defences were neglected and left unrepaired, and garrisons had been depleted as troops were needed elsewhere, or simply considered an expensive and non-essential luxury. Kavad I took two of the main cities in Roman Armenia, helped by the probable treachery of a commander who defected and acquired two Persian wives before he was allowed to return to the empire at the end of the war. The King of Kings then surprised the Romans again by heading south instead of west and attacking Amida, which led to another epic siege. Soldiers are barely mentioned in our sources, but the civilian volunteers managed a stubborn and skillful defence. Rather than repeat the fatal mistake made during the 4th century siege, the defenders used a tunnel to undermine the Persians' siege mound. Yet Kavad I was determined. Even though summer had passed and autumn was failing, making conditions for the besiegers ever harder. After 97 days and considerable loss of life, the Sasanians stormed Amida, sacking the city. Most of the survivors were taken off as slaves, and only a few were left to support the garrison installed by the King of Kings. Only then, with a major victory and some plunder, if nowhere near enough to solve his financial problems, Kavad I withdrew to pass the rest of the winter. He had made his determination very clear. Yet Anastasius I still did not back down, and instead mustered a large force, probably the largest seen in the east since Julian's expedition, with troops drawn from his main field armies. One source gives a total of 52,000 men, although most scholars see this as too high, and suggest somewhere between 30,000 and 40,000 as a more likely total. No overall commander was appointed, partly because the troops were not envisaged as a single field force, and partly because of the inherent reluctance of emperors to entrust any general with too much power. A glance at some of the men holding more or less equal authority helps to illustrate the dangers of this. One of them was the former son-in-law of a Western emperor, not that the Western Empire existed anymore. Another was Justin, who would in fact be proclaimed emperor when Anastasius I died in 518. Then there was an officer who, in just a few years' time, rebelled in an unsuccessful bid to seize the imperial purple. A couple of senior men were noted as descendants of Goths who had not gone to the west. Like many army officers, they were of barbarian stock, although there is no indication that this made them any more or less capable and loyal. Their soldiers were also very mixed. Many would prove to be poorly disciplined, although this was widespread and not associated with any particular troop type or ethnic group. The Roman counter-offensive achieved very little. The movements of the various columns were poorly coordinated and sometimes lacking in determination. A siege of Amida was begun, then abandoned when news came that another force was threatened, but by the time the relief force arrived, they discovered that the others had fled in great haste. The siege was renewed without success, and no more was achieved in a more determined effort to take Nisibis, which had always proved a tough nut for any attacker to crack. Several engagements ended in Roman defeats, and near the end of the summer, Kavad I and his main army struck again, but they found that this time the defenders were better prepared. While the King of Kings won some minor victories, the main cities, such as Constantia, Edessa, and Callinicum, defied him, which meant that he withdrew at the end of the year without getting much of the treasure he needed to make the war worthwhile. Arab allies raided the southern Syrian provinces and plundered widely, largely because many troops had been moved from there to support the main Roman effort in Mesopotamia. The war was not going as either side had hoped. Anastasius I greatly improved the situation by appointing an overall commander to supervise the war effort, choosing a man with an administrative background rather than campaigning experience. He proved competent and gave a far greater sense of purpose to operations, which soon became more aggressive. Matters improved for the Romans even more when, early in 504, Kavad I was forced to turn and deal with heavy attacks on his northern frontier, probably from the Sabaya Huns, yet another nomadic group. In the absence of the King of Kings and his army, the Sasanians were no longer capable of major offensives in Mesopotamia. One Roman column drove towards Amida, then retreated when a Persian army closed with them. The Romans became cornered and were forced into a battle where, to everyone's surprise, they routed their opponents, breaking the poor run of Roman field forces up to this point in the war. Amida was besieged again and staunchly defended by its Persian garrison, helped by the fact that little or no damage had been done to its fortifications when the city had fallen in 502. Sasanian engineers blocked a Roman attempt to undermine the walls, intercepting the attackers' tunnel before it had reached them and flooding it before sealing it off. Just like Kavad I, the Romans stuck with the siege well beyond the usual campaigning season, relying now on blockade and convinced that the defenders must soon run out of food. They were right, but the Persians bluffed well, and when negotiations for surrender began, they hid their precarious situation. A Sasanian army of 20,000, all that could be massed in the absence of Kavad I, approached the Romans, hoping to begin negotiations concerning the city and its garrison, and perhaps the wider conflict. The Romans agreed to let a convoy of food pass into Amida as a gesture of goodwill, but took care to ensure that one general was absent when the oath was taken to keep to these terms. This man then ambushed and destroyed the convoy. Similar behaviour on the part of the Sasanians would doubtless have been presented as shameful treachery rather than a clever stratagem. Even so, the city continued to hold out, and as winter closed in, many of the Roman troops had had enough and marched home. The Persian field army threatened again, and the siege was brought to a close by negotiation at the beginning of 505. All of the Sasanian troops in the city were allowed to go free with their belongings, as the Romans effectively bought Amida back for 1,000 pounds of gold. When they got into the city, the attackers were dismayed to discover that there was only sufficient food remaining in store for the garrison to have survived for another week at most. Negotiations to end the war, rather than simply the siege, took more than a year to complete, partly because of the time needed for messages to go back and forth. There were no major offensives on either side, and although the Arab confederates of both empires happily raided each other and sometimes struck more settled territory, this was seen as different and almost inevitable. In Mesopotamia, Anastasius I ordered the construction of a new, major fortified city at Dara, barely 15 miles from Nisibis, on the main route into the Roman province. This was in direct violation of the earlier agreement, although since the two empires were still at war, that scarcely mattered at the moment. In the longer term, the Sasanians saw it as a provocation, especially when a commander and troops were permanently stationed there. Work went on, shielded by the main Roman field army. The defences of other cities were also repaired and reinforced. Kavad I initially rejected the peace terms on offer, but he was in no position to renew the war on a large scale, nor was there much prospect of the easy plunder that would make such an effort worthwhile. The talks continued, each side trying to secure favourable terms. In the end, Anastasius I paid Kavad I a considerable sum of gold, and a 7-year peace was declared. The agreement held, and although not formally renewed, peace lasted for the best part of 2 decades before it broke down altogether. From then onwards, relations between Rome and Persia were dominated by intense rivalry and warfare. Thus, the Anastasian War, as it is known, with hindsight marked a turning point after the remarkably peaceful 5th century. Although relatively brief compared with what was to come, it saw sieges of major cities, subterfuge and treachery on both sides, and left a legacy of suspicion. The two eyes of the world would struggle to live in harmony and illuminate each other in the generations to come. Chapter 16. War and Eternal Peace, 518 to circa 600. Once again, there were signs that a prolonged period of peace between the two empires was coming to an end. No single factor made this happen. It was a combination of domestic politics, shifts elsewhere, and the personality of leaders and advisers. This did not mean that frequent war was inevitable from now on, but it did make it more likely whenever one side or the other scented an opportunity. Each new war left grievances, or the sense of lost prestige, which meant that the loser was more than likely to seize a suitable chance to set things right. In a sense, whenever domestic politics made war with the other empire attractive and a ruler's forces were not already fully committed on other fronts, there was a good chance that an emperor or king of kings would seek to take advantage of any perceived weakness, however temporary, on the part of his rival. Anastasius I died on the 9th of July, 518. He had no son, and although his 3 nephews had been shown some favour, this had stopped well short of marking out any of them, or indeed anyone else, as the heir. Instead, after behind-the-scenes wrangling, the commander of the imperial bodyguard, a man named Justin, was proclaimed as emperor. One source alleged that he took money meant to bribe the officers and soldiers on behalf of another candidate and instead gave it to them in his own name. His accession was certainly a surprise, but everything was arranged quickly and without major conflict. In many ways an elderly military man, Justin, in his late 60s, was fairly typical of the compromise candidates chosen when there was no more obvious successor. Tales of the humble origins of men who became emperor need to be taken with more than a pinch of salt, meaning little more than that they came from outside the established elite. Yet the nature of the empire since the 3rd century did allow for some remarkable careers, and Justin's was one of the most spectacular. Born in Latin-speaking Illyricum, his Greek was originally poor, and never acquired the polish and sophistication expected of the well-educated, even though decades spent with guard units in and around the palace must have meant that he became fluent. Procopius's claim that he was illiterate and needed a stencil so that his pen could follow the shapes to sign documents is surely a slander, though perhaps near the end of his life his hand became unsteady. Although he had no son of his own, Justin, early on, showed great favour to his nephew Justinian, who followed him to Constantinople. Service in the various guard units brought rapid promotion, and Justinian received far more of the education his uncle lacked. At some point, Justin adopted Justinian, and the latter may well have assisted in securing the imperial throne in 518. By 521, he was consul, a symbolic and highly prestigious revival of the ancient republican magistracy, and was clearly the foremost assistant and obvious successor to his uncle. During these years he also married, although his choice of bride was surprising, then and now. Theodora came from a family associated with the circus, for the lavish chariot races and other entertainments staged there, by this era no longer including gladiators, required a large industry to support them. Her father supervised the care of animals, while Theodora and her sisters performed as entertainers on stage. This was not an honourable occupation, and in the public mind, women who sang, danced, or otherwise performed were assumed to double as prostitutes. Procopius, who loathed Theodora, gave in his secret history a detailed and scurrilous account of her early life, lambasting her for her lustful nature that drove her to do more than was necessary. One claim was that before she reached puberty, she was already performing sex acts for money. Much of what he wrote was surely gossip or his own invention, but even a source favourable to her accepted that she had been a prostitute, but that after finding her faith she had attained properly Christian heights of virtue and piety. A special law was required to allow Justinian to marry her, because aristocrats, since the early Principate, had been forbidden to wed those of dishonourable professions or low social status. Justinian made Theodora a wife rather than a mistress, and later made her his empress and gave her a very public role. This is hard to explain unless there was a deep emotional bond between them, for she possessed no important political connections. Justin's influence over Justinian was considerable from the start. He is said to have faced opposition from Justin's wife to his marriage to Theodora, but not from the emperor himself once his wife died. Procopius certainly viewed the reigns of uncle and nephew as essentially the same regime. The accession of a new emperor, or king of kings, naturally led to diplomatic exchanges between the two empires, all conducted with elaborate ceremony. A detailed description of the reception of a Sasanian embassy to Constantinople was set down during Justinian's reign, giving us insight into the intricacies of the process. Everything was regulated from the moment the Persian ambassador and his entourage crossed the border. It was stipulated that he bring only essential staff, in case this was a surprise attack masquerading as an embassy. The Persians were greeted at each stage of the journey, accommodation and transport laid on for them in suitable style through the provinces, and then across the sea to Constantinople. Once there, the process began with a formal reception, then a first audience with the emperor. The ambassador was to prostrate himself before the ruler of the Roman world, be formally accepted and give his gifts, but he was not permitted to discuss anything at this stage. Apart from the etiquette and ceremony, the account reminds the emperor to ask about the health of the King of Kings and his family on multiple occasions, and sometimes about the welfare of the ambassador and senior Persian officials known to him from experience or by reputation. The tone of each exchange was determined by whether or not the two empires were currently at peace or at war, but it was assumed that they would exchange ambassadors in either case. Diplomacy was meant to encourage peace by displaying the power and dignity of each side, but it always acknowledged that war could and did break out. Although new rulers were naturally inclined to assert their strength, at first the peace that had concluded the Anastasian War continued under Justin. An Arab leader allied to Persia raided Roman territory, taking prisoner 2 senior Roman officers as well as other captives. He was seen as a free agent, not a mere puppet of the King of Kings, so although the Romans responded militarily and eventually by ransoming the officers, this was not taken as a breach of the peace between the empires. Of more serious concern was the allegiance of the kingdoms of the Caucasus. The greater part of Armenia, Iberia, Georgia, and Lazica, which lay on the east shore of the Black Sea, had been under Sasanian overlordship for several generations, and sometimes under direct rule. These regions had never been easy to control and bring under central government for either the empire or regional kings. The Persians made repeated attempts to spread Zoroastrianism, both out of a sense that this was right and to integrate the population into the empire, but this prompted resistance and rebellion. Moderation and force calmed these situations for a while before the resentment built up afresh. Around 521 or 522, the king of the Lazai died, and his son and successor rejected Persian rule and fled to Constantinople, announcing that he wished to become a Christian. Justin welcomed him, and after he was baptized, the king was married to the daughter of a senator and sent home with money and other gifts. Kavad I sent an embassy to protest the new alliance represented by all this, stating that the region had long been recognized as part of his empire. Justin ignored this and responded by declaring that he could not deny anyone's sincere wish to worship God. Neither empire was willing to go to war over the issue, but relations soured. Around this time, Roman envoys also tried to persuade one of the Hunnic leaders of the region to the north into alliance with Rome and hostility to Persia. After negotiations, the Hun changed his mind and allied more closely with Kavad I. However, the earlier diplomatic efforts were then put to good use by the Romans, who revealed the discussions to the Persians to expose the shifting loyalties of the leader in question. The Sasanians attacked and killed him. By this time, Kavad I was an old man, and increasingly concerned about the succession, since he favoured his youngest son, Khusro I, over 2 older brothers. Around 525, another embassy was dispatched to Constantinople, this time with a proposal echoing Arcadius's appeal to Yazdgerd I to protect the infant Theodosius II. Kavad I went further by suggesting that Justin adopt Khusro I as his son, ensuring that the Romans would support the latter's claim, at the very least with diplomatic pressure and perhaps even with money and military force if necessary. Justin and Justinian were keen on the idea, until a senior adviser warned them that adoption by the emperor in Constantinople would give the Sasanian prince and his descendants a claim to rule the Roman Empire. No source hints that this was ever Kavad I's intention, and modern historians are quick to point out the unlikelihood of Khusro I or any other Sasanian actually being able to win acceptance as emperor. This is surely true, although it is far less certain whether all Romans at the time would have considered it to be wholly impossible. Some very unlikely men had become emperors since the 3rd century, and the empire itself had divided, the West had fallen, and the East had changed profoundly in ways that earlier generations surely had not imagined. Caution among senior ministers about the proposal was understandable, for at the very least such a claim might have offered the Persians an additional grievance to revive in every negotiation in the future, or even provide a pretext for war. Instead of full adoption as his son, Justin was persuaded to offer the lesser honour of adoption by the spear, something usually reserved for the kings of tribal peoples to cement an alliance. This was essentially an honorary status and did not in any way commit the Romans to active financial or military support of the emperor's son. Negotiations continued and were well advanced, with legations composed of very senior figures meeting on the borders of the empire, and Khusro I waiting near Nisibis to undergo whatever formal ceremony was necessary to complete the agreement. Over time, the Sasanians realized the implications of what was being offered, and surely saw treating the son of the King of Kings like some petty warlord as a clear insult. Other grievances re-emerged. The defection of the king of the Lazai was brought up, and the mood soured. The delegations went home without an agreement, and with Khusro I and Kavad I understandably offended. Around this time, Kavad I renewed his efforts to bring the kingdoms of the Caucasus more fully under his control, once again encouraging the adoption of Zoroastrianism. This political and religious pressure prompted the king of Iberia to approach Justin for support against the Persians. This was agreed, but proved harder to deliver in a meaningful way. The emperor did not want to send his own soldiers, and his agents had difficulty recruiting bands of Huns to fight alongside the Iberians. The king and his supporters were soon driven out of Iberia and took refuge in Lazica. More effort was made to defend Lazica as the Persians followed up their success, but it was always hard to wage war in this mountainous country. 2 forts on the border were garrisoned by the Romans, but could not be supplied, so were abandoned and occupied by the Sasanians. Probably in 528 a stronger force was sent, but a divided command meant that it achieved nothing. The Persians were left in control of Iberia, as far as that was ever possible, and of the 2 forts in Lazica. In 527 Justin died, and was succeeded by Justinian. One of his earliest acts was to strengthen the defences of Roman Armenia, creating several new commands and bringing in more troops. Around the time of the accession, an Arab leader, allied to the Sasanians, launched raids into Roman Mesopotamia, but this was, as usual, interpreted as an independent act on his part. Partly in response, some effort was made to improve defences along vulnerable sections of the frontier, most notably turning Palmyra into a fortress city. Belisarius, a protégé of Justinian and a commander who was to figure prominently in the wars of his reign, was sent to build from scratch a new outpost south of Dara, but was driven off by the Persians. Kavad I renewed Persian demands for Roman gold to help pay for the defences in the passes of the Caucasus and to the east of the Caspian Sea, and there was back and forth negotiation for some time without resolving any of the major points of contention. Kavad I openly threatened invasion if his terms were not met. In June 530, a large Persian army, allegedly numbering some 40,000 men, crossed the border and advanced on Dara. Belisarius had an army half the size at the city and chose to risk battle in the open, albeit close to the city's walls. The bulk of his troops were infantrymen, poorly trained and inexperienced, so that he had little confidence in them. A system of trenches was dug in front of their positions to make it very hard for the enemy to charge the formations of foot soldiers. Crossing places were set at regular intervals, and in the centre the ditches projected forward in an inverted U shape. Cavad I did not go on campaign in person, since he was now about 80, and instead had given command to a member of the Mihran family. For a day the Sasanian general studied the Roman position, and there were skirmishes and single combats. A bath attendant of one of the Roman officers is said to have fought and killed 2 Persian opponents. By the next day, 10,000 more infantry had arrived from Nisibis to reinforce the Sasanians, who then waited for the noon heat before launching their attack. Archers on both sides showered the enemy with arrows for a long time. The Romans were helped because the wind was strong and blew towards the Persians. Nothing was decided by this exchange, which often seems to have been the case in this period, largely because both sides were well protected by their armour, and most of the shooting was done at fairly long range. As the Sasanians closed to hand-to-hand combat, there was heavy fighting, and small numbers of Roman horsemen, chiefly allied Huns and Heruli, made a series of decisive charges, hitting the Persians in the flank. Neither side's infantry played any active role in the battle. The Roman foot, sheltered by the ditches, offered a secure base and rallying point for their cavalry, and may have added to the volume of missiles sent at the enemy, but otherwise did nothing. Belisarius and his officers marshalled their outnumbered horsemen well, shifting fresh reserves to deal with any breakthrough. The Romans exploited the concealment offered by a hill and their better knowledge of the routes across the trenches to launch devastating flank charges. At times there is something of a medieval feel to Procopius's narrative of the battle. For instance, when a Roman officer, in fact a Hun, killed first the standard-bearer of the Sasanian commander of the left wing and then the commander himself. When the Persian cavalry retreated, the infantry panicked and were cut down as they fled, until Belisarius recalled his men, reluctant to let them pursue too far and fall into disorder. He had won a clear victory, the greatest won in a pitched battle against the Sasanians that any Roman could remember, and did not want to risk losing all that he had gained by chasing the enemy and falling into an ambush. There was more good news for Justinian when a Persian attack into Armenia was also beaten back. Their hand strengthened by these successes, Roman envoys went to Cavad I seeking a resumption of peace. The King of Kings repeated his demand for gold, saying that with the Romans being so aggressive from their forward base at Dara, he now had to maintain an army to face them as well as another to hold the northern border. In 531, Justinian's repression of other religions provoked a violent rebellion by the Samaritans, some of whom appealed to Cavad I for aid. Persuaded by an Arab leader of the poor state of Roman defences in southern Mesopotamia, the King of Kings abandoned diplomacy for the moment and instead, in the spring, sent a big raid up the Euphrates, hoping to do well from plunder and extortion. The entire army was mounted, with 15,000 Sasanians and 5,000 Arab allies, hoping to surprise the defenders by following a route not used by a major army for generations. Results were disappointing, and the Roman reaction came quicker than expected. Belisarius hurried to the theatre with a small force, then outmanoeuvred the attackers until enough Roman reinforcements arrived to deal with them. The great raid was forced to retreat, and there the campaign might have ended, save for the fact that the Roman troops were desperate to fight. Procopius says that Belisarius was unwilling to continue, but he could not control his ill-disciplined men, who wanted revenge, and believed that the Sasanians were running in panic. The Romans attacked near Callinicum on Good Friday, the 18th of April, 531, hungry from fasting and weary from the pace of their pursuit. Even the wind was against them this time, blowing their own arrows back and adding force to those shot by the Persians. The Sasanians made better use of their reserves and broke through on the left, causing the Roman line to collapse. Belisarius rallied some of the infantry into dense blocks, with their backs to a river, and held out until the Sasanians withdrew. While the raid had failed to yield Cavad I any worthwhile profits, The battle had dented Roman confidence at a time when it had been riding high. Justinian ordered an investigation into what had happened, and as a result of this recalled Belisarius to Constantinople. The Sasanian commander was also sacked at the end of the campaign. There were fresh attempts by the Romans to negotiate, which came to nothing, as Cavad I ordered an attack against Ossohoene and later against Roman Armenia, his invasion force advancing northwards from Mesopotamia. This led to the hard-fought siege of the principal Roman stronghold at Martyropolis, which drifted on into the winter months. Making no headway, and hearing that Cavad I had succumbed to old age, the Persian army eventually withdrew. Khusro I, more concerned with securing his hold on the throne in the face of a brother's rival claim than with fighting the Romans, tried to revive the peace talks. Justinian prevaricated, hoping to benefit from the new Sasanian monarch's weakness, even though he also had little desire to continue the war. After a while, a 3-month truce was agreed, which led to more serious talks. While this was in force, a band of Sabir Huns, who had been recruited by Cavad I but who arrived too late for the war, felt that such courtesies were none of their business and raided the Roman provinces so that they did not have to return home empty-handed. Taking the defenders by surprise, they plundered widely, and only a few strays were caught by the Romans and defeated as they withdrew. Investigations swiftly cleared the Persians of any complicity, and the talks continued. In 532, after a good deal of haggling and changes of mind, a treaty was agreed between Khusro I and Justinian. As a one-off payment, rather than an annual obligation, the Romans paid 110 centenaria of gold, a measure of about 100 pounds weight. They also withdrew the commander stationed at Dara, along with his troops, back to Constantia, deeper within the province. Any captives and hostages on each side were returned, as were almost all of the forts and other strongholds taken during the war, including the 2 in Lazica, occupied by the Persians. The rhetoric of brotherhood between emperor and king of kings was given full rein, for it was written in our ancient records that we are brothers of one another, with promises of aid if the other was ever in need in the future. Not content with a limited term of friendship, this was declared an eternal peace, and it was widely celebrated on both sides. Both sides were satisfied with the agreement and, at least for the moment, sincere in their desire for peace. Khusro I received a much-needed injection of funds, as well as the prestige of receiving tribute from the Romans, at least as far as his own people were concerned. As part of securing his hold on power against potential rivals from within the family, he also suppressed the Mazdakite movement, executing many of its leaders and the most prominent adherents. Later tradition remembered his long reign as a golden age, when the empire was strong and justly ruled, and the power of the King of Kings throughout his lands increased. The army grew in size and quality, relying heavily on the lesser nobility and local landlords taken directly into royal service and expected to train for war, while 4 permanent commands in the west, north, east and south were created. Similar reorganization improved the administrative, judicial and financial structures, increasing central control. Scholars used to argue that Khusro I pushed back the power of the great noble clans, but this was most likely little more than what any strong monarch had done in the past. Seals from official documents show that most of the senior commands, notably the generals of the 4 districts, continued to be held by members of the old established clans, like the Mihran, Karen and Suren, who often still used the Parthian language alongside the Persian, and who also reappear in all their importance in subsequent reigns. Khusro I's later fame probably meant that reforms and good practices from other periods came to be associated with him, so that it is very hard to know precisely what changes he made, and how deep these went. Yet the picture of overall strength of the empire at the height of his reign is justified. Justinian was also a great reformer, building on the work done under Theodosius II by ordering the collation of Roman laws issued since Hadrian, and of the answers given by respected jurists to thorny questions. He was also a great builder. Procopius devoted a book to his projects, many of them improving the defences on the frontiers and of cities. Most famously, Justinian commissioned St. Sophia in Constantinople, the great cathedral built to replace a far more modest church destroyed by fire. Its immense dome, which was part of a rebuilding late in Justinian's reign following damage from an earthquake, is one of the greatest achievements of Roman engineering. He also was the first emperor in a long time to expand the empire, bringing back under his rule territory lost since the collapse of the West. None of this happened instantly, nor was it all inevitable, for at the start of 532, as the negotiations leading to the eternal peace were continuing, Justinian's reign almost came to an abrupt end. The main circus factions, supporters of the green and blue teams of charioteers, were rioting in what had begun as protests against punishment for some of their members convicted of violent crimes, but swiftly turned political in the so-called Nika riots. Supporters urging on their favourite in the races used to shout out Nika, or victory, and during the riots it became a slogan. There were calls for the dismissal or death of several senior ministers, and there is every sign that behind the scenes influential figures were working to overthrow Justinian and replace him. Unable to control the violence with the palace troops, the emperor was said to have planned to flee from his capital until his nerve was stiffened by Theodora, who told him that empire was a good burial shroud. Instead of fleeing, Justinian had Belisarius and another commander bring their soldiers into the city, notably the Bucellarii, or biscuit men, the picked cavalry regiments maintained by senior officers. These hardened professionals quickly routed the rioters. Many died, others were executed, including some of those thought to be exploiting the situation for political gain, and imperial control was restored by force. Secure for the moment, both from internal threats and from fresh conflict with Persia, in 533 Justinian sent the rehabilitated Belisarius with an army of 15,000 men against the Vandal kingdom of Africa. Success was rapid, astoundingly so given the disastrous expeditions of the 5th century, for the attack came when much of the Vandals' strength was committed elsewhere. 2 years later, Justinian rewarded his general with a consulship and a triumph, leading the Vandal king as a captive through Constantinople. The spoils on display were lavish, including gold and ornaments from the Jewish temple in Jerusalem, taken originally at the time of its destruction in 70, and later by the Vandals when they sacked Rome in 455. Encouraged by this success, Justinian subsequently sent Belisarius to Sicily, which again fell fairly quickly, and later to Italy, while another expedition landed in Spain. These later campaigns were harder. Only a small part of Visigothic Spain was taken, and while most of Italy fell, this was only after decades of fighting, first against the Ostrogoths and then the Lombards and others. The cost was enormous in manpower and money. Army pay was often very late indeed, which rarely helped morale and provoked several mutinies. Attempts to skimp on the defences and garrisons of Africa led to more fighting against the tribes along the borders. In each area, the prolonged warfare inflicted great hardships on the civilian population, who even in Italy were not always persuaded that they were better off under their liberators. Even so, during Justinian's reign, most of the lands around the Mediterranean were brought back into the empire, as was the city of Rome itself. This was done in stages, and the emperor's ambitions developed and increased with each success. The desire to regain as much lost territory as possible may have been there from the start, but there is little hint that Justinian worked to a coherent plan. This was opportunistic, and the opportunity came in the first place because there was peace with Persia, so resources could be employed in the West. The eternal peace had taken some 3.5 years to negotiate, and lasted barely 7.5 years. There was tension before this, and we hear of raids against Roman communities by Arab leaders allied to the Sasanians, but negotiations prevented this turning into conflict between the empires. Similarly, when rivalry between leaders allied to each empire turned into open war, it did not mean that the empires would be drawn into conflict. Yet Khusro I could see that Justinian was preoccupied with the West, and that the defences of Rome's eastern provinces were weaker than they once were. In addition, he received appeals for aid from leaders in Roman Armenia, who resented the imposition of more direct control and the presence of garrisons that had come from the recent reorganization of the region. The King of Kings sensed weakness and thought of the great wealth of the cities in the Roman provinces. The attraction of maintaining the peace with his brother, Justinian, faded. As far as we can tell, he still had to pay the annual tribute to the Hephthalite Huns agreed by his father, Cavad I, while the costs of maintaining armies and defences remained. Even if only some of the reforms attributed to Khusro I were underway at this stage of his reign, they were not cheap. Persian diplomacy became more aggressive as Khusro I sought a pretext for invasion and began to prepare his expedition. Justinian sent a letter urging his brother not to break the treaty. No answer returned until, in May 540, Khusro I led a great army up the Euphrates. The strongest cities in his path were ignored and do not appear to have possessed sufficient garrisons to harass his progress. He attacked Sura, whose Roman commander was killed in the fighting. His name was Arsaces, which suggests that he was Armenian. In spite of his loss, the Sasanians were repulsed, but in subsequent negotiations the Persians tricked the local bishop and got men inside the city, which then swiftly fell. It was sacked, its population taken captive, but ransomed when 2 centenaria was promised by another bishop, although not in the event delivered. Another city paid £2,000 of silver to dissuade Khusro I from attacking. When Roman envoys came, the King of Kings offered to withdraw altogether from Roman territory for 10 centenaria in gold. In the meantime, he sacked Beroea, and some of the garrison there subsequently defected to the Persians, a sign of the poor motivation of many Limitanii at this time. Justinian was unwilling to pay for peace, so the King of Kings pushed on towards the Mediterranean coast. At Antioch, the population was encouraged by the arrival of 6,000 Roman troops, so much so that their leaders dismissed Khusro I's fresh demand for 10 centenaria to leave them unmolested. Yet the old vulnerability of the city's walls had only been made worse by a recent earthquake, and they were not in a good enough state to cope with a full-scale assault. Antioch's citizens did their best to resist, but were swiftly overwhelmed. The Roman regular troops played little part in the fighting, and marched out of one side of the city as the Persians swarmed over the walls on the opposite side. In normal times, Antioch's population numbered several 100,000, perhaps as many as 500,000, but a good number had already fled. Even so, the captives and plunder from the sack of Antioch were the greatest won by any Persian army in recent conflicts. One church was spared after treasure had been handed over, but the rest of the city was burned or otherwise destroyed. Khusro I pressed on to the sea, bathing in the Mediterranean before beginning the march back to his own empire. Along the way, he extorted money from city after city, none of them willing to face assault. Already, Roman ambassadors had come and eventually agreed to pay 50 centenaria straight away, with 5 more every year in the future, ostensibly to pay for the soldiers and defences needed to protect the passes through the Caucasus. To save a little face, this was declared not to be tribute. As the Sasanian army withdrew, Justinian's written agreement to the deal reached Khusro I, which should have brought the peace treaty into effect. Perhaps too elated by all his success, the King of Kings could not resist besieging Dara. A Persian attempt to undermine the walls was thwarted by a Roman countermine, but the citizens were still willing to hand over 1,000 pounds of silver to persuade Khusro I to depart. All in all, this had been by far the most successful and profitable campaign waged by a Sasanian king for many generations. Using some of the spoils, a new city was built near Ctesiphon and the other royal cities to accommodate the prisoners taken. The King of Kings decided to call it Ve-Antioch Khusro, or the Better Antioch of Khusro, to remind everyone of what he had done. Later tradition claimed that the new city was designed as a replica of the old one. Yet for all this success, Khusro I had given up the very favourable peace terms offered by a desperate Justinian. Belisarius was recalled from the ongoing war in Italy to take command in the east, but he struggled to achieve much with the forces available. Most of the troops were demoralised, while many of the officers and allied leaders struggled to work together or obey orders. The Romans raided Assyria, taking one small fortified city before they withdrew. Khusro I and his main army were not in the area to oppose them, making this modest achievement even less impressive. Instead, the King of Kings had gone to the north, having announced that he planned to wage war against the Huns, who had recently attacked Iberia. In fact, he had received an appeal for aid from the king of Lazica, who had repented of his alliance with Rome. Partly this was the familiar dislike for any strong central government, made worse by the misbehaviour of the main Roman commander of the region. When the Persians advanced into Lazica, the king greeted Khusro I as liberator. After a sharp fight, the main Roman base at the newly built city of Petra was captured, persuading other garrisons to withdraw. However, for all this success, the news of the Roman attack on Assyria caused discontent among many Persians, especially those with family in the area, and was enough to hurry the withdrawal of the main Persian army. Late in 541, an epidemic appeared in Egypt, apparently brought by travellers coming from the African kingdoms in the south. In the months that followed, the disease spread throughout the Roman Empire and well beyond, although that is less well recorded. It would return on multiple occasions in the decades to come, with many local outbreaks. The descriptions of Procopius and others make clear that it was a form of bubonic plague, which does not mean that other diseases, such as typhus, did not also flourish in the conditions created by the epidemic. Comparisons have often been drawn with the Black Death in 14th century Europe, and the Justinianic plague is included with this and the early 20th century pandemic in Asia as the three most severe plagues in history. Not all scholars agree, and certainty is impossible since we lack detailed statistics about population levels before and after the outbreaks to measure the death toll and trace its wider economic and social consequences. Thus, it is hard to say just how much impact it had, at least on long-term demographics, or to compare its cost to the Antonine Plague or any of the other plagues that ravaged the ancient world. Clearly, this was an awful experience for many, and the death toll, at least in the crowded cities, was appalling. Yet not all those who contracted the disease died. Justinian became very ill but recovered and lived on for many years. There is no impression that armies or administrations were catastrophically damaged by plague deaths, which does not mean that in some places, at some times, it did not make things very difficult by killing or weakening experienced and well-trained personnel. In 542, Khusro I once again attacked across the Euphrates, singling out for punishment the bishop who had failed to pay him the promised ransom money in 540. The bishop's city was forced to hand over treasure in recompense, but managed to hold out against an attack. Khusro I was eager to reach cities not plundered in the earlier campaign. He had his eyes on Jerusalem and all its wealth, only to be blocked by Belisarius at the head of a large Roman field force. After negotiations, the King of Kings agreed to withdraw if unhindered by the Romans, but he broke the agreement, or at least the Roman understanding of it, by seizing Callinicum on his way past, the city's defences too dilapidated to make its defence practical. He then returned to his own empire, in part nervous of the spreading plague. Late in the summer, Justinian ordered a number of commanders, some of them from the southern front, to advance into Persian Armenia. Eventually, some 30,000 Roman troops were concentrated, heavily outnumbering the Sasanian defenders. They captured a number of cities until success made them overconfident and careless. The Sasanian commander lured them into a skillful ambush and won a great victory. The next year, Khusro I again attacked, this time moving on Ossohoene and besieging Edessa. Yet after 2 months, the city continued to resist, and the King of Kings accepted payment of 5 centenaria to leave. Although welcome, the returns on his offensives had diminished since the glory days of 540, and Khusro I was more inclined to see the benefits of peace. After prolonged negotiation, a 5-year truce was declared in 545, after the Romans agreed to pay 20 centenaria as a one-off gift. In the main, this held in Mesopotamia and the south, although Khusro I was accused of trying to seize Dara by treachery, strengthening an ambassador's escort with troops in the hope that all would be admitted to the city, just as the author of the text describing the etiquette for diplomatic exchanges had feared. In the event, the party was not admitted, and the attempt failed. This was not seen as ending the truce, nor was the resumption of war in the Caucasus, where the Lazai had decided that Sasanian occupation was worse than Roman rule, especially since it meant that their access to the Black Sea and its trade was greatly reduced. As Christians, they also resented efforts to convert them to Zoroastrianism, leading to rebellion in 547. Khusro I saw the war as an opportunity to gain ground in the wider region, including taking some of the other kingdoms around the Black Sea. Justinian sent aid to the Lazai, prompting the Persians to commit more troops, commanded by a member of the Mihran family. Over time, the Romans and their allies gained the advantage, invading Iberia. Another Persian army was sent to the region, only to be severely defeated. The Persians still held Petra, something that prompted the king of the Lazai to complain to Justinian, who sacked his commander on the spot and sent another. Some neighbouring communities went further, deciding that they did not care for a Roman presence and switching sides, and fortunes swayed back and forth. In 551, the 5-year truce ended and was renewed for another 5 years, but it was not extended to Lazica, where the war continued to rage without either side securing a permanent advantage. Elsewhere, Arab allies fought each other and occasionally raided the empires themselves, and both of the great powers involved themselves in affairs down as far as the Arabian Gulf, imperial competition fueling local ambitions and rivalries. Negotiations for a formal peace took a long time, as they usually did, each side hoping that they could gain enough advantage in Lazica or elsewhere to secure better overall terms. Yet Justinian was still too heavily involved in the West to be able to wage a war with all his might against Persia, while Khusro I was becoming more and more concerned by the Hephthalites. Eventually, over the winter of 561 to 562, agreement was reached and a 50-year peace declared, which was to bind not simply the two empires, but also their Arab allies. Lazica was acknowledged as Roman, although the status of a region that the Romans considered to be part of the kingdom, while the Persians did not, was left unclear. In addition to other clauses regulating the exchange of ambassadors and trade, the Sasanians were no longer to complain about Dara, since the Romans agreed that it would not house more than a minimal garrison. Yet the key to the whole settlement was that once again the Romans had bought peace. They promised to pay 30,000 gold coins every year, probably equivalent to £500 of gold, and the first 7 years were to be paid immediately, and more to come in lump advances at stipulated intervals. Justinian also agreed to pay much smaller subsidies to a number of Arab leaders, who in return promised not to raid Roman territory. All in all, Khusro I had done better out of this deal than Justinian, although probably not quite as well as he had hoped at times when the war looked particularly favourable. At the same time, he had significantly increased Persian influence in southern Arabia as far as the Arabian Gulf, and finally defeated the Hephthalite Hunnic kingdom on his northeastern border. This was achieved through alliance with the Turkic tribes, who had been pressing against the lands of the Hephthalites from the other direction. As had so often been the case in the past, the relief was temporary, and by around 570 he was at war with the Western Turks, as the new and more eagerly aggressive nomads established themselves on his borders. In due course, the Romans were able to ally with the Turks and encourage their attacks. Justinian lost prestige by accepting a permanent liability to pay the Persians, no matter that this was supposed to be funding for defences of mutual benefit. The war in Italy continued to rage. Other conquests were challenged, and there were serious attacks against the Balkan provinces. A widower since 548, the emperor was in his 80s and increasingly seen as weak. There was an unsuccessful plot to assassinate him in the autumn of 562, in the aftermath of which Belisarius was disgraced and stripped of assets, as well as his household troops. This was more because of his enduring fame, recent disappointing performance on the Balkan frontier, and rivalries within the senior ranks of the army than any actual involvement in the conspiracy. Other commanders had to suppress a new outbreak of rioting by the circus factions in 565, the task being done with thoroughness and considerable brutality. Justinian died that same year, succeeded by his nephew, Justin II, since he had no son of his own. There were a few arrests and executions, but on the whole the transition went smoothly. At first, Justin II dutifully sent the gold due to Khusro I, but at the same time he revived the question of the disputed territory near Lazica and ceased to pay the subsidies promised to Persia's Arab allies. After diplomatic attempts to persuade him to change his mind, the Arab groups began predatory raids, while a wider conflict developed between the Arab allies of each side. In 569, Justin II refused to pay the next installment of the money due to the Sasanians and sent ambassadors to the Turks, seeking alliance. Many of the inhabitants of Persian Armenia had grown dissatisfied with Persian rule, especially what they saw as the renewed encroachment of Zoroastrianism, and they appealed to the Romans to support them. With this assurance, they rebelled in 571, killing the Sasanian governor, a member of the Suren clan who was accused of seducing the wives of a number of leading noblemen. Many Iberians also defected to Rome. A year later, Justin II decided to resort to all-out war, even though he had not really prepared for major operations. A commander named Marcian was ordered to attack and plunder Persian territory, and in 573 the Romans tried and failed once again to capture Nisibis. They were then routed by a Sasanian counter-offensive, which followed up its success by capturing Dara. News of this loss was thought to be the cause of Justin II's complete mental collapse, one source claiming that he started making animal noises. His wife, the niece of Theodora, appealed for a truce from Khusro I, declaring that it would be dishonourable for such a great king to wage war on a defenceless woman, and sweetening the offer with a payment in gold. On these terms a truce was declared for a year, and a senior court official, Tiberius II, was declared Caesar and co-ruler, since it had become clear that Justin II was not going to recover, even though he lived on for 5 years and had occasional lucid moments. Khusro I was persuaded to prolong the truce for 3 years, but not to have it extended to Armenia, where the war continued. A large Sasanian army recovered all of the territory in rebellion and then attacked into the Roman province. Unable to take the key cities, the Persians drove into Cappadocia, only to suffer defeat. Khusro I lost a good deal of his personal baggage, although the old man rode out through the mountains on an elephant at the head of most of his troops. In the aftermath, he was more willing to negotiate, but fighting continued with varying fortunes. Justin II finally died in 578, the same year that Tiberius II appointed a new commander for the eastern armies, a man named Maurice, who was emperor later, wrote or commissioned the Strategicon. He proved an active and able commander and won success after success, helped by the death of Khusro I in 579, which distracted the Persians from the war effort. However, a Roman appeal to return to peace on the basis of the old treaty foundered when Khusro I's son, Hormizd IV, refused to hand back Dara. The war continued, and the Romans won more victories. By 581, Maurice began an offensive aimed at reaching Ctesiphon, and although this did not go so well and had to be abandoned when the Persians attacked Edessa and forced him to return to protect it, his action was a sign of greatly renewed Roman confidence and wider ambition. The disappointment was temporary, for when the Persians attacked again the next spring, Maurice defeated them in battle. By now, Tiberius II was in poor health and concerned about the future. Maurice was recalled to Constantinople, betrothed to one of the emperor's daughters, and proclaimed as Caesar. Tiberius II died a few months later from illness, or perhaps poison. Maurice was 43 when his reign began, and following the precedent of the last 2 centuries, he no longer went on campaign, but spent most of his time in or near Constantinople, and entrusted the war to subordinates. On the whole, these did well, more often raiding Persian territory than defending against Sasanian raids. Some of this success came because Hormizd IV was fighting the Turks and sent his best troops and commander to that front. There were successes, and some, though fewer, defeats, but none in themselves decisive. The war went on, and for the moment the Romans chose to reject Sasanian appeals for peace. This determination to secure better terms was a gamble, for Maurice had inherited a treasury that was already struggling to meet all of its commitments, not least the cost of maintaining the western provinces and the ongoing war with Persia. The struggle against the Sasanians had sucked resources, men, money and attention away from other frontiers, leading to setbacks in the Balkans in particular, where the Avars and various Slavic peoples threatened to overrun the frontier regions. Apart from this, the decades of plague, earthquakes, fires and other natural disasters surely had some effect on trade and revenue, even if it cannot be measured and was temporary. Throughout his reign, Maurice was always short of funds, and attempts to improve the situation meant that he acquired a reputation for greed. One desperate measure was to reduce soldiers' pay, which prompted a number of mutinies, the most serious in the east, where some 5,000 troops operated independently for some time, even defeating a Sasanian raiding band. The situation seemed ripe for a serious civil war and challenge to his rule, but luck, skill and concessions prevented this, and eventually brought the mutineers back under imperial control. In 589, Maurice decided on one great effort in the hope of winning enough of a victory to secure a favourable peace. One attack was launched from Mesopotamia, another went from Armenia into Persian Armenia, backed by renewed effort in Lazica, and a raid into Persian territory was made by the Iberians. Hormizd IV does not appear to have campaigned in person, but by this time his ablest general, Bahram Chobin, had defeated the Turks and was sent to face the Romans and their allies. He won several small successes, but then suffered a battlefield defeat at the hands of the Romans and their Lazi allies. The King of Kings was so enraged by the news that he sacked and publicly humiliated his general. It proved a grave mistake, for the disgraced general rebelled, determined to oust the King of Kings and seize power himself. As far as we know, Bahram Chobin had no blood connection to the Sasanian royal house, and if any existed, it can only have been extremely distant. Most likely, he was a member of one of the established Parthian noble families. Thus, for the first time since Ardashir I had killed the last of the Arsacids, someone from outside the direct Sasanian royal line was proclaimed as King of Kings, and began to mint his own coins. Plenty of noblemen and their household troops rallied to him, and more soon joined them, whereas support for Hormizd IV dwindled. As the rebel army approached Ctesiphon, senior courtiers decided that the King of Kings was a lost cause. Hormizd IV was dethroned and executed, and his son Khusro II proclaimed in his place. But this did not deter Bahram Chobin, and within days the forces of each side met in battle. Those loyal to the young King of Kings were routed, and Khusro II fled to the Roman Empire, appealing to Maurice to restore him to power, promising to give over territory and be a son to the Roman, with a pact of peace between them until death. Eventually Maurice agreed, the news encouraging the many noblemen within the Persian Empire inclined to back Khusro II over the usurper. Aided by a Roman army, Khusro II returned to his homeland, rallying more and more supporters as he came, while others continued to support his rival. Bahram Chobin showed some of his accustomed skill as a commander, and there was hard fighting in this Persian civil war before Khusro II emerged triumphant. The defeated general took refuge among the Turks, but was murdered before he could think of returning. In 591, the victorious Khusro II confirmed the terms of the peace with Maurice, who had expressed his delight in the success of his Persian son. Dara was handed back, as were Martyropolis in Roman Armenia and other lands ceded from Persian Armenia, with some, such as Iberia, most likely being partitioned between the two empires. For the first time in generations, the Romans did not have to pay for peace, at least in a formal sense. The prolonged conflict had strained the empire's already tight finances, but at least it was over, which gave Maurice the opportunity to work on other problems. With hindsight, it is striking how little had been achieved by either side after decades of warfare. The Romans did well at the end, but only because of the chance that brought about Bahram Chobin's unprecedented revolution. Overall, the Roman Empire had held on to the gains made under Justinian around the Mediterranean, and after the treaty held more territory in the east than had been the case for centuries. These last gains had come at the expense of the Sasanian Empire, which had also lost some ground to the Turks, although it still held on to the gains made in the south under Khusro II. As the 6th century came to a close, both empires remained larger and more powerful than any of the individual nations or leaders on their borders. As had always been the case, both faced several active or potential threats, which meant that it was rarely possible to employ their full strength against any one opponent. On the whole, the war-making capacity of the Romans and Sasanians was closely matched, neither possessing a marked strategic or tactical advantage. Each empire was capable of fielding substantial numbers of well-disciplined soldiers, led by reasonably capable officers. Their armies and ways of fighting continued to be very similar, at least in the wars fought against each other. Similarly, the administrative and financial systems of each empire continued to function efficiently enough to maintain control and support warfare. There was more continuity than change in these institutions, but this was as true of weaknesses as of strengths. Persia was racked by major civil wars in the years ushering in the 6th century, and as it ended, the Roman Empire was spared full-scale internal warfare, even though the potential for this was demonstrated on several occasions. Culturally, the Roman Empire had changed a good deal. most of all as its sense of identity became ever more exclusively Christian, reducing the importance of older Greco-Roman culture. Justinian barred pagan education, closing down the philosophical schools of Athens. This prompted one group of scholars to travel to the Sasanian court, hoping to find a true philosopher-king in the person of Kavad I, or his son. They seem to have been disappointed, or simply homesick, for Khusro I secured their safe return to live but not teach in the Roman Empire during one of his treaties with Justinian. Such cultural changes did not really alter the way that either side conducted diplomacy or waged war. Yet in other ways religion had an important political dimension. Time and again, the encouragement of Zoroastrianism provoked rebellion in Armenia and the kingdoms of the Caucasus. As Christians, or in the case of the king of Lazica, a convert, the leaders in this area found it easier to appeal to the Christian emperor in Constantinople. Yet it was not simple, and at other times political concerns prompted them to oppose the Christian Romans and seek aid from the Zoroastrian Persians. Part of this was the ongoing differences over doctrine within the wider Christian community, which readily tended to create distinct church hierarchies and reinforce political and ethnic differences. Although Justinian was particularly severe against doctrines that he considered to be heretical within the empire, he and other emperors tended to be far less fussy when seeking alliance with groups outside. Even so, not all Christians were discontented under Sasanian rule. Some King of Kings were harsher, some more well-disposed, and the same was surely true of their generals, ministers, and regional officials, and indeed of the priests of the Zoroastrian Church. Khusro II took a Christian as a wife, and was particularly tolerant of Christian groups, even leading to a later, implausible tradition that he became a convert. Episodes of persecution tend to be more prominent in our sources than longer periods of goodwill. Justinian's severity prompted the revolt of the Samaritans, and was also felt by Jewish, polytheistic, and heretical communities at times, but usually there was far less tension. The savagery of that rebellion, and indeed the upheaval and lasting trauma caused by the Mazdakite movement in Persia, were considerable, but there is no hint that either empire was often plunged into religious crisis. All in all, the closing years of the 6th century give the impression of two broadly stable empires, each still strong and neither side dominating. In the shorter term, the Sasanians or Romans could gain an advantage, winning over allies and winning battles without fundamentally altering the balance of power. Maurice was able to turn round decades of Sasanian success because of the power struggle in Persia, but if Khusro II had made some concessions, none fatally weakened his power in relation to the Romans. With the exception of Khusro I's invasion in 540, none of the Sasanian successes had ever brought substantial profit from plunder and captives. Roman payments, whether lump sums or annual, were more useful and did not incur the cost or risks of mounting a campaign. This gold greatly eased the tight finances for the King of Kings, but was not in itself essential. At the same time, the cost to the Romans was only a small part of their budget. Prestige of giving or receiving tribute was more important to each side, as was the memory of war and treaties. The frequency of the former in the 6th century created a more hostile attitude on both sides, for all the talk of brotherhood between the rulers. In the main, Khusro II's goodwill towards Maurice would hold, even though the old roots of rivalry between the empires remained. Chapter 17. High Tide, circa 600 to 621. The Romans and Sasanians spent most of the 5th century at peace, only to spend most of the 6th century at war. This succession of conflicts was hard fought, even though objectives were limited on both sides. In the main, fighting occurred in the kingdoms of the Caucasus, in the frontier zone of Mesopotamia and in the deserts of the south, although there the fighting was mainly done by allied leaders whose agendas were never altogether aligned with those of the emperor in Constantinople or the King of Kings. Khusro I bathed in the Mediterranean in 450, and Maurice later planned a drive on Ctesiphon, although this did not take place. Neither man was thinking in terms of permanent conquest, and instead these attacks were meant to win glory, bring plunder and put pressure on the other side. As striking as the frequency of military operations is the number of embassies going back and forth between the leaders of the two empires. They communicated a lot, far more often and with greater courtesy than in earlier periods. Demands and threats preceded the wars, which were in turn concluded by negotiated settlements, sealed by concessions from the party felt to be weaker. Sometimes wars were avoided altogether because an agreement was reached before fighting began. Both empires understood that the other was strong, and that any military advantage they possessed was never sufficient to think in terms of major territorial gain through conquest, at least for the moment. Instead, they aimed to improve their position, reinforcing an advantage if they possessed one, or creating one if they felt weaker. At the very least, it was better to maintain the status quo than to let the other empire grow even stronger. The Romans and Sasanians competed to dominate as many of the allied kingdoms on their borders as they could. Control in the truest sense was rarely possible, most of all in the kingdoms of the Caucasus. Overall, the advantage swayed back and forth during each war and in the resulting treaties, without either side making substantial, permanent gains. In Mesopotamia, the key remained the fortified cities, especially those commanding the main communication routes, which allowed the passage of armies, individuals, and goods. Once again, neither side did enough to alter the balance permanently by taking and holding on to any of these. For the Sasanians, profit was a central objective, whether with demands of payment from the emperor as the price for maintaining or granting peace, through extortion during invasions, or by plundering the communities who refused to pay. Kavad I and Khusro I acquired injections of wealth in this way, which surely helped them to fund their army and government. However, most campaigns yielded only meagre profits, while the subsidies paid by the Roman emperor were not large enough to relieve the King of Kings of financial worries. All in all, the succession of conflicts between Romans and Sasanians in the 6th century achieved remarkably little compared to the cost for both sides. Neither secured any deep permanent advantage, for the two empires remained closely matched when it came to resources and military power. The cost of this warfare is hard to measure, much like the impact of the waves of plague, but there are signs of decline. While Antioch remained one of the greatest cities of its day, it was less splendid and had a smaller population after the depredations of the Sasanians in 540, and more importantly, a succession of severe earthquakes. The Roman Empire had not gained significantly greater sources of income during the 6th century, so paying for the defence of reconquered territory in Africa, Italy, and Spain, in addition to the frontiers on the Danube and in the east, was a burden the state struggled to meet. There was certainly no spare capacity to permit any fresh overseas adventures, and the overall urge of the emperor and his advisers was towards caution. Maurice's strategicon may have kept traditional commands and the long-standing emphasis on discipline and drill, but it made clear that a wise general risked battle only when absolutely necessary, and only with as many advantages on his side as possible. Ideally, wars were won by stratagem, deceit and stealth to reduce friendly losses and minimize the risk of defeat. At the start of the 7th century, neither empire enjoyed a certain and decisive advantage over the other. Yet the wider world was changing, and this is reflected in the enemies discussed in the strategicon, each of whom had to be dealt with in different ways. Most prominent are the Avars and the Turks, grouped together as Scythian peoples, and also under the less ancient, if equally vague, label of Huns. They were nomads, originally from the steppes, although, like Attila's people, they had come to rule large areas of territory and the settled populations living there. The strategikon expected them to wear body armour and sometimes have armoured horses, although still to fight mainly as horse archers, moving quickly, surprising the enemy, attacking at his weakest points and ruthlessly pursuing anyone who fled. Ethnographic inquiry for its own sake was not the purpose of a military manual intended to show how to defeat various races, so that other activities and accomplishments of these peoples were dismissed with the claim that their sole concern was warfare. It was an admission that these were formidable opponents, most of all because they had come together under strong leaders. The origins of both Avars and Turks lay far to the east, probably on the borders of China, where, by the early 7th century, the Tang dynasty was consolidating and expanding the Chinese empire after centuries of civil war and internal chaos. Since both groups appeared far to the west during the later 6th century, their migrations cannot have been wholly caused by this resurgence in Chinese strength. As always, the details are elusive. In what was most likely a complex story of rivalries within the tribes, as well as external competition and pressure from a resurgent Chinese empire, cannot be reconstructed in anything save the vaguest terms. Nor is it absolutely certain when each group first arrived, the Avars to the north of the Black Sea and the Turks on the Sasanians' northern and eastern borders. The various Huns already there were displaced, destroyed, or absorbed. Each group acknowledged the leadership of a warlord, Khan, or king, someone with the power of an Attila, although the Turks soon split into two loosely aligned halves, with one Khan in the west and another in the east. Those in the east were directly in contact with the recovering might of China, while in the west they lived beside the Sasanian Empire and had diplomatic contact with the Romans and occasionally military contact with them in the Caucasus. The Avars were pushing into Western Europe as Attila had done, and they confronted the Franks and Lombards as well as the Romans. With them, or ahead of them, came various Slavic groups, who accepted the authority of the Avar Khan, even if they were not directly ruled by him. As ever, the settled communities of the Roman, Sasanian, and indeed Chinese empires were tempting targets for raids and extortion, for warlords needed glory and plunder to maintain their leadership. What varied was the capacity of the settled empires to deal with them, which inevitably depended on their other commitments, making it hard to judge whether the big successes of the Avars and Turks came because they were strong or their opponents weak, or more probably a mixture of both. At the very least, by the start of the 7th century, it was obvious to everyone that the Avars posed a major problem for the Romans, as did the Turks for the Sasanians. Some of the other innovations of this era were introduced by this latest wave of migration. The strategikon makes clear that the stirrup was standard issue to Roman cavalrymen, who in this era were drawn from a wide range of nationalities. The stirrup appears to have been invented on the steppes, and was probably first seen in the west when the Avars arrived, although it is unclear when the Romans and the Sasanians copied it. In time, its use would lead to changes in the design of the saddle, the four-horned type in use since at least the 3rd century BC being replaced by other patterns, since the horns were no longer necessary. Stirrups help a rider to jump and make it easier to train recruits to a functional level of horsemanship. They were not necessary for shock action, something a wide variety of ancient cavalry had repeatedly shown. Parthian, Roman, and Sasanian cataphracts were capable of performing without them. At best, the Avars and other steppe peoples gained an initial advantage in their first contacts with the Romans and Sasanians, which was soon lost as the latter adopted stirrups as well. A bigger advantage came, as it had always done, because, like all the warrior nomads of the steppes, they were excellent horsemen and archers. There is not the slightest sign that the introduction of the stirrup changed the tactics of Roman or Sasanian cavalry to any significant degree. The only specific use mentioned in the Strategicon was the recommendation that a medic should bring both stirrups to one side of the saddle so that he could ride supporting a wounded soldier in front of him, each man with one foot in a stirrup. The nomads also brought with them the knowledge of how to design and operate a new form of artillery, although in this case the invention originated in China many centuries earlier. Traditional Greek and Roman catapults were torsion engines, their power derived from twisting a cord of sinew or hair, storing the energy in springs held by washers, then releasing it to shoot a missile with great force. Such machines were complex to manufacture and maintain, while the strength of the metals involved placed limits on the size of these ballistae. The Chinese innovation had the brilliance of simplicity and made much larger engines practical, and hence used heavier stones as missiles, and is more familiar to us from the medieval name the trebuchet. A tall stand supported a long throwing arm mounted on a pivot. There was a sling to one end, and this was hauled downwards and a missile placed into it. A large team of men then took up the ropes attached to the opposite end, and at a command pulled it down as hard as they could, lobbing the missile high. Much later, counterweights would come into use, adding far more force to the throw, but even the early version could be constructed quickly and hurl stones heavy enough to damage fortifications. These engines made the Avars more of a threat to walled cities, and the design was so simple compared to earlier artillery that other tribal armies copied them almost as quickly as the Romans did. Sasanian use is not well attested, but it is very likely. As with the stirrup, any advantage for the first to adopt the new technology swiftly dissipated as it was copied by others. The Roman and Sasanian empires were larger, better organized, and wealthier than anyone else apart from each other at the start of the 7th century. Tang China was an exception, but since it was not in direct contact with the Sasanians, it was not a competitor. Yet the Avars and Turkish confederations were strong, and as with other groups in the past, never had to face the entire war effort of the Romans or Sasanians. This was a difficult time to rule either empire, especially for Khusro II, king of kings through a civil war fought with Roman assistance. Sasanian Persia remained divided for some time. There was a rebellion focusing on Persian Armenia in the north, largely led by men who had backed Khusro II in the civil war. To the south, relations with Arab leaders proved difficult, especially when Khusro II turned against the current king from the Lakhmid dynasty, a line favoured for generations. In addition, there was faction fighting at the heart of the empire. Two brothers-in-law of Hormizd IV had rebelled against him and fought for his son Khusro II in the civil war, and they had initially done well under the new king's rule. The chronology is murky, but at some point Khusro II's attitude towards them changed, and he condemned them for murdering his father, even though this was the basis of his own elevation. One was executed, the other escaped and started a revolt to take the throne for himself. He managed to rally aggrieved groups in the north, including significant numbers of noblemen from the Parthian aristocratic houses, and his claim to rule is unclear, although at best was based on a fairly distant connection to the Sasanian royal family. This fresh civil war lasted for several years, until Khusro II finally prevailed, probably around 601. Around the same time, the Turks turned on each other in their own civil war, relieving the threat to the Sasanian Empire's eastern and northern borders, at least in the short term. Morisset soon had problems of his own. As we have seen, his government was always short of funds, and he gained a reputation for greed. On one occasion he was jeered and pelted by a mob, angry because there was a food shortage in Constantinople. It was believed that he was not doing enough to help, and may even have contributed to the crisis. Others resented his indulgence of close family members, granting them senior posts and making them very wealthy. All the time, the Avars and Slavs raided heavily, reaching the Black Sea coast and lands not far from Constantinople itself. Although he no longer commanded in the field, Maurice directed the wars of his reign skillfully and took a personal interest in establishing best practice in the army, most obviously writing or commissioning the Strategicon. Yet the reform of the conditions of service in the army, which reduced pay but supposedly compensated the troops by increasing other allowances, continued to provoke resentment even after the mutiny in the East had come to an end. Even so, there were successes in the Balkans in a series of grueling campaigns that did much to re-establish a defensible frontier, with the Avars being dissuaded from fresh attacks by a mixture of force and bribery. There were also successes against the Slavs, and as the summer of 602 drew to a close, Maurice ordered his field army to stay on campaign north of the Danube, rather than return to billets in the cities for the winter. The Strategicon claimed that it was better to fight the Slavs in winter because a people who relied on ambush found this much harder to achieve when trees were bare of leaves and woodland offered less concealment. In practical terms, the order made sense. The Slavs were already reeling from a succession of Roman offensives, and indeed there may have been a lull in operations, which perhaps gave officers and men too much time to think. Yet spending the winter in tents was not a pleasant prospect, and for whatever reasons, pent-up resentments boiled over, stoked by an ambitious officer named Phocas. He was proclaimed emperor, and once he felt secure, marched on Constantinople. Maurice had very few troops at his disposal, and there was no prospect of summoning sufficient reinforcements to make a difference before Phocas and his army arrived, while most of the city's population were hostile or indifferent. Struggling even to rally all of his ministers and faced with riots in November 602, Maurice and his family removed their imperial regalia and tried to escape. No one resisted as Phocas and his army entered Constantinople, and he was crowned as emperor. Maurice and his family managed to cross the Bosporus to Chalkidon, only to be arrested. On the 27th of November, the deposed emperor and his sons were executed, and their severed heads paraded through Constantinople. Key allies were killed or stripped of office and forced to retire. Making someone take holy orders was a common means of removing them from politics in this era. Only a handful of the most senior figures managed to change sides. Phocas was emperor, the first usurper to win power for generations, although a good number had tried to mount a coup and failed. Not everyone accepted him, and a general called Narses on the eastern frontier refused to acknowledge him and was supported by his troops. For the moment he did not have wider support or the momentum to mount a direct challenge. Other senior figures watched and waited. Phocas was suspicious and cruel, ordering further executions. In 603 the circus factions rioted in Constantinople, and in the years to come the violence of these groups throughout the cities of the East had an ever more political tone. Phocas had the leader of the Greens arrested and burned alive. At some point, perhaps in 605, an attempted coup was discovered at court, prompting another spate of executions, including Maurice's widow and daughters, and most remaining male and female relatives. As his regime was collapsing around him, Maurice had reached out for support to Khusro II, the son he had helped back to power after he had fled from a similar rising in the Sasanian Empire. One of Maurice's actual sons, Theodosius, was sent with a delegation to travel to the King of Kings. It is unclear how far they got. Phocas's regime maintained that Theodosius and all the other key figures among the envoys were caught and killed. As had long been normal, the new emperor sent his own ambassador to announce his coronation to the Sasanian ruler and present suitable gifts as a mark of goodwill and respect. The Roman embassy reached Ctesiphon in 603, when all the well-established protocols were broken. Khusro II sent back a brusque reply making clear that he did not accept Phocas as a legitimate emperor, and complaining of the murder of the true emperor, Morisset. Phocas's envoy was imprisoned, and public mourning for Morisset declared, if it was not already under way. As the Roman had once offered him sanctuary and then sent soldiers to restore him to power, the King of Kings announced that he would seek vengeance from the new regime through war. A youth was produced and declared to be Theodosius, the legitimate heir to the imperial purple. No one knows whether he was an impostor, which most scholars assume, or whether Morisset's son had somehow escaped, but it helped to present the Sasanian armies as liberators, rather than invaders. Khusro II owed his throne to Morisset's support, as well as the backing of many aristocrats within his own empire, some of whom had subsequently turned into enemies. The price of Roman support had been a treaty ceding territory and giving up the claim to Roman subsidies. In the past, each side had accepted that treaties were temporary, whatever the claims about their duration, and that if circumstances ever became more favourable, they could use threats or actual force to make a new, more advantageous deal. In 603, the circumstances were certainly good as far as Khusro II was concerned. He had quelled all internal resistance, the threat posed by the Turks had sharply diminished, and the Romans looked weak. There was trouble in Roman Armenia, stirred up by doctrinal differences between the majority of Christians there and the official position of the empire. Phocas was a new emperor, and there was no certainty that his rule would last as opposition grew. At the very least, the Roman war effort was likely to be weakened by the divisions within the empire. From a pragmatic point of view, this was a perfect opportunity for Khusro II to set things right by waging war on the Romans until they were willing to accept a new settlement weighted in Persia's favour. This was good for the King of Kings himself, repairing any harm his reputation had suffered through granting concessions to Morisset, and would more generally make his empire stronger. There were other practical concerns. Should Phocas cement his hold on power, or another, stronger usurper supplant him, there was a long track record of new regimes in Constantinople seeking glory and popularity by aggression against the Sasanian Empire. Morisset had been a known quantity, with no reason for souring relations with Persia. Phocas was unknown, simultaneously vulnerable and potentially hostile, especially if Khusro II found himself in a weaker position in the years to come. Khusro II was a human being, as well as King of Kings, and with the very limited sources at our disposal, it is impossible to judge the balance between emotion and calculation in his motives. His revulsion at the fate of Morisset and his family may have been genuine or politically convenient, or a mixture of both. This is all the harder to judge, since it is uncertain whether Theodosius was actually Morisset's son, and more importantly, whether the King of Kings believed that he was, even if wrongly, or was simply pretending. Almost certainly Khusro II's thinking and intentions changed during the course of a long war that now broke out. It was to prove unlike anything that had happened in all the 7 centuries since Sulla had met the envoy of the Arsacid king, but no one knew that at the beginning. The war began much as other wars between the two empires had begun in the last century, with Sasanian field armies attacking in Mesopotamia and Armenia. Khusro II led the attack on Mesopotamia in person. Roman resistance was poorly coordinated because Phocas's commander was engaged with Narses. The latter refused to join the Sasanians, but does not seem to have opposed them either. Phocas's general did confront Khusro II's main force, only to take a mortal wound as his army was routed. After this, there is little sign of any significant Roman force in this area, either willing or capable of facing the Sasanians in the open field. the King of Kings left a force to besiege Dara and marched on Edessa, where the population opened its gates. Theodosius was either already there or came with the Sasanians and was accepted by the citizens as the son of Morisei. Khusro II arranged a lavish coronation ceremony for him in the Roman fashion. In a few other places, his presence with the Sasanians was enough to persuade cities to surrender from the beginning, or after only brief resistance. Others were unconvinced or unwilling to view the Sasanians as merely auxiliaries in a Roman civil war. That meant a succession of sieges with determined resistance by Roman garrisons or the civil population when no soldiers were present. Having made peace with the Avars, Phocas managed to muster another army to go to the area, but this too was defeated, and the Sasanians left to conduct their sieges. The principal target in the first campaign was Dara, which fell in 604, after holding out for 9 months. Roman resistance was better organized in Armenia, where there is more talk of counterattacks, skirmishes and battles, in addition to sieges. Partly this was a reflection of the rugged terrain, which limited the routes practical for large forces, and the climate, which restricted campaigning to the spring and summer under most circumstances. After an initial rebuff, the Sasanians resumed the offensive in 604, and the tide began to turn very much in their favour. A Roman army was defeated in battle, and in the aftermath, a large number of Armenians who had fought with them were massacred. At first, the Sasanians withdrew to their empire, usually to neighbouring Atropatene for each winter, but as victory followed victory, they took and held more and more forts and fortresses in Armenia. Theodosiopolis, Satala, and several other cities surrendered or were taken by force. No Roman army had appeared to retake Dara, or for that matter to retake the initiative in Mesopotamia, where the Sasanian offensive soon resumed. One by one other cities fell, as Persian siegecraft and persistence starved them into submission, convinced them to surrender, or stormed those who would not. Carrhae, Sacesium, Callinicum, and Amida were lost to the Sasanians, and by early 610 not a single city east of the Euphrates remained under Roman control. Unlike earlier conflicts, the captured cities were garrisoned and held, for this was no grand raid to plunder and extort. Some places were looted and some captives transported deep within the empire for resettlement, but the Sasanians did not withdraw, and instead consolidated their control over the conquered territory. Edessa, which in the past had defied every attacker, was also taken, since apparently up to this point it had remained under Roman control even after the friendly reception of the Persians. One reason for these successes was that Phocas's regime was crumbling, for in 608 a far better organized and serious challenge appeared. The elder Heraclius was Exarch of North Africa, a post created in the 6th century as effective overall governor of the military and civilian authorities in each of the recovered western provinces. His family originated in Armenia and perhaps also had some connection to Cappadocia, although such things meant relatively little in the mixed aristocracy of the Roman Empire, especially in the high command of the army. He had enjoyed a respectable enough career as an officer in Morisei's campaigns, receiving several promotions, culminating in the appointment to Africa. He had no connection to the imperial family, not that this had mattered in the Roman Empire for a very long time. Having secured the support of the key leaders in his own province, and probably covertly reaching out to some outside it, he had himself and his son and namesake declared consul. Since it was normal for a new emperor to become consul at the start of his reign, this was a blatant rejection of Phocas, as was the minting of coins bearing their names and images. In 609, forces loyal to the two Heraclii overran Egypt. Much of the population was sympathetic, and the chief resistance came from a commander loyal to Phocas. Neither side seems to have disposed of particularly large armies, but this was often true in Rome's civil wars, and did not render them any less decisive. The Heraclii won, occupying Alexandria and holding it against a counter-attack. In 610, Heraclius the Younger sailed with a fleet and army to Constantinople, landing in October. After a brief fight, Phocas's forces collapsed and surrendered or fled. The emperor was caught and executed, along with many of his close advisers, and Heraclius the Younger was crowned as sole emperor, for his father vanishes from the record and had perhaps died or was too elderly to play any active role. His son was about 35 and immediately married his fiancée, daughter of a wealthy landowner from the North African province. She and Heraclius's mother had been held in a nunnery at Constantinople by order of Phocas, presumably as hostages. Establishing a dynasty was important, especially for someone who had fought his way to power. Before the end of the year, Phocas's brother made a bid for the throne, but was soon murdered. That did not mean that no other challenger would emerge, as for the second time in a decade, a usurper had overthrown and killed the reigning emperor. Phocas had withdrawn relatively few Roman troops away from the war with the Sasanians to face Heraclius. To have done so risked worse defeats in a foreign war, which would only have damaged his reputation, already shaky because the war was going badly, and perhaps he was also unsure how loyal his soldiers would prove. Either way, not enough was sent to Egypt to defeat Heraclius, and the civil war was lost. This was an age of comparatively small field armies, so even the troops that were sent, probably several thousand, if fewer than 10,000, reduced the military capability of the forces facing the Sasanians on the border of the Syrian and other provinces. Even more important was the shift in attention of the emperor and his senior commanders and ministers away from the struggle with Persia to the civil war. For every emperor knew that he was far more likely to die at the hands of internal enemies than foreign invaders. Phocas tried to juggle both threats and ended up failing to deal with either of them. In 610, the Sasanians crossed the Euphrates and, in August, took the fortress city of Zenobia. As had been shown in the past, once through the frontier zone, the going became easier for an invader. Antioch fell in October, within days of Heraclius's coronation, and Apamea, Emesa, and many lesser cities also succumbed before the end of the month. 70 years after Khusro I had bathed in the Mediterranean, the Sasanians were back. His grandson was unwilling to plunder and withdraw. Having reached so deep into Roman territory, he planned to stay, just as he had done in Mesopotamia. This was a reflection of Roman weakness and Sasanian confidence, for effectively he had cut the Romans' eastern provinces into two halves, so that communication between Asia Minor and Palestine was only possible by sea. One of the first things Heraclius did as emperor was to reach out to the King of Kings and send an embassy to announce the death of Phocas, and hence vengeance for Morisset and his own accession. The gifts accompanying the envoys were even more lavish than usual, reflecting just how badly the war was going for the Romans in Armenia and Syria. Apart from asking for recognition, Heraclius hoped to open negotiations to end the war. Past experience suggested that such a process could take time, proceeding by fits and starts, and would no doubt mean making substantial concessions, given Persian dominance, but this was the way that all wars between the two empires eventually ended. Khusro II refused to recognize Heraclius as emperor, stating that the true emperor was Theodosius, and making it clear that he felt it his right to pronounce on the legitimacy of the rule of any Roman emperor. It is well worth bearing this incident in mind before dismissing the worries expressed by Justin's ministers at the proposal to adopt Khusro I. Since Khusro II was effectively overlord of the real emperor, the offerings brought by the pretender were not gifts, but his by right. To drive home his point, the King of Kings had the Roman ambassadors executed. Even compared to the treatment of Phocas's envoys, this was a dreadful act for most cultures in the ancient world, and a staggering break with all the elaborate diplomatic protocols of the last few centuries for communication between the two eyes of the world. In the past, each side had sometimes rejected approaches from the other and often prevaricated, but throughout the conflicts of the 6th century they had kept the channels of communication open. For the next few years, the two empires did not talk to each other, nervous about the fate of any envoys. The rules of the game had changed very suddenly. Khusro II's aims are unclear. Understandably happy with the ongoing success of his armies, he was confident of his strength and Roman weakness, and saw no reason why this should change in the immediate future. Other leaders, whether Roman emperors or kings of kings, had in the past ridden their luck as far as they felt it would go, continuing to wage war and pushing for ever greater victories in the hope of making the ultimate settlement very favourable to them. Whatever the extent of his ambitions at the start of the war, Khusro II was now set on substantial territorial gains. Considerable efforts were made to placate the populations of captured cities so that they were willing to accept Sasanian rule. Recent emperors, including Morisset, had replaced many local bishops and other clergy with men more in keeping with the orthodox doctrine approved by Constantinople. Khusro II reversed this and restored the original incumbents or found replacements with similar views, pleasing the majority of the population. It may have helped that he was on the side of Theodosius, so that occupied cities could choose to believe that they were still part of the Roman Empire, but there is not enough evidence to show us how far this was pressed, nor is it known what plans Khusro II had for his emperor, or whether he hoped to bring some or all of the Roman Empire under his indirect control, effectively ruling through an emperor or sub-king. This is not just because of a lack of evidence. When Khusro II scorned Heraclius's approach, he made no public demands. Put simply, neither Heraclius nor anyone else on the Roman side knew what the King of Kings wanted, or whether there was any way to buy peace. The year 611 did not begin well for Heraclius, and to add to his other worries, in April Constantinople was hit by an especially severe earthquake, something readily interpreted as God's punishment. By that time a Sasanian army had driven deep into Cappadocia, surprising and capturing its capital, Caesarea. Unlike recent campaigns, the Persians appear to have bypassed other strongholds, and once they had taken this big and well-fortified city, they used it as a base for raiding the countryside. The sources suggest that this was not a very large army. Sasanian manpower was stretched thin, completing the conquest and subjugation of other areas. They had an advantage over the Romans, but resources were limited, and they could not deploy superior numbers everywhere at the same time. The Roman army began to blockade Caesarea, which at least curbed the raids, even though progress in the siege was slow. Better news came when Heraclius's cousin managed to defeat a Sasanian force in a pitched battle near Emesa in Syria. Losses were heavy on both sides, but with any sort of victory so rare, this success was much celebrated. In a break with long-standing tradition, Heraclius left Constantinople and visited his commander and the troops blockading Caesarea in early spring 612. After he had left, the Romans were greatly embarrassed when the Sasanian commander and his men sallied out, cut through the siege lines, and escaped to Armenia. Heraclius blamed the commander on the spot for this failure, the former son-in-law of Phocas, and one of the handful of men who had made the transition from one regime to the next. Feigning continued respect, the emperor brought the commander before a gathering of senators and stripped him of his rank and his household troops, bucellariae, and had him ordained as a priest. In 613, Heraclius went further than merely visiting one of his armies on campaign, and took command in Syria himself, directing 2 field armies. Both appear to have joined together to engage the Sasanians somewhere near Antioch. Again there was heavy and costly fighting until Persian reinforcements tipped the balance and forced the Romans to retreat. The Sasanians continued to press them and the Romans continued to withdraw. Heraclius had displayed much of the same energy and military skill he had shown in the civil war, but it was not enough to stop the confident, well-led and skilful Persians, who continued to gain ground. In 614, a Sasanian army went south and stormed Jerusalem after a siege lasting just over 20 days. The city was sacked, assaulting troops running amok, as they so often did when forced to capture a stronghold by direct assault. This was a shock to the entire population of the empire and to Christian communities beyond it on the same scale as the sack of Rome by the Goths in its time, for the most sacred place in the Christian world had fallen to the soldiers of a pagan king. Some relics had been saved before the siege began, but more were captured, including a fragment of the true cross. This was an appalling, humiliating blow for all Romans, and especially their emperor. Stories circulated of the horrors of the siege growing with the telling. The Sasanians appear to have selected some captives for deportation, but left the remainder, and for the moment they moved their army to Caesarea Maritima on the coast of Palestine. In the aftermath, violence broke out between Christians and Jews at Jerusalem and then over a wider area, a feature in many provinces over the next few years. In the long run, the Sasanian occupying army tended to side with the Christian majority on the pragmatic basis that this was the best way to keep order. By the end of 614, the Sasanians had made even more gains and were well placed to mount further advances, as they controlled the land routes to the south and to the northwest via the Cilician gates. Khusro II's confidence was high, and as the successes kept on coming, his ambitions seemed to have expanded. He certainly made no effort to reopen negotiations, since he surely believed that his advantage would only increase in the years to come. In contrast, Heraclius faced a dire prospect, for even though he had shown considerable ability as commander and was risking his life in the field as no Eastern emperor had done since the 4th century, his armies were still being forced back everywhere. The Roman military system was under immense pressure, with heavy losses as soldiers were killed, crippled, captured, dispersed, or deserted, as well as the dislocation of the established system of commands, recruitment, training, and billeting. At other times, such weakness had invited the appearance of one or more challenger for the throne, but so far these had not emerged. Heraclius's wife had given him a daughter, and in 612 produced a son, Heraclius Constantine, who was crowned as co-emperor before he was a year old. Parading his infant heir in so public a way was surely meant to assure people that he and his family had a future as rulers. To achieve this, he needed to turn the tide in the war. Sources say that Heraclius and his staff studied military manuals and history of past campaigns to learn from best practice and ensure that his reformed armies were drilled in the right way and aware of the most effective tactics. There is certainly a strong correlation between the course of subsequent campaigns and the advice of the strategikon. The system of raising recruits was reformed as part of rebuilding the Roman army, relying more on conscripts from the empire itself, since in the current situation it was harder than usual to hire warriors from outside. All this cost money, at a time when the loss of so many cities and districts had substantially reduced tax revenue. Salaries for soldiers and civil servants were halved and paid in a new adulterated silver coinage, the hexagram, as part of a wider devaluation of currency. The new hexagrams were heavy coins, rather crudely manufactured by Roman standards, and if their silver content was low, at least each man received more of them as pay than of the old, smaller, more valuable coins. Perhaps this helped mollify everyone, or perhaps the sheer scale of the Persian threat prevented too much resentment, for there is no trace of unrest similar to that provoked when Morisset reduced army pay. The empire was certainly doing its best to rally everyone against the invader. Sometimes a truly desperate situation makes internal disputes and rivalries unimportant. A hexagram series minted after the fall of Jerusalem bore the slogan, "God help the Romans," Deus adjuita Romanis, and Heraclius increasingly appealed to his soldiers' Christian faith above calls to defend their homeland and families. In time he began to assure them that death in battle against the pagan enemy was the same as a martyr's death, assuring them of rewards in heaven. Heraclius was beginning to rebuild his strength, but none of this was instant, and for the moment the Sasanian advances were too strong to block. In 615, a general named Shahen marched into Asia Minor and pushed as far as Chalcedon on the Bosporus within sight of Constantinople itself, but not within reach, for the Sasanians did not have boats at their disposal to cross the strait in any force. Yet the shock was enormous, for if Goths, Huns, and others had threatened the imperial capital in the past, no Parthian or Persian army had ever before reached so deep into Roman territory. Khusro II had still issued no specific demands as his price for peace, but Heraclius had to hope that terms were possible. He sent gifts to Shahen and his senior commanders, followed by a bounty for the Sasanian soldiers. Then he went in person to negotiate with the Sasanian general, albeit from the partial safety of a ship moored just offshore. Shahen was willing to listen, since after all this was how wars ended, even if the process was often protracted with truces and renewed hostilities before a final peace was agreed and honoured by both sides. More importantly, he knew that the Sasanians held all the advantages, and that it was up to the Romans to beg for peace. That is just what they did, and the result was a letter written by the Senate, and not Heraclius, who still had not been recognized as emperor by Khusro II, to the King of Kings. In tone, the document was unlike anything ever sent by the Senate in Constantinople, let alone the old Senate in Rome to any foreign leader. The senators appealed to Khusro II's wondrous clemency, and blamed the foul Phocas for his murder of Morisset and his family. Heraclius had overthrown this criminal, then reluctantly been persuaded to become emperor in his stead, but he had been unable to seek recognition from the King of Kings until much later than was proper because of the civil war. All this grovelling was meant to persuade Khusro II to receive the distinguished Roman envoys and treat them as ambassadors. That was all that was asked, specifically, and the pleas to resolve the differences between the two empires were left very vague. Theodosius was not mentioned, but there was sufficient vagueness in speaking of Morisset and his family to suggest that the Romans were open to recognizing the young man as his son, and then as legitimate emperor. This was the price that Heraclius at least implied he was willing to pay to end the war, and that was why the final letter was made on behalf of the Senate. Shahen was a servant of the King of Kings and had no authority to speak for him on such a question. Therefore, he sent a report to Khusro II asking for instructions. In the meantime, a small Roman field force began to raid Persian Armenia. For all their strength, the Sasanian armies could not be strong everywhere after overrunning so much territory. Shahen was ordered east to deal with this problem and spent the rest of the year fruitlessly chasing the raiding force. Although the Romans had achieved very little, this was at least a small success at a time when these were very rare. Meanwhile, Khusro II said that he would accept the Senate's ambassadors. Once they had arrived, he changed his mind, although since little is known about whatever negotiations occurred, the reason is unclear. The Roman ambassadors were imprisoned, and the prospect of peace vanished once again. Heraclius and his advisers still did not know just what Khusro II wanted from them, but since they had all but specifically offered to accept Theodosius, It was surely clear that the King of Kings wanted a fundamental change from the long-term coexistence of two more or less equal empires. Some relief for the Romans was provided by Turkish raids into the northeastern regions of Khusro II's empire, something made easier because most of his best commanders and troops were facing the Romans. The next few years are very poorly documented. The Sasanians appear to have restored the situation in the region, most likely with the traditional mixture of force, diplomacy, and bribery. If the Turkish raids slowed their advance in the west, then this did not last long. Egypt was invaded, and by 619, Alexandria fell to the Sasanians, which meant that Rome's richest province and a major source of the grain that fed the population of Constantinople had gone. To all intents and purposes, much of Asia Minor was under Sasanian control. Heavy blows like this had brought about the fall of the Western Roman Empire, most of all the loss of Africa, with its grain and manpower, to the Vandals. Heraclius was left as ruler of Greece, parts of Thrace, the Balkans, the Aegean Islands, and North Africa. Around this time, the Visigothic king conquered the Roman enclaves in Spain, and there was trouble in Italy. The Roman Empire seemed to be in retreat almost everywhere, and there seemed no reason why the Eastern Empire would not fall. A story later circulated that Heraclius considered shifting the seat of government away from Constantinople to Africa, and perhaps even began to make preparations before he was dissuaded. In contrast, Khusro II was riding high. His armies had overrun Egypt, Palestine, Syria, and Asia Minor, so he controlled more territory than any of his Arsacid or Sasanian predecessors, and ruled over virtually all the lands controlled by the Achaemenid kings at the zenith of their power. According to Greco-Roman sources, recovering the old empire had been a goal, or at least a boast and a useful negotiating tool of earlier kings of kings. There is no mention of this in the sources for Khusro II, but for the moment his success spoke for itself, while his unwillingness to seek a negotiated peace makes clear that he wanted to achieve even more. Just how much more is impossible to say, but his actions do suggest that, at the very least, he intended to reduce the Roman Empire to a husk of its former self, no longer an equal of the Sasanians, but a subordinate neighbour. Perhaps he wished for its eradication, although there is no clear evidence for this. Nor is the fate of Theodosius known, for he simply vanishes from the record. He may have died. Apart from all the risks of life in the ancient world, there were fresh outbreaks of plague, some of them severe. Whatever happened to Theodosius, after the early years Khusro II did not make any great effort to establish his protégé as the Roman Empire's ruler, in stark contrast to Morisse's military aid to him all those years before. One reason may have been that Theodosius did not win very much support from within the Roman Empire. We do not hear of any senior Roman officer or official defecting to the Sasanians, or to the Sasanian-supported Theodosius in the years of heaviest defeats. Even though, to observers, the Persians surely seemed bound to win, the Roman Empire did not fracture. Khusro II's victories were both startling and without precedent. Far less territory in provinces and allied kingdoms was overrun by the Parthians in 40 BC, and they were evicted from those gains much sooner. Khusro II's campaigns were more methodical, breaking through the hard crust of the Roman frontier, systematically reducing all the fortified cities, and then expanding to province after province. All this was achieved with essentially the same military resources as had been available to his predecessors. Khusro II does not appear to have had substantially more soldiers than earlier kings, nor did his forces possess any new tactical or technical advantage. Although he had acquired far more territory, this could not be exploited immediately to produce large numbers of additional troops. His campaigns surely paid for themselves, as his armies fed off the produce of the former Roman provinces, but only because he was able to build on each success, allowing more victories in the future. Nothing is taken away from the skill of the Sasanian commanders and armies in these years to say that so much of what they achieved was made possible by Roman weakness. For generations, any difference in strength between the two empires was slight, and there was no sign at all that this had changed in 602. Phocas's usurpation and subsequent insecurity created an opportunity, rendering Roman military efforts poorly coordinated and lacking in spirit. The rise of Heraclius added to this fragility, and even though he proved a far more active, able, and determined leader than Phocas, he inherited a very poor position, with his armies at a significant disadvantage when facing the Persians. This was enough of a margin to give the Sasanians more opportunities, which in turn made it harder for the Romans to recover. Khusro II and his armies achieved an incredible amount with fairly modest resources. His field armies were in better shape than their opponents, but they were not vast in number, nor could they increase quick enough to keep pace with the need to control and defend all the new conquests. It was simply not possible to recruit and train large numbers of good soldiers quickly, and it was these men who formed the core of the field armies. Both sides faced this problem. For the moment, the Sasanians had a clear advantage in morale and in numbers. In a sense, it was a race to win the overwhelming victory that would cripple or destroy the Roman Empire before the Romans recovered enough strength to stop them. This was a gamble, but sometimes in the past empires had crumbled remarkably quickly when faced with attacks by relatively small armies. Khusro II felt that the risk was well worth the potential gain. Every success can only have reinforced his belief that he really could win a complete victory over Rome and end the rivalry of so many centuries. Chapter 18. Triumph and Disaster, 621 to 632. By 621, Khusro II ruled over more territory than any Arsacid or Sasanian king of kings had done in the past. Whether he knew or cared, he had largely recovered all the lands once ruled by the Achaemenids and possessed much of Alexander the Great's short-lived empire. Syria and Egypt, which had been under Roman rule for so many centuries, were now governed by Khusro II's commanders. There is no sign of concerted, organized resistance to Sasanian rule in these regions after the initial conquest. At the start, the occupying army asked little of the conquered population, encouraging daily life to continue largely as before. On the whole, local elites, the aristocrats and landowners were willing to accept the new power, just as in the past their equivalents in western provinces had accepted the rule of a Gothic or Vandal warlord as king in place of the rule of a distant Roman emperor. The same families transitioned from one regime to the next, retaining their privileged position and helping the occupying power to keep order and control the wider population. Fighting was not an attractive option, since it offered no realistic prospect of success and was likely to provoke savage reprisals. The early centuries of the Pax Romana had demilitarized much of the empire, a process taken even further after so many generations of civil wars made emperors reluctant to permit a situation where provincial populations could readily be armed and organized under any circumstances. In the 6th and 7th centuries, the Roman and Sasanian empires each had a hard outer crust, but once through this fortified and defended zone, the interior was vulnerable and largely unprotected. As a system, this offered a basic level of security to the empire at an acceptable cost, since maintaining substantial numbers of troops throughout the interior, ready in case they were needed, was prohibitively expensive. More importantly, from the perspective of an emperor or king of kings, the existence of such armies would have made internal challenges far more likely by providing would-be usurpers with ready access to military force. That risk was far greater and more immediate than the potential threat of a foreign army breaching the outer defences of the empire and reaching the interior. If such an invasion occurred, then in due course an army could be gathered and sent to the region to evict them, if they had not already withdrawn with their plunder. The system assumed that there would be enough time to deal with the problem, and that the great resources which each empire could draw upon in the long run would allow them to drive back any invader eventually, or at least secure an acceptable peace through bribery and concessions. Time was valuable, and if the frontier zone could not keep every invasion out, it was intended to slow the enemy down and provide precious time to react. Khusro II's campaigns revealed inherent weaknesses in this approach. The fortified frontier zone gave the Romans time just as it was designed to do, but the politics of a divided empire meant that this time was devoted primarily to internal power struggles. For years, responses to the Sasanian attacks, and indeed attacks by Avars and Slavs across the Danube, were poorly coordinated and under-resourced. Faced with such lackluster resistance, Khusro II ordered his armies to grind their way through this outer layer in years of grim, attritional warfare. If an account by someone like Ammianus or Procopius existed for this era, these operations would be better understood, and more stress would be placed on these early campaigns, dominated by the siege of walled city after walled city. Roman weakness provided the opportunity, but Sasanian skill and determination captured the frontier zone and opened the way for the subsequent successes. There was still some fighting, as Khusro II's armies pushed into the interior of the Roman Empire, especially to take the many walled cities of Syria and Palestine, which offered even more opportunity for the Romans to react. Yet having been granted all this time to gather field forces to oppose the invaders, the Romans remained too preoccupied by other concerns to achieve very much. Syria and Palestine fell, and so did Egypt. The situation in Asia Minor was more complicated. Sasanian armies overran much of Cilicia in the south and marched through most of the wider region, but it is less clear how much territory they physically occupied. The region is best described as contested, with the balance of power steadily swinging more and more in the favour of the Persians. Around 619, the Roman mint at Nicomedia stopped issuing coins, a trend seen in all the mints in other provinces taken by the Persians. There was still a Roman presence in Asia Minor, but it was shrinking. In the Balkans, Avars and Slavs continued to raid deep into Roman territory, attacking the major city of Thessalonica, while Slavic pirates were active in the Aegean, reaching as far as Crete. Heraclius's empire seemed to be crumbling around him, and he faced added personal tragedy when his wife died. Khusro II still refused to negotiate, which made the decision to keep fighting easier. Late in 621, the emperor withdrew outside Constantinople to spend months planning and preparing for an offensive. Peace was bought in the Balkans, and more soldiers recruited, equipped, and paid, all of this partly funded by requisitioning silver plates and ornaments from churches. In April 622, Heraclius went to Bithynia, where he trained and drilled a field army. There are no reliable figures for the number of troops mustered. Some scholars suggest an army of some 15,000 to 20,000 men, making it an unusually large, though conceivably big, army by the standards of the Strategikon, and this may be correct, or the emperor may have had fewer soldiers with him. It is safe to say that this was not a massive army, and that the Sasanians enjoyed a significant numerical advantage overall in Asia Minor and the surrounding areas, although not necessarily in each encounter. They also had the confidence of almost 2 decades of victories over the Romans. After months of rigorous training, Heraclius led his army to war in person. A poet spoke of his need to dye his dark army boots red with Persian blood, while the emperor assured his men that God was on their side and would grant them victory. Heraclius was in his late 40s, still fit and active, and he set a personal example in the hard marching campaign that followed, for he relied on speed and surprise to help even the odds against him. An early success came when Arab auxiliaries serving with the Romans killed or captured a scouting party of other Arab tribesmen serving with the Sasanians. The prisoners were enlisted in the Roman army, and Heraclius kept moving, outmanoeuvring each attempt by the Persians to intercept or block them. There were skirmishes, mostly won by the Romans, which helped to boost morale. Eventually there was a full-scale encounter. The Sasanian commander laid an ambush, but Heraclius discovered the plan and set his own ambush. When the Persians emerged from cover, the Romans deliberately fled, luring the pursuing Persians into a trap and routing them. In the aftermath, the main Sasanian force withdrew. This was a victory, and all the more wonderful for the Romans because it was the first for a very long time. It boosted the prestige of the emperor, encouraged the wider public, and gave confidence and experience of success to the soldiers who had served in the campaign. It was a gamble for the emperor to take the field in person for the second time. Had he failed, the damage to his credibility would have been considerable. However, given how badly the war was going, this was far less of a risk than usual, since his prestige would also have suffered if subordinates he appointed had been defeated. All in all, the risk was worth taking, as few other options were left, and he got away with it. Yet, in practical terms, the campaign achieved very little. Essentially, a large-scale raid, no territory was recovered, and the losses inflicted on the Sasanians were modest. Such a minor success made no real difference to the wider strategic dominance of Khusro II's armies, or the precarious state of Heraclius's empire. This point was reinforced before the year was out, when he had to rush back to Constantinople to deal with a new crisis. Peace with the Avars and their Slavic allies had broken down when the latter once again attacked Thessalonica. There were not the resources to drive them back, since the pick of the emperor's remaining troops were in Asia Minor. Heraclius fell back on the tried and trusted methods of negotiation and bribery. In 623, a meeting was arranged between the envoys of the Avar Khan and the emperor and court in person. It was to take place between Constantinople and the long wall higher up the peninsula, and the willingness of Heraclius to go there to meet mere ambassadors gives an idea of the weakness of his negotiating position. Just before the conference, Heraclius scented a trap and galloped from the scene before bands of warriors could surround his party. He escaped, along with some of his staff, but the imperial regalia fell into enemy hands, and large numbers of civilians were captured. In spite of this humiliating flight, Heraclius remained desperate to buy peace from the Avars, and seems to have decided that the treachery could be accepted as an understandable ploy. In the past, both Romans and Sasanians had seized enemy leaders who had come to negotiate, and it was seen as all part of the game. The Avar Khan had the advantage, and knew it, so he extracted an immense price in return for withdrawing. Each year, the Romans were to pay him 200,000 gold solidi, roughly £2,700 in weight in normal times, although lighter coins were minted in bulk for the occasion, and as the three main hostages he was sent Heraclius's illegitimate son, his nephew, also illegitimate, and the son of a senior official. Of the warlords of Europe, only Attila, at the height of his power, had extorted wealth on this scale from the Romans. Heraclius bought time, for there could be little doubt that the Avars and their allies would return when it suited them. For the moment, he was free to resume the offensive against the Sasanians. There is no hint in our sources that Khusro II had encouraged the Avar Khan in his attack, although within a few years there was certainly diplomatic contact and a loose alliance between the two. Nor is there any information about the activities of the army Heraclius had left in Asia Minor during 623, which suggests that there was little or no fighting, as Sasanian forces resumed their advance, pushing as far as Ancyra. Late in the year, the Persians landed on Rhodes, and captured the island and its cities in their only significant maritime achievement during the conflict. Heraclius's empire continued to shrink, and with it the resources to wage war. Just as the Sasanians would look to the Avars as useful allies, the emperor planned to approach the Khan of the Western Turks for aid against the Persians. Such an alliance could not be formed quickly, if only because of the great distances the Roman envoys needed to travel simply to begin discussions, but Heraclius was planning ahead. For so rational a man, a few of his choices in these years appear strange. In 622 or 623, he took his niece as his new bride, despite the deep disgust such an incestuous union provoked in many of his subjects. The emperor seems to have believed that he could get away with whatever he decided to do, but at least he was showing confidence that there would be a future for him and the Roman Empire. In the spring of 624, Heraclius returned to Asia Minor to take command of his field army. He claimed to have attempted to open negotiations with the King of Kings, only to receive an insulting letter in return. In this, Khusro II called himself Lord and King of all the earth, and dismissed Heraclius as a foolish and worthless servant, while boasting of all his own victories, which the Christian God had done nothing to prevent. Constantinople was doomed to fall, for their Christ, who was not able to save himself from the Jews, could not save them from Khusro II's might. Heraclius could bring his family and be settled on an estate granted by the King of Kings, but could not hope to escape in any other way. The message was stark and uncompromising, which conformed to the refusal to negotiate in the years since 603. However, the tone is so insulting that most scholars assume the letter was actually concocted by Heraclius and his advisers, not least because they made it public straight away. Certainly, the sheer arrogance of its language made clear to the emperor's subjects that no compromise was possible with such an enemy, and more importantly, that any man who dared to deny the power of the Almighty God in this way was doomed to defeat. From now on, the tendency for Heraclius to assure his soldiers that they were fighting for their god and would be martyrs if they fell increased. Faith offered hope in a conflict that must otherwise have seemed hopeless, for Khusro II had every reason to be confident. For the first time since the initial campaigns, the King of Kings planned to accompany one of his armies in the field in 624, probably to drive further into Asia Minor, and eventually to Constantinople itself. Heraclius began his offensive at Caesarea in Cappadocia, then marched quickly northeast into Armenia. The move caught the Sasanians by surprise, and he drove deep into the regions long held by the Persians, raiding and ravaging fields, but not stopping to engage in sieges. There was no concerted opposition at this stage, and the first real confrontation came when he turned south into Atropatene, where Khusro II was beginning to muster a large force for his planned campaign. The King of Kings was not ready to fight, which suggests that substantial contingents had not yet arrived, so that he had nothing like the 40,000 men claimed in Roman sources. After his advance guard was defeated by the Romans, Khusro II retreated, his army dispersing, destroying crops as it went to deprive the enemy of supplies. At first Heraclius did not pursue, and instead went to the city of Ganzak, which surrendered to him. He gave his soldiers a few days of rest, then led them to Thebameis, which housed one of the most sacred fire temples in the Sasanian Empire, having been founded by Ardashir I in the earliest days of the dynasty. Khusro II, in his flight, had removed many of the temple treasures and taken part of the sacred flame away before leaving. His example, combined with the preparations of the Romans to begin a formal siege, swiftly convinced the defenders to capitulate. Heraclius did not harm the people, but he burned the temple complex to the ground. Excavation has shown the thoroughness of the damage, as well as providing a cache of several hundred clay seals used on official documents stored there. The Romans were soon on the move again. They had long since passed through the fortified and defended frontier zone of the Sasanian Empire, and for the moment could run amok in the vulnerable interior. Heraclius's men marched through Media and Atropatene, plundering as they went, but not facing any substantial resistance. He did not intend to return to Roman territory for the winter, and instead, after a debate with his officers and a period of rest and prayer for the army, went to Albania in the Caucasus. Some of the local leaders accepted alliance with the Romans, others had to be threatened, but he was able to find sufficient secure billets to house his troops during the winter months. The prisoners with the column would have been a burden to feed and guard, so late in the year he let them go free to find their own way home. Heraclius's campaign in 624 had been another grand raid, this time far bolder because he led his men so deep into the Sasanian Empire and did not return to Roman territory at the end of it. Khusro II and his commanders were taken by surprise and wrong-footed so badly that they did not recover before the winter weather shut down operations for the year. This was a more spectacular success for the Romans than the offensive in 622, although based on the same principles of hard marching and skillful manoeuvre to outwit the enemy rather than defeating them through direct confrontation. If the strategikon is any indication, then 2/3 or even more of Heraclius's troops were infantrymen, which meant that the speed of his army was not inherent but based on tight discipline and inspirational leadership. Earlier training was reinforced by experience, confidence, and hundreds of miles of hard travel through rough country, buoyed by the sense of success, since they were always advancing. The nature of these campaigns reinforces the sense that the emperor led a fairly modest army, quite probably even smaller than the big armies envisaged by the strategikon. The Roman offensive had shocked the Sasanians, inflicting an embarrassing retreat on Khusro II himself. Heraclius's men lived off the land, consuming or destroying all the produce and livestock they could find. The impact was terrible on the communities within their reach, and the agricultural system was disrupted even more when the Romans took captives and held them for months before releasing them, temporarily depleting the labour force. Yet the Roman army was relatively small, and although it moved quickly, the area laid waste was limited, the devastation and resultant hardships essentially local. Compared to the conquests made by Khusro II's armies in the war so far, the damage inflicted was minimal. Added to that, surprise would be harder to achieve from now on, since the Sasanians knew where Heraclius was wintering and could better deduce where he might go once the spring arrived. The King of Kings reverted to his policy of previous years and decided to let his commanders run the war under his distant supervision. 3 senior generals, each with a field army, were summoned from elsewhere with the aim of cornering and destroying Heraclius and his men. This took time and meant stripping troops from all over the conquered Roman provinces. Completing the conquest of Asia Minor ceased to be the immediate priority, as the basic problem of resources asserted itself once again. Khusro II simply did not have enough reliable troops to be strong everywhere at the same time. There are also signs that funding the war effort was becoming a strain. Later tradition would remember the king as greedy because he was always raising money. Just as Heraclius had drawn treasures from the church to pay for the war, the Sasanians began to confiscate wealth from the churches within their conquered territory. Khusro II's armies had done wonders to conquer so much with limited resources. They needed to do even more to win the final victory. Inevitably, Sasanian preparations took time, for the sheer distances involved meant that there were delays as orders were dispatched and troops and resources gathered and then moved to the theatre of operations. Shahen, the same general who had negotiated with Heraclius at the Bosporus, appears to have held overall command and is said to have led a force of some 30,000 men. Distance, and the difficulty of communication in a landscape shaped by mountains and rivers made it hard to exert close control on the other two armies, a situation perhaps made worse by competition among the three commanders. For years they had operated largely independently, as each one overran different regions of the Roman Empire. Heraclius moved first, before the Sasanians were ready, and once again he moved fast and went in an unexpected direction. Early in 625, he began another foray into Atropatene, dodging one of the Persian armies. However, many of his officers were unhappy with the risks he was running, and pressure from the allied contingents from the Caucasian kingdoms forced him to change his plans and retreat. The Sasanian army followed him, and a second general with his troops got ahead of the Romans and tried to block their path. Heraclius turned on the pursuing army, launching a succession of small attacks to stop it in its tracks. Then he bypassed them and hurried back to Atropatene. Belatedly, the two Persian armies joined together and followed him. Heraclius pretended to be afraid of their combined might and led them on. Learning that Shahen and the Third Sasanian army was en route to reinforce the others, he decided to risk battle with his pursuers before this happened. Heraclius let the two Sasanian armies approach his camp, then retreated during the night, force-marching to get away. His opponents sensed fear, not realizing that he was heading for a patch of open ground well suited to Roman tactics. Once there, Heraclius set up camp on a convenient hilltop, rested his men, and waited. Shahen was close now, within a day or two's march, but the two other generals scented the chance to win glory without his help. The Sasanians hurried in pursuit, vying to be the first to catch the demoralized enemy, only to discover the Romans deployed and ready for battle. Unnerved by this unexpected confidence, and hastily formed into their own battle line, the Sasanians were routed with heavy losses, including one of the generals. Shahen arrived too late to assist, and was in turn attacked by the Romans and put to flight. With the three enemy field armies dispersed for the moment, Heraclius was free to move at will and returned to ravaging enemy territory. After a while, a Sasanian army put together from the survivors of the defeats began to shadow him as he marched northeast. Many of Heraclius's Caucasian allies decided to leave and marched back to their own homelands in Iberia and Lazica, encouraging the pursuers, who closed the distance. Both sides deployed in battle lines, facing each other. Heraclius was willing to let the Persians attack him, but they remained cautious after the earlier defeats and did not move. For a day, the rival armies stared at each other without either side advancing. At dusk, the Romans withdrew with such confidence and in such good order that the Sasanians did not follow. The year was coming to a close, and Heraclius decided not to winter for a second time so deep in enemy territory, so headed for Armenia. The Persians followed him at a distance. There were skirmishes, with the Romans more than holding their own, and eventually Heraclius settled down into winter quarters in Roman Armenia, or at least a region that had been Roman until the conquests of Khusro II. Fighting did not end, despite the season. Shahen had been recalled, and command passed to Shabaraz, the general of the south and a member of the Mihran clan. Given some 6,000 elite horsemen, most likely from units maintained by the King of Kings, he decided to raid the lines of the Roman army. Heraclius discovered what was happening and ambushed the Sasanian advance guard. The sources claim only a single man escaped capture or death to bring the news to Shabaraz, but the report was soon followed by the appearance of Roman troops all around them. In the one-sided fight that followed, the Sasanian force was destroyed, although its commander managed to ride to safety. The Roman army was able to spend the rest of the winter unmolested. Once again, Heraclius and his army had marched a long way, surprising the enemy with their speed and willingness to take unexpected, difficult routes. They had faced a succession of Sasanian armies, fighting and winning battle after battle. All of this was good, for it demonstrated the confidence and skill of the emperor and this army, and also dented the prestige of the King of Kings. The success hinted to the populations of the wider region, especially the Caucasian kingdoms with their largely Christian populations, that Persian dominance need not prove permanent, and that the Romans might return. Yet this was still a raid, plundering and laying waste without conquering any territory. In the end, Heraclius felt unable to stay in hostile territory and had returned to the Roman Empire to pass the winter. For all the losses inflicted on the Sasanians, their armies still possessed a great numerical advantage over the Romans, while their confidence would recover. Luck, as well as skill, had helped the Romans survive and succeed in hostile territory, but in the end, numbers would tell. Militarily, the advantage remained very much in Khusro II's favour. Yet Heraclius had survived and delayed the Sasanian drive to the coast of Asia Minor and Constantinople, and that was something. More important in the longer run was the good progress of his negotiations with the Western Turks, and his presence in Media and Atropatene may have helped to convince the Khan that an alliance with Rome might be worthwhile. Khusro II decided on a massive effort to end the war, raising a great army from his empire and its allies. He also appears to have reached an agreement with the Avars, who, since the departure of Heraclius on distant campaigns, had begun to question the benefits of maintaining the peace. A joint attack towards Constantinople was agreed for the coming summer. Before that, 2 Sasanian field forces would confront Heraclius, destroying his army, or at the very least preventing it from helping Constantinople or disrupting the offensive in any significant way. Heraclius left winter quarters earlier than expected, giving him a substantial lead before the Sasanian armies began their pursuit. The Romans marched into Mesopotamia, passed Amida, and then turned back to make a show of force and slow the pursuers. The Persians dismantled the bridge at Samosata, but Heraclius and his men managed to ford the Euphrates in time before the waters were swollen by the melting of the winter snows in the highlands to the north. Shabaraz followed, and an attempt to check him at another river line initially went badly, until the Romans managed to rally, get organized, and beat back the enemy. Heraclius is supposed to have fought with great heroism, defeating a giant of a Persian who attacked him, then driving across a bridge from which the panicking enemy leapt like frogs into the water. Shabaraz disengaged and gave up the chase, letting the Roman army march away. Save for the moment, Heraclius sent some of his troops back to strengthen the garrison of Constantinople. Once again Heraclius and his army had survived, but they lacked the strength to confront the main Sasanian army, which in due course drove through Asia Minor and reached the coast at Chalcedon in June. Shabaraz was in charge of this main effort, but for all his resources he had few boats at his disposal, so he would be largely an observer as the Avars and allied tribes closed on Constantinople. These would besiege the city and loot it once it had fallen. The Khan led a very large army, which Roman sources estimated at some 80,000 men. Constantinople had formidable defences, but the walls were extensive at some 3.5 miles long on the landward side, and with 12,000 defenders supported by whatever civilian volunteers were available, the Romans could not be strong everywhere. Making use of siege towers, assault sheds and artillery, including trebuchets, the Avars were well organized and equipped, if not as skilled in siegecraft as the Sasanians. As usual, the Romans were keen to negotiate, and through the siege there was a back-and-forth exchange of envoys, although the talks came to nothing. On the 29th of July, 626, the Avars closed with the city walls, parading their numbers to convince the Romans that resistance was futile. The attack began 2 days later, all along the landward wall, probing for a weak spot while wearing out the defenders. Later, boatloads of Slavic warriors began to threaten the weaker seaward walls, doing their best to keep to the shallowest water where Roman warships could not go. A delegation went to see the Khan, who had 3 Sasanian ambassadors sitting beside him as he spoke to the Romans, who were made to stand. Unluckily for the Persians, their boat was caught by a Roman warship on their way back across the Bosporus. One ambassador was promptly beheaded, while the second had his hands chopped off. The severed head was suspended around the second ambassador's neck, and he was sent back in this state to the Khan. After that, the Romans took the third ambassador by boat over to the shore held by the Sasanian army and made a great show of his execution. Such appalling savagery was presumably meant to show the defenders' resolve, but it outraged rather than dismayed the attackers. The Khan made a formal protest at the barbarous treatment of his guests. The siege continued, the intensity of the attacks increasing as siege works were completed, but the defenders held on. They were buoyed by their faith in God's protection and by the favour of the Virgin Mary, praying to her to intercede with her Son on their behalf. There was a major success at sea when Roman warships intercepted and burned, or sank, a fleet of boats ferrying soldiers across the water. Opinion is divided over whether this was a serious attempt to get Persian troops across the Bosporus to join the siege, or an assault by Slavic tribesmen against the city. Attacks continued, and in one pause the Avars and the Sasanians each took position to parade their full might in plain view, in the hope of overawing the defenders. A great assault was launched by the Avars and Slavs, and was beaten back. On the 8th of August, the Khan began to withdraw his army. All his attacks had failed, and he could not feed his great host for much longer if they stayed concentrated around the city. He sent word warning the Romans not to dare to harry his men, and pulled back, slowly, burning churches, other buildings, and anything they could not carry off, including the bulk of their own siege equipment. A little later, the Sasanian army also retired from Chalkidon, and finally, once they were sure that the siege was over, the inhabitants of Constantinople held a service to celebrate their deliverance, with particular thanks being offered to the Virgin Mary, who was presented as the protector of the city. This was an important moment in the growing reverence accorded to her. Khusro II's grand offensive had failed, although it had been close. In the meantime, Shahen had led another army in pursuit of Heraclius. Weakened by the detachment of several thousand men to reinforce Constantinople, the Romans retreated, managing to keep ahead of the larger Sasanian force and winning a few small encounters. Eventually there was a battle, which the Romans won, pursuing the fleeing enemy and inflicting heavy losses. Shahen escaped, but according to one source, his spirit was broken and he died soon afterwards. Khusro II publicly blamed the commander for his failure, and another version of the story claims that he had him executed. There was even worse news for the King of Kings when the Western Turks launched heavy raids into his empire, easily crossing frontier lines depleted of soldiers and ravaging Albania and Atropatene with fire and sword. When Khusro II sent envoys in the hope of buying the invaders off and giving him some breathing space, he received a blunt reply. The Khan was an ally of the Roman Emperor and was himself King of the North and Lord of the whole earth, while Khusro II was a mere regional governor. Unless the Persians submitted, the Khan promised to devastate their lands, just as the Persians had laid waste the Roman Empire. Khusro II responded in turn with reminders of past alliance, his own strength, and threats of what he might do in reprisal. He continued to dismiss Heraclius, calling him the castrated one. As the year closed, the Turks withdrew for the winter, but the respite was temporary. Later Arabic tradition depicted an increasingly tyrannical and suspicious Khusro II, as his great plans started to crumble around him. In one tradition, he grew to distrust Shabaraz, still in command of the largest field army, and sent a secret letter ordering his execution. The general discovered the contents of the letter, in some versions after it had been intercepted by Heraclius, and faked another which ordered the deaths of many of his senior officers. He showed this to them, convincing his army to support him instead of the King of Kings, and continued to be in secret contact with Heraclius and held back from the war. Certainly, Shabaraz and his troops played little or no part in operations for the next year or so. Some scholars are inclined to see the story of the letters as later, romantic invention, and at the very least, there is surely some embellishment in the account. Whatever the truth, Khusro II does not appear to have been able to count on his general from this point on. In 627, the Turks returned, rapidly overrunning the Derbent Wall on the west of the Caspian Sea and storming through the pass it protected. The Sasanians simply did not have enough troops left available to stop them. Heraclius went to Lazica, evicting the weak Persian forces there without much difficulty. He then marched to an agreed rendezvous with the Turks outside Tiflis, the capital of Iberia. Roman Emperor met the Turkish Khan, the two men embracing. Then, at least according to a Roman source, the warlord prostrated himself before Heraclius, and seeing this, his entire army did the same. Yet the gestures were not all one-sided. Heraclius took off his imperial crown and placed it on the Khan's head, then presented him with imperial robes, as well as pearl earrings more fitting to Turkish tradition. The alliance was to be cemented through marriage, as Heraclius pledged his daughter to become the Khan's bride. She was not present, so for the moment the groom-to-be had to make do with a portrait, but agreement was reached for her to travel to him in 2 years' time. The unprecedented willingness of a Roman emperor to marry his child to a warlord, however powerful, is a reminder of just how desperate the Romans' fight for survival had been in recent years. Securing the assistance of tens of thousands of Turkish warriors at last turned the tide in favour of the Romans. In spite of witnessing the splendour of the Roman and Turkish armies and the enthusiasm of their leaders for the new alliance, the defenders of Tiflis were not cowed. The combined armies besieged the city, but could not take it, and it only fell some time later. Instead, the new allies ravaged the surrounding lands, a task the Turks in particular were better suited to perform. As the summer drew to a close, the Khan tarried a little longer before he withdrew to pass the winter in his own lands, while Heraclius took the Roman army south into Mesopotamia, where it was possible, if still unusual, for an army to stay in the field throughout the winter months. Some Turkish auxiliaries may have accompanied him as he crossed the Zagros mountains towards the Tigris, but the sources are confused. In December 627, a Sasanian army had gathered to confront the plundering Roman column, but outside Nineveh, Heraclius lured the Persians onto ground of his own choice and attacked. Surprise was helped by thick morning mist, but even so the battle proved a hard one. The Sasanian general and most of his senior officers fell in the fighting, and overnight the Persian army grudgingly withdrew, for the moment leaderless. Morisset had contemplated a drive on Ctesiphon until he was called away, but now Heraclius led his army towards this greatest city of the Sasanian Empire. In his path lay Dastagerd, the favourite palace of Khusro II, where he had spent recent months. On the 23rd of December, the King of Kings had his servants pack as much of his treasure and other important belongings as possible onto pack elephants, camels, and mules. A day later, he and his family slipped away, leaving orders for the rest to follow. Once at Ctesiphon, he desperately began to organize its defences, summoning troops from all quarters to come to him. At Dastagerd, Heraclius found that Khusro II had gone, but in spite of the attempted evacuation, vast quantities of luxuries remained to be plundered. Alongside all the silks and splendours were 300 Roman standards captured in earlier campaigns. The emperor paused, resting his weary soldiers. Around this time they slaughtered as food the collection of game animals kept at a royal precinct for hunting. Returning to the traditional pattern of warfare between the two empires, an embassy went to the King of Kings, urging him to open peace talks rather than force more fighting and more destruction when both sides had suffered enough. "Let us extinguish the fire before it consumes everything." Khusro II refused, and did his best to conscript any men he could find, taking them from the royal household and those of his noblemen. His officials were ruthless in their methods for obtaining this manpower and the funds to pay and equip them. Enthusiasm for the war had evaporated, and may never have been high once it was clear this was meant to destroy the Roman Empire rather than simply assert Persian dominance and extort concessions. A conspiracy was formed between senior officers and court officials, with the more or less active participation of Kavad and one of Khusro II's sons. They reached out to Heraclius, wanting to know whether he was genuine in his desire for a peaceful settlement, assuming the obstacle posed by the King of Kings could be removed. The Roman army had not pushed closer to Ctesiphon and was instead plundering the wider area, targeting in particular anywhere with a royal connection. A patrol caught the envoys and brought them to the emperor, who welcomed them and gave them the assurances they had sought. They returned, and the conspirators promptly acted, arresting Khusro II. Kavad II was crowned King of Kings in his place on the 25th of February, 628. 3 days later, the new monarch's brothers were executed as potential rivals. The father was shot with arrows, the traditional and honourable method of killing a dethroned king. Khusro II had had one of the most remarkable careers of any Sasanian, or, for that matter, Arsasid, ruler. Forced into exile as a youth, he had returned with Roman aid, won a civil war, and fought to establish himself against all his rivals. The murder of his former ally Maurice prompted him to go to war against the Romans, whether through genuine outrage or as a useful pretext. Either way, he did spectacularly well, and dreamed of extinguishing the old rival once and for all. He almost succeeded, but in the end his resources were stretched too thin. This gave the Romans a chance, and the talent of Heraclius and the hard marching and fighting of his soldiers brought the Roman Empire back from the brink. Barely a year and a half after the Avars had failed at Constantinople, the man who had expanded the Sasanian Empire to its greatest extent was overthrown, condemned for his crimes, and executed. Heraclius and his army had withdrawn before the conspirators acted, so it was not for 2 months that he learned that they had succeeded and wished to talk. The war was not over, and there was bound to be a prolonged period of negotiation to hammer out the details, not least how the great swathes of conquered Roman territory could be returned. However, Heraclius was satisfied to give the new regime the chance to establish sufficient control to permit it to deliver on any promises made in the ultimate agreement. A letter from Kavad II addressed Heraclius as brother, formally marking an end to the shattering of diplomatic norms under his father. This was too late for the imprisoned Roman envoys from the earlier attempts at negotiation. One had died of disease, and the survivors had been killed on Khusro II's orders during the last days of his rule. Eventually the terms were agreed, with Kavad II promising to return the conquered Roman provinces and all prisoners still held by the Sasanians, as well as the relics carried off from Jerusalem. Yet when the King of Kings sent orders for Shabaraz and his army to withdraw from the occupied territory, the general refused to obey. Presumably he wished to protect his own position and status, as well as life, but it is impossible to understand his motives without knowing whether he had been in secret communication with Heraclius in the preceding years. There was no obvious way for the court in Ctesiphon to enforce its orders, and before they could work out what to do, Kavadh II died, perhaps during an outbreak of plague. His infant son, Ardashir III, was proclaimed as King of Kings in the autumn of 628, but Shahrbaraz was not impressed and led his army to Ctesiphon, defeating the troops loyal to the new regime. Ardashir III was executed along with his key supporters, and Shahrbaraz crowned as King of Kings in April 630, only the second man from outside the Sasanian family to ascend the throne. He was murdered within a matter of months, as was a nephew of Khusro II, who briefly won support. The killing of the other sons of Khusro II in 628 meant that there were no obvious male heirs, so another convention was broken when his daughter Boran became the first woman to rule the empire. She died within a year, apparently of natural causes. A sister succeeded her, but did not last long, and the same was true of the 3 men who barely claimed power long enough to mint coins before they died. Only in 632 did Yazdgerd III, a grandson of Khusro II, bring a measure of stability. This confusion and internal disorder meant that the Sasanians were in no position to resume the struggle with Rome, but it also meant that the implementation of the peace treaty took some time. Shahrbaraz maintained good relations with the Romans and staged his coup with Roman approval and probably direct military aid. He ordered the withdrawal of remaining Sasanian troops from conquered territory and returned the relics during his brief reign. In the main, the garrisons obeyed and communities reverted to their old allegiance to Rome, but there was some fighting. Edessa had to be besieged before the Sasanian troops there agreed to leave. Reoccupation of the town led to a massacre of the Jewish population and other perceived collaborators. However, one of the Jewish citizens escaped and brought the news to Heraclius, who ordered the killing to stop. The returned relics were brought first to Constantinople, and it was probably not until March 630 that Heraclius took them back to Jerusalem, making sure to enter the city humbly, walking on foot rather than riding surrounded by the pomp of the imperial court. The world appeared to be returning to its natural state. Khusro II's war with the Romans was unlike any of the earlier conflicts between the Romans and Sasanians, or, for that matter, the Parthians. For more than 25 years, the two empires fought with an intensity that had no precedent, in campaigns covering a wider area than ever before. The principal reason for this was Khusro II's greater ambition. He scented an opportunity which for a long time appeared fully vindicated as the Roman defensive zone was overrun and interior provinces conquered. Then it had collapsed around him in just a few years as Heraclius kept the Romans in the war and began to strike back. These reverses, combined with the strain of maintaining the war effort on such a scale, led to Khusro II's abrupt fall. The King of Kings had come closest to complete victory in 626 through cooperation with the Avars. In turn, the Romans had turned the war in their favour through alliance with the Turks. Neither empire had quite enough power on its own to defeat the other, making the role of these tribal confederations critical to the outcome. Yet Khusro II could readily have obtained a very favourable peace through negotiation at several stages, and was unwilling even to test the water. Heraclius, realizing how close his empire had come to destruction, was satisfied with far less when the situation was reversed. This was to be the last war between Sasanians and Romans, although no one could have guessed this at the time. Each empire had faced periods of civil war and instability before, only to recover, its strength and prosperity reduced but still substantial. In 630 the two empires were once again fairly well balanced in relation to each other. There were encouraging signs for the Sasanians when the Western Turkish Confederation collapsed almost as suddenly as the Hunnic Confederation had fallen apart after the death of Attila. In this case, It began with successes won by Chinese armies far to the east, who had been encouraged to act by the knowledge that so many Turkish warriors had been drawn off to fight against the Sasanians. These defeats discredited the current Turkish leadership, and unity collapsed for more than a generation, and with it the immediate threat to the kingdoms of the Caucasus and the Sasanian Empire. The planned marriage between the Khan and Heraclius's daughter never took place. Both empires began to recover from the ordeal of such prolonged and costly warfare. Neither was as strong as before. Rome had lost ground in Italy and all its lands in Spain, had seen the Balkan frontier overrun several times, and now had to restore its administration in the recovered provinces in the east as captives returned from long exile. The war had disrupted the economic life of the empire and uprooted populations, which were also struck by several outbreaks of plague. The Sasanians were riven by internal power struggles, which, as always, tended to loosen central control over their vast empire, and especially the regions on the fringes. Both sides needed time to restore and rebuild their strength. It was not to be. Chapter 19. On that day all believers shall rejoice. 632 to circa 700. Khusro II's war with Rome had surpassed all the previous conflicts between the two empires for its intensity and length and the sheer devastation it caused. Yet for all the spectacular Sasanian successes of the first 20 years or so, the conflict ended in defeat and a negotiated settlement which essentially restored the pre-war borders of each empire. Khusro II was already dead before this was confirmed. Overthrown once the war had turned sour, and the strain of feeding it with money and men no longer seemed bearable. His son, Kavad II, began to settle with the Romans, halting all major offensive operations, but it was not until Shabaraz seized power that the treaty was confirmed and the process of implementing the agreements got underway. Shabaraz's assassination, within a matter of months, did not reignite the war between the two empires, although it is harder to say how much it impeded the process of restoring land and captives. There seem to have been Roman troops in Sasanian territory for some time afterwards, although there is no indication that they took an active role in the power struggles that followed, as successive regimes tried to establish themselves, let alone assert their rule over the entire empire. As the eventual losers of the war, the Sasanians were in the weaker position. Shabaraz was only the third man from outside the royal house of Cézanne to be proclaimed as King of Kings, even if briefly. Khusro II's daughter, Boran, who succeeded him, may well have been little more than a figurehead for a group of senior courtiers, since the empire had no tradition of female rule. Even so, she was depicted on coins minted during her reign. Coins bearing the name of her sister, Asamidukt, whose reign as queen was even briefer, have the image of a male ruler. This is unlikely to have been a deliberate attempt to present her as male, for the coins were those of another ruler, quickly overstruck by the new regime, and it was easier to change the name than the picture. Little is known about any of these short-lived rulers, and the regimes backing them. There was usually at least one pretender at large somewhere in the empire, although the difference between a usurper and legitimate ruler was wafer-thin at this time. Whole sections of the empire, especially on the fringes, appear more or less independent of central government, controlled by regional leaders able to impose some sort of authority at a local level. Had a strong King of Kings emerged and lasted for some time, then no doubt his regime would have asserted itself over most or all of the former empire. For the moment, it was a matter of starting to recover from the impact of the Great War, and everything suggests that local and central authorities alike were doing their best. The fire temple destroyed by Heraclius's army in 624 was soon rebuilt, its flame relit. At heart, much of the population still had faith in their traditions, beliefs, laws, and the idea of the rule of a king of kings from the house of Cézanne, even if they were less convinced by the claims of particular rulers at that time. There is no real sign of a widespread longing for change or disillusion with the world as it was. Much the same was true within the Roman Empire, and Heraclius had the advantage of greater security, since for the moment he faced no serious internal challenge. He also had come out of the war as victor, which helped to buoy spirits within his empire, even though the costs of enduring and finally winning the war far outweighed any profits from the victory. Some of this was tangible: the damage to cities, disruption to farming and trade, or the replacement for years on end of the Roman organs of government with those of the occupying Sasanians. There was also the blow to Rome's reputation from defeat after defeat in the early years. In the 3rd century, Zenobia's forces had overrun Egypt, although whether this was remembered as part of a civil war or as a foreign invasion by Palmyra is unclear. Since then, the province had been secure, again apart from occasional outbursts of civil war. Syria and Palestine were more exposed, and some of their districts had faced plenty of raids, some of them large-scale. Time and again over the centuries, cities had fallen, substantial numbers of people had been transported to Persia as captive labour, and enemies, whether Sasanian or tribal allies or Huns, had plundered widely. Civilian populations suffered the most in these circumstances, as they always did. Yet until Khusro II's war, they had not been subject to conquest by a foreign enemy that surely appeared permanent. In the long run, the emperor had forced the invaders to leave and had restored imperial administration, but only after years of occupation. The Roman Empire was still strong, but was less strong than it had once been, and its vulnerability to a heavy attack had been made all too plain by the spectacular successes of Khusro II. Many Christians were inclined to see defeat and failure as punishment for the sins of society or individuals. By extension, success demonstrated God's approval. This perhaps created a willingness to accept disasters as avoidable if only people behaved properly, making them easier to understand without doubting the fundamental strength of a state led by an emperor at Constantinople who acted as God's agent on earth. Phocas could be blamed for many of the defeats, and Heraclius's piety as much as his talent taken as the reason for eventual victory. Yet Christians also believed that the world would one day perish, to be replaced by a better, perfect existence, purged of sin and its consequences. Rome's empire, even if ruled from Constantinople, was a beacon of civilization and faith on earth, but it would not last forever, and the apocalypse would one day come. This meant that disasters, whether natural or through war, could be seen as signs of the end of the world or simply as more burdens to bear. No one could be sure, although particular dates and dreadful events tended to encourage predictions of impending cataclysm. Such ideas were not the sole preserve of Christians in this era, and similar fears emerged in those of other faiths, including Zoroastrians. These were uncertain times, not least because of the periodic outbreaks of plague. Many people believed that the world as they knew it might come to an apocalyptic end, and that this might happen during their lifetime. Most also understood that it might not, and that things could equally continue for years or generations, much as they were. Heraclius had brought the empire back from what must have seemed the very brink of destruction, reclaimed all the lost territory, and returned the looted relics to Jerusalem. Sasanian occupation had exacerbated doctrinal divisions between Christians, and in some areas it had greatly heightened tension between Christian and Jewish communities over the latter's real or imagined collaboration with the invaders. Such splits within and between communities were a long-standing feature of many Roman provinces, and although the current spate of violence was unusually bad, it was still not so serious as to pose a major threat to imperial stability. Constantinople's desire to enforce its view on doctrinal matters remained strong, and Heraclius was bolder in his actions in some areas. In 632 he ordered the forced baptism of some or all of the Jewish population in the African provinces, although the details and scale of both the intention and the implementation are obscure. There were limits to what the central government could achieve, especially since its resources remained very thinly stretched. Heraclius had won the war with a small field army and had struggled to pay them. Estimates of the total number of troops available to the empire ranged from 50,000 to 100,000, with the vast majority tied down as garrisons. While smaller than the army in earlier periods, this was still a considerable total to supply and pay, and the sums had to be met from regular taxation, which could not be expected to revert to pre-war levels instantly. Pay seems often to have been in arrears, and there was little or no capacity to increase the size of the army. Although Romans and Sasanians were now at peace with each other, that did not mean that there was no more fighting. The Sasanians had their civil wars, and both empires had other frontiers and other antagonists. Groups of warriors, usually described as Arabs or Saracens, launched a number of raids into the territories of both empires. This was nothing new. Sometimes such bands had come as allies of one of the big empires, and sometimes they freelanced. Romans and Sasanians alike had devoted considerable effort in the past to creating fortified lines and stationing troops to deter or deal with attacks of this sort. Militarily, it was rarely possible to stop the raiders coming in, but there was a better chance of catching them as they went home laden with plunder and inflicting a defeat that might act as a deterrent to others. As we have seen, more reliance was placed on winning allies among the leaders of the Arab tribes, promoting their interests and power, so that they were better placed to restrain others and deal with counter-attacks from the other empire's allies. In addition, these leaders supplied each empire with significant numbers of warriors to serve with the field armies. Arabs played a prominent role in Heraclius's campaigns and those of his Sasanian opponents, excelling as scouts and raiders and also serving in the main battle line when necessary. This was part of a wider picture of Roman and Sasanian diplomacy and intervention, reaching far beyond their formerly governed provinces. During the 6th century, this activity spread down as far as the Arabian Gulf and the west coast of Africa. A strong kingdom in what is now Yemen was led by a dynasty and an elite who at some point had converted to Judaism. Allied to the Sasanians, this kingdom was attacked by Aksum, the equally powerful, sophisticated and Christian kingdom in Ethiopia, which was encouraged and partly financed by the Romans. The invasion was a success, although the general in command split from his king and set up his own independent regime. This was a reminder that, although the great empires were involved, neither was in control of events, for the leaders of the region were never mere pawns, but were independent players in their own right. The profits from the spice trade and the wider sea trade to the east helped to fund any regime able to dominate the region, and this was one of the motives for Roman intervention. Outside aid and encouragement helped to escalate competition between leaders and states without ever making it fit neatly into the aims of the King of Kings or the Emperor in Constantinople. Similarly, the allied leaders closer to the borders of each empire were never reduced to simple subordinates willing to obey orders. Morisset had turned on the Jafnid king in circumstances that are obscure, although this group of tribes, often known as the Ghassanids, appears on the whole to have returned to an alignment with Rome by the time of Heraclius. Khusra II executed the last king of the Lakhmid line and instead imposed direct rule. This continued a trend towards physical occupation of the lands along the Arabian Gulf and government through officials of the Sasanian Empire rather than local leaders, although inevitably the officials had to deal with chieftains in the area. Up to this point, the largest groupings of Arab communities in the wider area were those created by the lines of kings backed by each empire. No Arab leader had so far managed to bring together large numbers of groups, unlike some of the warlords among the Huns, Germanic tribes, and especially the Avars and Turks. This was a sparsely populated region, not subject to substantial migration from outside. There was a tendency for the Romans and many later peoples to equate Arabs with nomadic groups. Travelling bands, whether pastoralists arriving with their herds and tents, merchants or raiders, were very visible as different from the settled population when they appeared in an area and then moved on. Such groups were Arabs, but they were not the only Arabs of the ancient world, simply the ones most likely to draw attention in Greco-Roman sources. Many people who spoke Arabic languages lived in static communities, wherever the land was better and the water supply permitted marginal land to be tended and yield a worthwhile harvest. There were villages, towns and cities with organised governments that in some cases grouped together into bigger kingdoms, mostly some distance from the lands of either empire. There were Arabs who were farmers as well as pastoralists, and there were traders, craftsmen, and men who might embark on long journeys for business without being nomads. Nomads and settlements were not exclusive and interacted as a matter of routine and tradition, sometimes violently, but more often to mutual benefit. There were also substantial communities of Arabs, in the sense of people speaking an Arabic language, in cities throughout Roman Palestine, Syria and beyond, and in the Sasanian Empire. This had been true from the start of the period, and had only increased as the centuries passed. Arabs were subjects of the emperor and the king of kings, as well as represented among people and groups from outside the empires. Many were Christian, some were Jewish. They were not automatically strangers, nor were they united. Only outsiders grouped them all together as Arabs. Once, Palmyra, as Pliny had put it, standing between two empires, had played a critical role in linking the provinces with communities and trade from far afield. Yet with Palmyra long since relegated to no more than another Roman garrison city, the connections had become smaller scale and spread over a wider area. Arabs, as the Romans and Sasanians saw them, were not united, nor ever likely to come together under a charismatic leader, as other tribal peoples had done. Some communities were at times hostile, and were dealt with in the usual ways, by threats, by bribes and diplomacy, and by direct violence when necessary. Better yet, a hostile leader or group was most easily dealt with by persuading or cajoling another leader or group to oppose them. Arabs were not perceived as a major adversary, so the Strategikon did not bother to discuss them at all in the section on dealing with likely enemies. That did not mean that the Romans had learned nothing about them as opponents in all the long centuries of contact. Belisarius based one strategic decision on the knowledge that the Persians' Arab allies were celebrating a religious festival, which meant that they would not take the field for several months. Yet the Roman experience of Arab leaders was of raiders, enemies who moved fast and crossed deserts far more easily than a regular army could. They were fierce, savage, but had no skill or appetite for siegecraft, and could not hold on to ground. Their attacks were to be endured, however frightful. One story claims that a pagan Arab leader ordered the mass sacrifice of 400 captured girls. However savage, these were not conquerors who threatened to occupy settled provinces, but plunderers who usually were willing to let captives be ransomed. From the perspective of the Arab communities, both empires were known quantities, more or less distant and, depending on their own circumstances, seen as a threat, a potential friend, or a business opportunity. Some men had fought against one of the empires or had served in their armies, and plenty had visited the empires in search of pasture for the nomads or to trade, or they had met with folk who came from the empire on similar tasks. All felt in some way, however small, the ripples caused by generations of interventions by the two empires in the affairs of their communities. They were part of the wider economies of Rome and Persia in some senses, and sheltered in others. The successive plagues that ravaged the urbanized hearts of the empires did not spread as easily among the smaller and more scattered Arab communities. For the inhabitants of Arabia itself, the hand of Persia was felt far more directly, as the Sasanians campaigned and did their best to absorb much of the region. They were closer, aggressive, and as a result tended to be resented even more than the distant Romans. Our sources for the histories of the cities and tribes of Arabia during these centuries are meagre, which makes it difficult to trace developments in the region. Arab groups and leaders tend to appear in Greek and Roman sources when they became involved with one or both of the great powers. Nor does the situation improve as much as we would like with the appearance of the Prophet Muhammad, even though this led to profound changes far beyond Arabia. The earliest Muslim sources, most of all the Quran, were written to inspire and instruct the faithful, and not to satisfy the curiosity of historians. The histories of Muhammad's life, career, and the rise of the caliphs who followed him were set down centuries later, influenced by the passage of time and the political and religious disputes of the writer's own era. Like so many of the Greco-Roman sources for our topic, these Muslim sources are often vague, unreliable on details, and prone to exaggeration. They allow us to trace the overall course of events while leaving doubts about chronology and many of the details, which makes explaining what happened far harder. This means that there must be a considerable degree of guesswork about any reconstruction of these years, and very little certainty. Muhammad was probably born around 570, although some scholars would argue that the true date was a little earlier and perhaps even as early as 552. He and his family came from and lived in Mecca, a city engaged in commerce, as were many in the wider region. There was a strong tradition that Muhammad was a merchant who went on several long journeys, including visits to Syria, some 600 miles from his home at its closest point. Another tradition held that he was a shepherd, and perhaps both are true. Mecca contained a well-known shrine to a god, probably Hubal, which attracted pilgrims from elsewhere. The government of the city appears to have been strong and stable, which helped to foster trade and wider prosperity, but Mecca and its leaders remained essentially local in importance. Around 610, Muhammad began to preach in his home city, explaining that his message had come in a series of revelations, beginning with a visit from the angel Gabriel. He taught that there was only one God, and instructed a steadily growing band of followers in the true way to honor and worship him. By 622 there was friction with the authorities in Mecca, prompting Muhammad and his community to leave and travel the 200 or so miles to Medina, at the time called Yathrib, where they settled. This was known as the Hijrah, and in time became the first year of a new system of dating. There were still enemies, and Muhammad and his followers fought against them, skirmishing and raiding camps and villages. Most of the time they won, and the ranks of his followers continued to grow. Those who fought him were defeated, but individuals and peoples who submitted were welcomed into his community as equals. Eventually he was strong enough to march on Mecca, defeating its leaders in battle and destroying the shrine they protected in 628, or possibly a year or two later. There were other leaders at the head of bands of warriors, some of whom, later dubbed false prophets in the Muslim tradition, may have based their leadership in part on religious claims. This means that some of the raids against the Romans or Sasanians in the early years may have been conducted by these groups, or they may simply have been part of the traditional pattern of opportunistic raiding, rather than coming from members of Muhammad's community. With each empire focused on fighting the other and its major allies, defences elsewhere were neglected as troops were drawn away for the main effort. The aftermath of the war was also a time of disorder, as the Romans began to reoccupy the territory lost during the war, and the Sasanians turned to fighting each other for power. In 629, a Roman field force intercepted and defeated an Arab band that do appear to have been part of Muhammad's following. Yet such failures were rare, and in 630 several large cities and groups in Arabia allied with Mohammed. Soon most of his rivals had been defeated or had chosen to join him. Some fully became part of the community of the faithful, Ummah, while others submitted and paid tribute. Former enemies played prominent roles in the campaigns to come, and for some time warriors of other faiths served under Muslim leadership, and provision was made for them to receive a fair share of the spoils. Monotheists, whether Christian or Jewish, or those from other cults who held one god to be supreme over all others, were most readily accepted. During the great conflict between Romans and Sasanians, Mohammed and his followers' sympathies lay far more with Rome. The Quran speaks of a Roman defeat, but then of their eventual victory in a few years, and says that on that day all believers shall rejoice. This is generally believed to refer to Heraclius's final victory after the early disasters in the war with Khusro II. The Sasanians were a bigger threat, but they were also polytheists, and Zoroastrianism, with its highly structured society that preserved social distinctions, was in direct contrast to the far more egalitarian community created by Mohammed. The Romans, on the other hand, worshipped the true God, even if they were misguided in their understanding. Later Muslim tradition tended to present Heraclius himself favourably, even claiming that he privately acknowledged Mohammed and his message, but was unable to share this understanding with his subjects. Sympathy for the Romans and hostility to the Sasanians only went so far, and attacks on both began before the death of Mohammed in 632. Some allies chose this moment to break away from the community, leading to a period of internal fighting until control was restored by the first of the caliphs. Under these men, the Arab advance gathered pace, striking simultaneously at both of the great empires. Yet this was no vast invasion by a huge horde of warriors. In the earlier days, Mohammed had sometimes led no more than a few hundred men. By now, Arab armies numbered in thousands, and more than one could be fielded simultaneously. They appear to have been a mix of the true Bedouin nomads, most if not all riding horses or occasionally camels, and men who fought on foot, many of them drawn from the cities and other settled communities. Armour was rare, equipment light, and the emphasis on rapid movement and surprise. Several of the commanders who appear in these years were exceptionally talented, and each success added to the confidence and cohesion of the armies. Opposing them were relatively small numbers of Romans, and many of the early encounters were likely little more than large skirmishes. As in the past, Romans and Sasanians alike relied on Arab allies to defeat Arab enemies, partly because they tended to be best able to chase and fight them, and partly because few good-quality regular troops were available. The later Muslim tradition depicted the Roman and Sasanian forces arrayed against the Arab attackers as huge, but this must be set alongside the tendency of Greco-Roman sources to claim that they were usually vastly outnumbered. There is a good chance that the Arab forces often were outnumbered, albeit by far less of a margin than the later sources would claim. Even so, they tended to win most of the encounters against Romans and Persians, allowing the raids to drive ever deeper into provincial territory, yielding more plunder and attracting more warriors to the cause. It may have taken a while for the Romans to realize that this was turning into a major problem. Even then, Heraclius had limited resources, and there were only so many troops that could be sent to the area, even if he could find the supplies they required or the money to pay them. When units in Africa were ordered to move to the east, the governor, backed by the senior bishop, refused to obey, presumably feeling that they were needed where they were. By 636, the Romans had gathered a substantial field army, drawing on mobile units from Syria, the neighbouring provinces, and the empire's reserves. Heraclius did not command in person, presumably because of his age and health, although perhaps this was another reflection that the war did not seem as critical as the one against the Sasanians. Instead, he supervised from a distance. Nor did he make any spiritual appeal to the troops as he had done during the war with Khusro II. There are no reliable numbers for the army, although the 15,000 to 20,000 of the Strategikon is once again a guide to its likely maximum size. It was probably smaller, perhaps significantly so, and included Arab allies and a substantial contingent of Armenian troops among the regulars. As a force, it had had little time to train together, so it was far less of a practiced and confident team than the army Heraclius had led in the later stages of the war with Persia. A divided command did not help matters, and there were questions over the loyalty of one general, unless this was invented in the aftermath to deflect blame from the emperor. The Muslim army was smaller than its opponents, but was based around men used to working together. In July 636, the two sides closed with each other near Yarmouk, to the east of the Golan Heights. Roman doctrine continued to see battle as a last resort, to be joined only when the advantages were overwhelmingly in their favour, and sought instead to wear the enemy down using surprise and ambush. The Arabs fought in a similar way, so the encounter spread over several weeks in a series of rapid marches and skirmishes. During this time, the Arab leaders consistently outthought their Roman counterparts, then outmanoeuvred and outfought them. In the end, the Romans were routed, their army destroyed or dispersed. There was no prospect of massing another field army of any size or quality in the area for years, if at all, so that this and the earlier encounters effectively removed the Romans' capacity to face the Arabs in the open anywhere in Syria, Palestine, or Mesopotamia. There were still garrisons, but none were large or of high quality, and no commander was left on the spot with the authority and ability to coordinate the defences. Heraclius withdrew to Asia Minor and began creating a new frontier line there. The provinces to the south were largely left to their own devices. These were all regions with fresh memories of Sasanian occupation, and once again, city by city, they faced the choice of whether to resist or come to terms with the new invaders. Some resisted, hoping that the Arabs were no more inclined towards sieges than in the past, so would threaten for a while and then leave, especially once winter arrived. They were wrong. Homs, formerly Emesa, held out for the winter of 636 to 637, then negotiated a settlement with a written treaty guaranteeing their lives, property, laws, and continued practice of their Christian faith. The price was 110,000 gold coins. Other cities made similar deals, encouraged when they saw that the Arab armies honoured the bargains. Chalkis in Syria negotiated a year-long truce, promising to surrender if they were not relieved in that time. The Arabs honoured their side of the bargain, holding off for a year, and the city duly surrendered at the end of 12 months. Jerusalem lasted longer, capitulating in 638 after a 2-year blockade. Arab armies were now better organised and more determined, able to stay in one place for a long time, but they still were reluctant to mount direct assaults on well-fortified cities unless there was no other choice. Caesarea Maritima on the coast only fell in 641, helped by its position, which made it easier to bring in supplies by sea. It had to be stormed, and in the aftermath all of the 7,000 troops and volunteer defenders unable to escape were executed. The Arab conquests were not bloodless, and at times showed all the savagery typical of ancient warfare. Nor were they unopposed. From the start, the Roman response was poorly coordinated and lacking in strength, but all the sources suggest that the mobile units fought hard and did not simply give in. Similarly, the leaders in the cities considered their options. They did not welcome the invaders, but accepted the reality of Arab might, and, as time passed, realized that these were no mere raiders. It helped that the long-term contacts with Arab merchants and the presence of Arab speakers in many communities made these new conquerors familiar, in some senses less alien than the Sasanians. As important was the willingness of Arab commanders to negotiate and accept submission, just as Mohammed had done in his campaigns. They too were helped by familiarity from past contacts, especially with cities inland. It was also far easier for them to deal with Christian and Jewish communities, the people of the Book, as they would become known. At this stage, these groups did not have a deep-seated hatred for Muslims, nor did Muslims hate them in turn. The Sasanians had largely respected the faiths of the conquered provincial communities, but with the Arab conquests, the respect came more easily and naturally. Perhaps it was easier for Christian groups whose doctrine differed from the one proclaimed at Constantinople to submit, although, on the whole, all groups accepted that resistance was unlikely to succeed. Church life continued. Bishops remained public figures with influence within their communities. In Jerusalem, the Arabs built a small prayer house on the site once occupied by Herod's temple. This seems to have been vacant land, for there does not appear to have been a church on this spot. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre remained the preeminent Christian site in the city. Caliph Umar, the current leader of the movement, visited the city a little later and was careful to show respect. While this had much to do with the reverence for Jerusalem and for Jewish and Christian tradition embodied from the start in the teachings of Muhammad, it also made political sense. The Arab occupiers did not alienate the conquered people as long as they submitted and paid the agreed tribute. As Syria, Palestine and then Mesopotamia fell to the Muslim armies, so did large swathes of Sasanian territory. Like the Romans, the Sasanians resisted, sending what troops were available against the invaders. Yet their war effort was hampered even more by divisions within the empire, which had already fragmented. Yazdgerd III had to be crowned in Persis in 632, presumably because his supporters did not have a secure hold over Ctesiphon until a few years later. The early fighting against the Arabs was small-scale, and the Sasanians had a few successes, even if the overall trend was of defeat. After a while, the Persians gathered a substantial field army, only to see it shattered in January 638 at Qadisiyah, an Arab victory as important as the one at Yarmouk. Ctesiphon and the other royal cities around it fell to the Muslims in 640, as they overran much of what is now Iraq. Communities there reacted just like the ones in the Roman provinces, as much as they had done during the war with Rome, with very few fighting to the death and most seeking terms. Yazdgerd III escaped from Ctesiphon before it fell, but in the subsequent pursuit had to abandon most of his baggage. He retired deeper into his empire, going first to the old heartland of his family. In the years that followed, he did his best to rally support to protect the remainder of his empire, and in the hope of retaking what had been lost, but he was unable to turn the tide. The Arab armies continued to advance. In 640 they invaded Egypt, and the progression there was the same as everywhere else, with initial resistance by Roman garrisons, then some hard fighting before these troops were soundly defeated and organized resistance at a provincial level ceased, after which the invaders dealt with each community individually. Alexandria fell, and even though a few years later a Roman fleet managed to retake the great city, they could not hold it. Egypt, the great breadbasket of the Eastern Empire and a major source of imperial revenue, was forever lost to the Romans. Initial Arab offensives in Armenia failed, but their raids into Asia Minor became larger and more frequent, and sometimes their armies had enough confidence to winter in Roman territory. At the same time, more and more of the Sasanian Empire was taken. Media fell around the same time as Egypt, Persis at the end of the decade. Yazdgerd III fled ever further east, but was so discredited that he was challenged by a group of officials supported by local noblemen. Defeated in 650, he was killed a year later, one story claiming that the man who did it did not even know that this was the King of Kings. From Egypt, the Arab armies pushed to the west along the African coast and built fleets to reach into the Mediterranean. Islands were raided, some overrun, and the first of a succession of major attacks against Constantinople launched in 654. By this time the Sasanian Empire was no more. Several sons of Yazdgerd III fled to China, asking for aid against the Arabs. The eldest was recognized as the Sasanian monarch by the Chinese emperor, even though all he was able to control was a small area dubbed the Persian Area Command around Sistan. A statue depicting him declared him to be Peroz, King of Persia, Grand General of the Right Courageous Guard, and Commander-in-Chief of Persia. A son succeeded him, and the line continued for some time, serving with their retainers as Chinese generals and dreaming of taking back all that they had lost. In 710, a Sasanian Bonnie Prince Charlie tried to do just that, only to fail. Memory lasted longer until the community of Persian exiles and royalty living in China eventually faded away as a distinct group. In their old empire, resistance to the Arab invaders did not end with the exile of the Sasanian royal house, but it was regional and disunited. Some leaders fought for a long time and won significant victories, while others came to terms with the Muslims. The men in control of the defences around the Caspian Sea did a deal with the Arabs to continue to guard these vulnerable frontiers instead of paying tribute. Most of the major Parthian clans eventually came to an accommodation with the new overlords and were allowed to keep their lands and status in return for loyalty to the caliphs, just as they had once transferred allegiance from the Arsacid dynasty to the house of Cézanne. Yet that had been a transition from one ruling family to another, while the empire remained essentially the same. Now, more than 8 centuries after Arsaces I had carved out an empire from the waning Seleucids, something very different had taken shape. At the same time, the Roman Empire continued, but as a shadow of its former self. Later, in the 7th century, an Arab army overran all of the remaining African provinces with the now familiar pattern of initial resistance that was beaten down, after which each community made its own decisions and eventually was either defeated or, most often, came to terms with the invaders. There was a longer, tougher fight with the neighbouring Berber groups, who for generations had asserted their independence from the Romans and Vandals with great determination. Emperors continued to rule from Constantinople and would do so until it fell to the Ottoman Turks in 1453, but by the end of the 7th century the lands they controlled had shrunk to a remnant. Most of Asia Minor and Armenia remained more or less under Roman control for some time, even if they were vulnerable to Arab attacks, as were the islands in the Mediterranean. Cyprus was invaded twice in the 7th century, plundered, and much of its population carried off as slaves. There was still a Roman presence in the Balkans, doing its best to hold back successive enemies, joined in time by the Bulgars. By medieval standards, the emperor was head of a sizable and reasonably wealthy kingdom. But it was little more than that, simply one kingdom among many. The change that occurred in the 7th century was one of the great revolutions in the history of the world. With hindsight, it all seems to have happened incredibly quickly, with the Romans losing Palestine, Syria, and Egypt in little more than a decade, and the entire Sasanian Empire collapsing in similar fashion almost as swiftly. The impression is reinforced by the poverty of the sources and the difficulty of tracing what happened in any detail, and 10 or 15 years was not a short time for those living through all this. This conflict was quickly decisive compared to many wars in the ancient world, although similar to the recent collapse of Roman defences under Khusro II's onslaught and the subsequent rapid downfall of his empire so soon after it had seemed to be on the very brink of victory. Rapid is a relative term. Although the Sasanians took much territory in a fairly short time, like the Arabs, they had to fight for a lot of it. Neither the two great empires nor the Muslim armies who then overthrew them fielded vast numbers of soldiers. Small armies decided these great wars. Given the scale of the revolution, understanding how and why it happened is obviously of immense interest, but the questions are easier to ask than they are to answer. It was surely no coincidence that the Romans and Sasanians struggled to deal with a new threat when it emerged so soon after the titanic, exhausting and ultimately futile war they had just waged against each other. They were weary, resources of men and material were in short supply, and the Sasanians were politically divided. Neither side appeared to take the Arab challenge seriously, greatly underestimating its potential. At first, this did not seem a life-and-death struggle comparable to the recent conflict between the two empires. Familiar with fighting each other, and well aware of the threats posed by groups like the Avars, Turks, and before them the Huns, the Romans and Sasanians had not had to deal with a challenge on this scale and from this direction before. The Arabs surprised them, and proved not to be susceptible to bribery or as easy to divide as other tribes. Both empires struggled to adapt, and even though they did win some small successes and divert more resources to the problem, they did not do so fast enough and well enough to cope. Some of this was due to the cost of the recent war between them, and some of it a sign of long-term decline. Roman and Sasanian mistakes and weaknesses are one thing, but usually it is wiser to ask why a side won, rather than why its opponents lost. There had been sudden revolutions in the past, for instance when the first Achaemenids rebelled and took over an empire of which they had been part. The analogy Alexander's Macedonians provide is in some ways closer, when a fringe people of the Achaemenid Empire in just a generation make themselves strong enough to overthrow it. Warlords like Attila created unity among disparate and fractious tribes, so that in a short time they overran huge swathes of territory, extorting tribute from emperors in Italy and Constantinople. The Achaemenid Empire lasted a long time, whereas Alexander's fractured after his death, and Attila's short-lived regime fell apart even more quickly. Mohammed began and his followers spread something very different, establishing a faith that would become one of the world's great religions. Yet not all the warriors who served with the Arab armies were Muslims, especially in the early days. Such men fought for a fair share of the plunder, to be on the winning side and through alliance or kinship. Still, the core of the army and all of its leaders were believers, which gave a unity to the enterprise unlike anything a mere warlord could provide. The Arab armies and their leaders proved themselves to be very good. Early on, the armies most likely included men who had served with the Romans and Sasanians, especially during the recent war. That meant that they understood well how the soldiers of the empires fought. They had also passed through many parts of the empire, so knew the best routes and had a sense for the lie of the land. Through this mix of experience and the confidence and momentum gained as they won victory after victory, these armies became highly formidable. Another aspect of Muhammad's message was that it taught individuals how to conduct their own lives and how to treat others. This gave a consistency to the behavior of individual generals, as they fought campaigns hundreds of miles or sometimes more than 1,000 miles away from the guiding hand of the Caliph. Ruthlessness could be appropriate, as with all ancient cultures, and determined enemies had to be fought at all costs. Yet it was better to have them submit than to kill them, and it was best of all if they willingly joined the community of the faithful, but this was not essential. The Arab Empire that emerged in the 7th century was composed overwhelmingly of non-Muslims, and remained like this for some time. Conversion was gradual and never universal. Christians and Jews continued in their own faith for generations, and this was accepted as long as they obeyed and paid their tribute, or, more rarely, served with the army. Some Zoroastrians resisted the Muslim takeover fiercely until they were eradicated. Yet even there, many chose a path of acceptance and were permitted to follow their own beliefs and practices, with some fire temples remaining active. Parthian clans remained powerful in their old fiefs for a very long time, preserving their version of traditional Persian religion. Only gradually did more and more of the elite and the wider population convert to Islam. The story of these conquests and the development of the kingdoms that emerged is far too big a theme to describe here, yet it is best to see these changes first and foremost as the product of Arab victories, rather than of Roman and Sasanian defeats. Success on such a scale does not simply happen, however vulnerable the established powers may have been. The spread of the Arab armies was made easier by the internal disputes over the succession to Heraclius, where the death of the son from his first marriage brought to the fore the questionable status of the children produced by his marriage to his niece. For a decade or so, the Roman war effort was rendered more feeble than it would otherwise have been, which, no doubt, made easier the Muslim conquest of North Africa. Yet Arab expansion was in turn delayed by several periods of bitter infighting over how best to fulfill the Prophet's vision for his community and the future, which in time led to the Shia and Sunni divide that fundamentally shaped subsequent history. These power struggles over succession gave the Romans some breathing space, without allowing them to take back any of the lands already lost. By now there were severe limits to how far the Roman Empire could recover, for it simply lacked the resources and skill to expand once more, which meant that its successes had little lasting impact. Over time, the Arab dynasties of the Muslim Empire would lose out to other lines of kings, some from Iran and more founded by outsiders, especially the Turks. Yet for a while, the caliphs presided over a realm bigger than that ruled by the Arsacids or Sasanians. The former were largely forgotten, but memories of the good and bad Sasanian monarchs survived. In contrast, after Heraclius, Roman emperors, and the Arabs continued to call them Romans, were seen as villains and enemies. Hostility and hatred between Christian, Muslim, and Jew would grow, not universally, but becoming ever more common and more bitter as the centuries passed. Even before this, the shape of the political world had changed profoundly as the Muslim Arabs conquered Persia and the greater part of the Eastern Roman Empire, and in time they took more of Spain than Justinian's armies had proved capable of doing. Even though neither empire was at the height of its power when these invasions occurred, and more immediately both were exhausted from decades of all-out conflict begun by Khusro II, the Arab success remains spectacular. This was not a victory of a mighty empire over weaker states, whether in numbers or in wealth and technology. Over time, as the Arabs created an empire of their own, they would start to enjoy some of the advantages held in the past by the Romans and Sasanians, but this was not true at the beginning. Simply possessing riches, territory, and manpower has never been enough unless these are employed efficiently, and neither the Romans nor the Sasanians were at their best in the decades after 630. Success encourages success, and the early victories won by Arab armies fueled the confidence to go on and do more. Chance played a part, as the Romans had always said it did in war, and it is wrong to see what happened as inevitable or the Arab conquests as easy, any more than the rise of Rome or of the Arsacids was smooth and natural. These were hard-fought wars won by well-led, highly motivated, skillful, and lucky armies. By ancient standards, including those of the wars between Romans and Persians, the Arab conquests were not unusually brutal. Raiding by its nature tended to be savage, with murder, rape, abduction, and cruelty all common, while the storming of a city often led to even greater slaughter. Yet there was not massacre and destruction for the sake of it, for the victors wished to benefit from the wealth and prosperity of the conquered lands, much like the warlords who had overrun the Western Roman Empire, or, for that matter, the Romans, the Arsacids, and the Sasanians in their own eras of conquest. Occupation by the Arabs was rarely so oppressive as to become intolerable, again much like the situation in Europe in the 5th century and afterwards. On the whole, day-to-day life changed very little in districts of the former Roman and Persian empires, especially in the early years of Arab occupation. Taxes and tribute were paid to new authorities, but daily life largely continued, most of all with respect to faith and public worship, for religious change was gradual. There was some settlement, which meant the confiscation of land for the new communities, but it was limited in scale. One of the main reasons the Muslim Arabs were able to create such a vast empire so quickly was that they asked relatively little of their new subjects, at least at first. The same had been true in the past of the Romans, Parthians, Persians, and, on a smaller scale, the warlords who had carved up the Western Roman Empire. The Muslims took over communities long accustomed to central authority, which was usually distant and had long since demilitarized, so that wars were waged by armies organized by the imperial authorities, ideally occurring a long way away. Once this central government was gone, with little or no prospect of its return in the immediate future, civilian populations did not feel themselves capable of opposing the military might of the conqueror, so they accepted the invader. There was pragmatism on both sides. The Arab armies lacked the numbers to hold down a large population purely by force, which made it sensible to treat subject populations well. The latter, in turn, could see that they were given more day-to-day freedom if they complied with the demands of the conquerors. Once again, this was much the same as the behaviour of Gothic, Vandal, and other warlords in the West for much the same reason. While it is an oversimplification, more of the existing culture and infrastructure survived in the lands overrun by the Arabs compared to the conquests of tribal groups in Europe. Some of this was cultural, but at least at first the Arabs had a good deal more in common with their new subjects. As importantly, they represented a much larger and more coherent new regime, united by faith, and politically they brought together far larger sections of the former Roman and Sasanian provinces than anyone was able to do in the West. Most areas were also part of older traditions of civilization, much of it predating the Greeks and Romans. In that sense, the Dark Ages proved less dark in the Muslim world compared to the Christian kingdoms in Europe, as old knowledge was preserved and new ideas developed. The rivalry between Rome and Parthia Persia had come to an end, as the first empire shrank to a pale shadow of its former might, and the other vanished altogether. The last great war between them, some would see it as the last great war before antiquity became the medieval world, left them exhausted, and within a few years the Arab armies had triumphed over them. Almost 8 centuries of competition were over, and the two lights or eyes of the world had ceased to shine. Conclusion. The Arab conquests brought to an end over 4 centuries of competition between the Romans and the Sasanians, and nearer 7 centuries when the Arsacid Parthians are included. Politically, the change was seismic. Even after the loss of Italy and the western provinces, the Roman Empire in the east was very big, both economically and militarily stronger than any of its neighbours, including Sasanian Persia, even if the difference between the two was far narrower than it had been in the past. Similarly, the Sasanians controlled more territory and wealth than any people on their borders except the Romans. Such inherent advantage had never guaranteed victory in a war, let alone on the battlefield, but it did mean that the great empires were harder to damage in a way that permanently and critically degraded their strength. Yet in spite of these impressions of continued might, the Arab conquests swept away the Sasanians, left the Roman Empire a shadow of its former self, and did all this very quickly, in just a couple of decades. The speed of this collapse was only partly a reflection of timing. Exhausted after Khusro II's war, the two empires were particularly vulnerable at just the moment when the Arabs attacked. Each was weary, the Sasanians coping with defeat and absorbed by bitter infighting, and the Romans knowing their victory had come only after long years of humiliating losses and disaster. Khusro II's armies had achieved spectacular success as they overran so much of the Roman Empire, and then they experienced a just as spectacular and even more rapid defeat that cost them the war. The seesawing fortunes of both sides in this final conflict exposed more serious, longer-term vulnerabilities, which meant that neither empire was able to make good use of its full resources. The Persians almost won, and the Romans finally did, but only through alliance with the Avars and Turks, respectively. Such alliances were able to shift the balance in one side's favour far more dramatically than a similar alliance would have done in the past. All in all, while the balance of power between the two empires remained close at the start of the 7th century, just as it had always been, especially since the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, each side was long past the height of its power. Civil war and internal power struggles were old problems for both empires, sometimes kept in check for decades, even generations, but always capable of breaking out once more. In addition, since the early 6th century, the two empires had fought each other more often than in the past, and had faced numerous other enemies, including, at times, large and powerful groups of tribes. Rarely were any of these wars profitable for the Romans or Sasanians, at least on a sufficient scale to cover their costs. Although some specialists on this period will disagree, it is hard to avoid the impression of long-term decline in the power and efficiency of both empires. Strong rulers, men like Khusro I and Justinian, tended to do better than weaker, less secure monarchs, and studying the powerful reigns gives an impression of greater strength for each empire than is justified. Given the populations and wealth of the empires, the Roman and Persian armies were small, especially in terms of the good quality troops suitable to serve in field armies. Both empires relied on troops who were effectively professionals and who tended to be drawn from certain narrow sections of society and received prolonged training. This gave little room to increase numbers quickly, hence the tendency for both to hire warriors from outside each empire whenever they wanted to expand their armies, assuming such warriors were available and could be kept under control. Most of the time they were willing to be hired and proved loyal to their employer, but neither was guaranteed. In wars between the two empires the system worked reasonably well, but it was difficult to face another opponent or opponents simultaneously. While this had long been a problem, it does appear worse in this era. If a war went badly, it took far longer for either empire to rebuild its military strength. The Romans and the Parthians, and then Sasanians, were rivals for a huge span of history. Neither destroyed the other, or permanently took the greater part of the other's territory to reduce them to no more than a local power. During the many conflicts, each empire spent a great deal on fortifications, garrisons, field armies, and the material of war. For much of the period, the biggest armies deployed by either the Romans or the Parthians-Sasanians were raised to fight the other. Thus there was great expenditure of effort, resources, and, to an extent, blood over many generations for modest gain. This raises the possibility that the rivalry between the two great empires was a burden, which over time weakened both of them. It would not be the sole cause of decline, since there were foreign wars against many other opponents, as well as internal power struggles, all of which were costly. Civil war was especially damaging, since inevitably the empire bore the cost of both winning and losing each struggle, while the insecurity of emperors or kings of kings encouraged a state system designed principally to keep them in power over any other concern. There were also other trends within society, not to mention the impact on economic activity of natural disasters and the succession of plagues to sweep through the lands from the 2nd century onwards. All of these contributed to weakening both empires, even if they are hard to measure and in most respects would have occurred even if the two empires had maintained unbroken peace with the other. The question is whether the competition between the Romans and the Parthians and Sasanians in the long run damaged both sides, playing a significant, if not necessarily central, part in eroding their strength and rendering them incapable of meeting the challenge of the Arab conquests. There is no real doubt that both were weak in the immediate aftermath of Khusro II's war, at the very moment the Arabs were uniting under the new faith. Working back, the frequent conflicts of the 6th century can also be seen as damaging both sides, devouring resources for little permanent gain, and interfering with the social and political structures of the Arab communities, perhaps encouraging them to unite. Yet how far back can such an argument be projected, especially since the 5th century had seen notably good relations between Sasanians and Romans? It is evident that in 7 centuries neither empire managed to destroy the other, and at the end of it all the Persian Empire was a memory and the Roman Empire severely and permanently reduced. From that long-term perspective the rivalry could be seen as futile, even self-harming. Care is needed, since similar logic would suggest that a person who lives to 100 has failed when he or she does not manage to survive to be 110. The sheer duration of the rivalry between the two empires is in itself important, for it testifies to their longevity. After the first encounter with the Romans at the start of the 1st century BC, and a period of heavy conflict later in that century, the Parthians continued to hold on to their empire until 224, and the House of Sasan reigned over what was territorially the same empire for another 400 years and more. During the same time, Rome's republic turned into the Principate, changed profoundly in the course of the 3rd century, and later divided into eastern and western halves, before the East survived the collapse of the West. None of this should be taken for granted. There were many changes during these centuries, but as much, if not more, continuity, so that these were recognizably the same empires. The success of Roman civilization is familiar to us, even if in popular consciousness the later periods and the rule of the emperors in Constantinople are less familiar, and not what most people think of when they think of the Romans. Arsacids Parthia controlled a huge empire for 4.5 centuries, for the last 3 with Rome as a rival. The entire history of the Sasanian dynasty was played out with the Romans as competitors, an ever-present factor in the decisions made by each monarch. Few other empires of comparable size have lasted as long. During that time, the Roman Empire and the Parthian-Sasanian Empire gave their substantial populations stability, prosperity, long-distance trade on a grand scale, the rule of law, and encouraged cultural sophistication to a degree rare in the ancient world. But they also gave them long periods of civil war, outbreaks of religious and other oppression, and a fairly constant societal inequality does not change all this. These were large and highly successful states for an exceptionally long time. The theme of this book has been the rivalry between the two empires, and it is now worth considering what was at stake in this before rushing to judgment about the benefits and costs for each side. In just a few years, Alexander the Great conquered virtually all of what would one day be Rome's eastern provinces, as well as the lands later ruled by the Arsacids and the Sasanians. Only a few areas did not fall to him. He was about to push to the Arabian Gulf when he died. His attitude towards the kingdoms of the Caucasus is less certain, as up to that point he had shown little interest in the area. In time, Arab armies would take much of Alexander's empire, but it took them longer, and they soon began to split up into separate kingdoms. Alexander's success enthralled Greeks and Romans alike for its speed and sheer scale, whatever their feelings about Alexander himself. For the Romans, almost any military operation east of the Mediterranean led their minds swiftly to the incredible adventure of the Macedonian king all those years before. Familiarity all too easily makes people forget that something was exceptional. Arguably, the Mongols of Genghis Khan conquered as much, perhaps even more, land as quickly, but no one else in human history has achieved success on this scale and had it last even as long as the brief life of Alexander's empire as a single entity. Hitler's Operation Barbarossa saw the Wehrmacht and its allies advancing vast distances in a short time and inflicting appalling casualties on the enemy. And less than 4 years later, the Red Army was in Berlin. Throughout history, empires have risen and fallen, and sometimes the collapse has happened quickly, but only Alexander has conquered and taken over as big a state as Achaemenid Persia so quickly. More often, empires are weakened and fragment or collapse over time. The Romans had the model of Alexander to inspire them, as the poets in particular so often made clear. Crassus, Antony, Augustus, Caius Caesar, Trajan, Caracalla, Julian, and plenty of other Roman leaders were likened to Alexander, sometimes by themselves. None of them actually won victories in the East on comparable scale, and certainly none of them conquered Parthia, or, in the later era, Sasanian Persia. Harder to say is whether any of them actually wanted to copy Alexander in such a literal sense, or actively planned to overthrow Rome's eastern rival. Crassus's objectives for his expedition into Parthia are uncertain, since they ended in disaster at an early stage of the campaign. What most likely began as an intervention in a Parthian civil war surely had changed into something else, but there are many objectives, some very ambitious, that fall short of outright conquest of all or most of the Arsacid Empire. The story, if it is not apocryphal, of Crassus boasting that he would dictate terms at Seleucia does suggest that he aimed to defeat rather than destroy the Parthians, imposing a treaty on them favourable to Rome and no doubt personally glorious and profitable to himself. Antony's grand expedition in 36 BC also failed too early to make clear his ultimate objective, but it appears to have been aimed at forcing regional kings to submit, and perhaps replacing them with candidates of his own. The subsequent donations of Alexandria, where he gave Parthia to one of his children by Cleopatra, is a bizarre episode in so many ways, and there was never any attempt to implement it in reality. Even so, making a son king of Parthia suggests that Antony envisaged an ideal world where Parthia existed, albeit as an ally ruled by his child rather than by an Arsacid. In the 2nd century, Trajan enjoyed more success than either Crassus or Antony before his eastern campaigns turned sour. He created provinces in Armenia, Mesopotamia, and Assyria. The precise extent of this Assyrian province is unclear, but it would still have left the greater part of the Parthian Empire under the rule of the King of Kings, ideally the man appointed by Trajan. Lucius Verus took a little territory and Septimius Severus significantly more to form his Mesopotamian province. Both men marched to Ctesiphon and back, asserting dominance and forcing the Parthians to accept Roman-imposed peace terms in what were relatively swift campaigns. Neither man showed the slightest sign of wanting more than limited territorial gain. None of these were attempts to destroy the Parthian Empire, as the Romans had once destroyed the Carthaginian Empire, and even then, within a generation, they had founded their own Roman colony on the ruins of the old city. There really is very little sign that any Roman ever seriously planned to conquer Parthia. Julius Caesar might be seen as an exception, for the expedition he planned but never launched was conceived on a grand scale. However, he also set aside 3 years for the operation, including a preliminary campaign on the Danube against the Dacians. This time frame suggests that his objective was a massive demonstration of force, either to persuade the King of Kings to submit, or even to replace him with a man more friendly to the Romans and to Caesar. If Caesar did expect to conquer Parthia in this time, it would imply a staggering ignorance of geography on the part of a man who had spent a decade overrunning Gaul. Such ignorance, for not only Caesar but all of Rome's elite, no matter how well educated, is accepted by scholars arguing for the very limited ability on the part of Rome's leaders to plan at the higher levels. For them, limited, confused and false perceptions of the lands beyond the empire combined with an ideology of expansion and glory to shape Roman decision-making in ways that would seem crude by any modern standards. To an extent, this is artificial, since more might be learned through comparison with 18th or 19th century states and empires, rather than the world of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. All in all, while such views have helped to illuminate neglected aspects of Roman ways of thinking and acting, and focused discussion of the army and its uses in many beneficial ways, they lack credibility, especially when pushed to an extreme. On campaign, Roman armies proved perfectly capable of finding their way around, even outside the frontiers of the empire. We should remember that Alexander and the Hellenistic kingdoms had left a good deal of geographical information about the lands that subsequently became Parthian. Over time, as campaigns tended to be fought in much the same areas, more knowledge was required. This did not mean that no mistakes were ever made when it came to intelligence gathering, or that armies never got lost. War is a complicated business where much can go wrong, and plenty of modern travellers manage to get themselves lost in spite of all the benefits of detailed maps. A fair reading of the ancient sources, and in particular examination of what the armies actually did, makes it clear that the Romans, and for that matter the Parthians and Sasanians, were fully capable of planning operations, organising supply, and moving large numbers of troops over considerable distances. They also showed an awareness of the wider geography, especially the crucial political geography of potential allies and likely enemies who needed to be taken into account. Underestimating the ability of the ancients to behave rationally and in a practical way is rarely justified. Nor should the enthusiasm of poets and the boasts of official statements ever be taken as representing the sum total of Roman thoughts on any matter, or be understood any more literally than the propaganda of more modern leaders and states. Human beings are rarely so simple in their outlook. The Romans certainly believed conquest and the profits and glory that came with it to be good, admirable things. They created an empire through conquest and never seriously questioned that this was a justifiable thing to do because it benefited Rome. Glory and reputation mattered to individual aristocrats, and perhaps even more for emperors. It was vital for any emperor to be seen as a victor. These were concerns, and important ones, but they were never the only motivations, nor were views about war, glory, and empire so purely monolithic. An emperor could be a victor and a glorious leader because under him the empire was so strong that no one dared to oppose it. Peace based on Roman might was perfectly acceptable and did not require an actual war. Only what was seen as a major provocation, which implied lack of respect for Rome, or, still worse, an actual defeat, called for a firm reply, and perhaps war. In the same way, under the Republic and afterwards, aggressive warfare, and especially expansion, was not constant. At times it was common, but at other times it was not. The Romans did not take every opportunity to fight a new war, let alone every opportunity to annex territory. Under the Principate, after the burst of expansion under Augustus, wars of conquest were rare. Clearly, the desire for glory could be, and usually was, overtaken by other considerations. If any Roman leaders thought seriously about the conquest of Parthia or Persia, then they did amazingly little to achieve it. There were long periods of peace and stability when resources could have been drawn from all over the empire to mount an all-out invasion, but this did not happen. While it was understandable for Shapur I to boast that Gordian III and Valerian brought most of the races of the empire against him, this was far from true. Therefore, if the Romans are seen as desiring the destruction of their eastern neighbour, we must conclude that the circumstances were never right for the attempt to be made, and then repeated if it failed. This suggests other concerns, whether threats on other frontiers, worries about internal stability, or an appreciation of the sheer cost in men and money of such an enterprise. There is also the question of deterrence, as Romans soon realized that both the Arsacids and Sasanians were formidable opponents, and that their empire was extensive, which meant that it could not be easily overrun. Julius Caesar is said to have planned a very cautious approach in his projected Eastern war, learning about the Parthians before risking battle, for Carrhae had shown, as would later encounters, that there was a real risk of serious losses and defeat. It would have been strange indeed if the Romans, or at least most Romans, particularly among the elite, did not become aware of these factors, whatever the boasts of propaganda. On balance, it is much simpler to conclude that a desire to conquer Parthia Persia was never foremost in the mind of Roman commanders. Simply because of the nature of our sources, Parthian and subsequently Sasanian ambitions are inevitably harder to study than Roman ones, which makes it even less practical to assess their attitudes to warfare and their knowledge of geography. With the exception of Khusro II's war, no king of kings ever threatened Constantinople, let alone Italy or the West, or attempted to destroy the Roman Empire. Some Arsacid and some Sasanian monarchs laid claim to the old Achaemenid Empire, at least according to Greco-Roman sources. In some ways, Babylonia, with its cities and their Greek, Aramaic-speaking and Jewish populations, had more in common with wider Syria than either had with the lands around them, so that it could seem more natural for them all to belong to the same kingdom than to be separate. Although united under the Achaemenids and the Seleucids, and later under the Arabs, these regions in fact remained separate throughout the period. In 41 to 40 BC, Parthian armies did overrun Syria and Palestine, but were expelled within a couple of years. No Parthian or Sasanian army mounted a serious attempt to take them again until Khusro II's war in the 7th century. Similarly, with the possible exception of Trajan, the Romans never made any attempt to occupy Babylonia on a permanent basis. Objectives on both sides were limited. This was not about destroying the rival empire, but about winning a big enough advantage to make gains in the peace treaty which everyone expected to bring the war to an end. Some of these gains were territorial. During the course of the 2nd century, the Roman frontier advanced in Mesopotamia, reaching the Tigris as well as pushing further down the Euphrates. In one sense, Dio Cassius was right to see this as a provocation to the Arsacids and then the Sasanians, but Severus's claim that it was a bulwark to the Roman provinces also had some truth, and a Roman presence in this area was maintained until the very end of the rivalry, with only a few interruptions. Conflict concerned itself with relatively minor improvements of each side's position in the area. After the death of Julian, Jovian's peace settlement with Shapur II was criticized because it gave up 2 key cities, Nisibis and Singara, along with other concessions. Later, Dara became a bone of contention for the Sasanians, including whether a Roman commander and his troops were stationed there or further back. Threats were made and wars fought with the aim of shifting the balance along this frontier zone, but the practical advantages were never more than local. The Sasanians in particular saw invasions as profitable enterprises, as well as aggressive bargaining. Neither side planned attacks into the other's lands in order to capture and hold on to territory, with the exception of key frontier cities. The rivalry over Armenia began earlier and lasted as long as any other source of contention, extending to the neighbouring kingdoms in the Caucasus, especially in the later centuries. But in many ways this competition followed the same basic pattern. With Mesopotamia, Armenia offered the best routes for armies travelling from one empire's territory to the other. That meant that it could be seen as an opportunity to strike at the rival, and as a pathway for the enemy to launch its own attack. Either way, it was better to have a friendly ruler in control of Armenia while one actively hostile was threatening. Both the Romans and the Parthians, and in due course the Sasanians, often intervened in Armenia, not least because of the kingdom's volatile politics. Sometimes this led to direct confrontation between the forces of the two empires. Less often, it expanded into a wider war between them on other fronts as well. The sense of limited objectives is nowhere clearer than in Armenia and the Caucasus. The desire to feel secure was central to both sides, which usually meant feeling dominant so that the rival would be deterred from confrontation or lose if it ever developed. This sense of strength and security was sought by both sides through a mixture of direct control, alliance, and maintaining a strong military presence on the border. Each empire always competed with the other, since there was a good chance that if one felt too dominant, then the other would feel threatened. Neither could afford to devote all its resources all of the time to its rivalry with the other, while an added element of uncertainty came from the ongoing competition among the monarchs and aristocrats of Armenia itself, and similarly those of Iberia, Lazica, and the other neighbours. The imperial rivalry was just one strand in this unending struggle for dominance within the kingdoms. Local ambition was fuelled by competition between Rome and Parthia Persia, and in turn often stirred up hostility between the great powers. Even the conquest and partition of Armenia did not put an end to this. Wars were limited in their objectives and in their scale. Neither side showed any desire to escalate conflicts into a struggle to the death. Although occasionally very large armies were assembled, for instance when a Roman emperor decided to come to the east in person, much of the actual fighting was done on a smaller scale. Even when the Romans assembled big armies, these tended to operate as several distinct columns, rather than one great host. The Arsacids and Sasanians acted in the same way, and large battles were rare events, unlike sieges. Campaigns tended to be about manoeuvre, and throughout the period, but especially in the last few centuries, raiding was the most common way to put pressure on the enemy. Although the 6th century saw the most frequent conflict between the two powers, it was also probably the time when the modest objectives of both sides are most clear. The Parthians and Sasanians were formidable adversaries, fielding very effective armies, but it is hard to see Roman reluctance to attempt all-out conquest as beginning at a tactical or even strategic level. Carrhae was a disaster, as was Antony's expedition to Media, while in between Ventidius routed 2 Parthian armies. Certainly, the legionary who stood on his 2 feet and carved out the empire with his gladius fought in a very different way to a Parthian horse archer, for the latter could keep out of harm's way and kill from a distance. This did not mean that the Roman tactical system had met its match. After all, neither legionaries nor horse archers were ever supposed to fight on their own, but rather in large numbers, and with the support of other troop types, which meant that the situation was far more complicated. The story of the conflicts between the Romans, the Parthians, and the Persians is one of ongoing adaptation and innovation. Both sides learned from the other, trying to shift the odds in their favour. Well-balanced, all-arms Roman forces proved very hard for the Parthians to deal with in later generations. Over time, the two sides became more and more alike, so that the difference between the armies of the 6th and 7th centuries was slight, coming in matters of detail rather than overall style of fighting. Tactically, the advantage between the two sides ebbed and flowed, with neither gaining a decisive edge for very long. Strategically, it was much the same, especially once the Sasanians proved themselves as adept as the Romans in siegecraft, after which both sides were capable of taking strongly fortified cities. In the main, conquered territory was readily consolidated. There is no sign of long-term resistance to Roman rule in Mesopotamia, just as cities taken by war or treaty by the Sasanians appear to have accepted this new reality, in some cases because new citizens were brought in. The rebellions against Trajan in 116 need not mean that in time areas such as Babylonia could not have become reconciled to Roman rule. That the Romans never conquered these regions had little to do with tactical and strategic capability. It did have a lot to do with the sheer scale of the task. conquering substantial parts of the Parthian-Sasanian Empire would have required very large numbers of troops and a willingness to wage war and enforce occupation over a long period of time. Trajan tried but was too old, although it is harder to say whether he gave up on the idea because of failing health or whether giving up was the trigger for his rapid decline. No one else really tried, whether because calculations swiftly led to the conclusion that such a project was too expensive, too difficult, or simply impractical in the foreseeable future, or more likely because the prospective advantages did not match the risks and cost. Instead, there was limited war with limited objectives, both sides seemingly understanding the rules and stepping back from pushing the other too far. Many wars were fought, however limited they were in scale and objectives, but even though they figure prominently in our sources, they were rarer than we might expect. The 1st century was a time of almost unbroken peace, with Nero's war in Armenia the only major exception. This conflict was very much a limited war, interrupted by frequent negotiation and with a minor exception restricted to Armenia itself. If the 2nd century saw grander campaigns, with 2 conflicts started by the Romans and 1 by the Parthians, it still meant barely a decade of fighting, compared to some 90 years of peace. In the 3rd century and some of the 4th century, warfare between the empires became a good deal more common, only to be very rare indeed in the 5th century, then frequent after that. The overall pattern is of long periods of essentially peaceful coexistence, which sometimes broke down. Whether from coincidence, their own agenda, or the side effects of Rome's lack of internal stability, the era of the Sasanians witnessed far more conflict than that of the Arsacids. Even so, until the time of Khusro II, the Sasanians sought glory, profit, and the preservation or improvement of their position along the frontiers with the Roman provinces. They did not actively seek any greater outcome than this. This was about dominance rather than conquest, and dominance in turn has a lot to do with perception. Throughout these 7 centuries, both empires felt it necessary to demonstrate their might, to feel that they were strong and have others believe it as well. This was important for Rome's elite under the Republic, and then for the emperors, and it was equally important for the King of Kings, but there was always more than one audience. The first was the peoples living outside the empire, or near its borders. These needed to be convinced that the empire was so strong that it was far better to be its friend than its enemy. Ideally, this made everyone compliant, discouraging the rival empire from seeking confrontation and making allies and provincial populations eager to please. Impressing this audience meant possessing substantial military forces and appearing willing and able to use them, and sometimes having to wage war as proof. A second group was the population of the empire, especially the elite, who were more significant politically. A ruler needed to assure this audience that he was a great and strong leader, and that they were all part of the greatest empire in the world. In the main, most of this audience was far away from any actual conflict, which made it easier for a regime to exaggerate any achievements and present a treaty that was reasonably fair, or even involved concessions as an unambiguous triumph. On the whole, the system worked for both empires, allowing most rulers a measure of security from internal threats and avoiding conflict with the other empire unless it seemed advantageous. There was a good deal of bluster and sabre-rattling in all periods, each side revelling in proclamations of its overwhelming supremacy, even in diplomatic exchanges. Both sides knew the rules, imposing limits on their response. Simultaneously, a Roman emperor and a king of kings could each assure their own subjects that they were strong and that the other man and his empire were weak and feeble, without this requiring an attempt to prove the claim by going to war. This was yet another way in which the two sides became so alike. A relationship based on continuous restatement of strength tended to lend particular importance to symbols and to otherwise unimportant places in border or contested areas. Armenia mattered because it was large and allowed travel from one empire to the other along certain routes. Ideally, each side preferred to see the region as more under their control than under that of their rival, since that secured their nearest provinces and left them with the sense that they had the option of using Armenia to attack should they choose. Yet compromise was possible. Nero's treaty was artificial, which did not prevent it from keeping the peace for more than a generation, since it satisfied both sides. It was also the result of almost a decade of fighting, sometimes sporadic, sometimes intense, but always limited in scale, and with frequent negotiations to resolve matters. Perceptions of strength were subject to near constant challenge, which could lead to actual war, as in this case. The stakes in this warfare were usually fairly small, which does not mean that they were unimportant. A series of failures could escalate, encouraging the rivals to seek even more of an advantage, which risked discrediting the leader of the losing side or creating a sudden reversal of fortune. Personal involvement in a campaign was risky for an emperor or a king of kings if things did not go at least well enough to be presented as a success. Balance between the two empires was generally fairly even. The Romans took and held on to more territory over the course of this rivalry than the other empire, but they did not develop any greater advantage. Most wars saw successes and failures for both sides, and ended with a readjustment of the relationship between the two empires, which was usually slight. In essence, it was a game, played to broadly understood and honoured rules, and with a rematch whenever one side scented the chance to do better than last time. Opportunities often came when the other empire was faced with a serious military problem on another frontier, and even more often during times of internal upheaval. This, in turn, meant that as long as both empires were stable and successful, the chances of them going to war with each other were substantially reduced. In contrast, whenever either or both were rent by civil war or had suffered heavy losses in distant fighting, there was a far stronger chance of the Romans and Parthians or Persians going to war with each other. Prolonged peace between the two empires tended to encourage more peace, while outbreaks of war encouraged further warfare, especially whenever one side did well enough to shatter the other's cherished belief in its superiority. In the 3rd and 4th centuries, and again in the 6th and 7th, there was always a fairly recent pretext for a new conflict. At other times, all the old insults and humiliations had been more or less avenged, so that it took a bigger crisis, rather than simply rivalry, to lead to open war. Mutual weakness was no assurance of peace, since an emperor, or king of kings, might feel the need for glory to strengthen his position, and judge that the rival empire was weaker for the moment. Wars between the empires were expensive, and only occasionally were victories great enough to make substantial profits. At the same time, maintaining sufficient military strength and securing alliances with kings and leaders in the border areas also cost a good deal in gold and resources. There was never any sign of moving away from the ongoing rivalry and assertions of dominance, something extraordinarily unlikely in the ancient world, or indeed for most of human history. Neither empire's military existed for the sole purpose of opposing the other, for each had plenty of other opponents. Nor did the scale of the threat change fundamentally in the 3rd century AD with the rise of the Sasanians, something asserted by many scholars who study the later Roman Empire. No ancient sources claim that the Roman state and military had to reform to meet this new threat, or that the Sasanians after Ardashir I and Shapur I were always as aggressive and successful. The Roman Empire and army certainly changed, but the causes must be sought elsewhere, and any suggestion that these became better organized for war on a large scale should be treated with extreme caution. The cost of maintaining the army as a share of imperial income may have increased without producing a more effective or larger force. Paying for a standing army was always expensive for the Romans, and the military arrangements of the Parthians and Sasanians were similarly costly. Yet the rulers of both empires were willing to foot the bill for maintaining their strength in relation to the other, and indeed on a smaller scale against the other peoples with whom they had contact. Some rulers bolstered their position, and others were discredited through fighting the other empire. Most had smaller gains or losses. From either side's perspective, the other empire was a famous and worthy opponent, indeed the most famous and worthy available. The other empire was also a coherent state, far larger than anyone else with whom they had to deal, which meant that it was easier to negotiate with them than with lots of different warlords and chieftains. A treaty agreed between the empires was more likely to be honoured for longer than one where minor shifts in tribal politics could easily lead to fresh hostility. Even so, domestic concerns played a major role in decisions made by emperors and kings of kings alike, so that relations with the other empire could still shift suddenly, for reasons that had nothing to do with anything the other one had done. Especially in the later period, there are signs of complacency in the way each thought of the other, which only reinforced this sense. Thus, Kavad I, or Khusro I, could see that the Romans were preoccupied elsewhere, and sense a chance to adjust the current balance of power in their favour, and perhaps make a quick profit by threatening or actually waging war. The Romans acted in the same way, for instance when they knew the Sasanians had problems on their northern and eastern frontiers. In each case, they read the situation, decided that they had a short-term advantage, and tried to make the most of it. But so many generations of limited war made them believe that nothing too terrible could happen if things went wrong. At the very worst, they might suffer a blow to their prestige and have to accept a less favourable treaty, but only for the moment, until the advantage shifted in their favour once again. Limited war and limited objectives reduced the risks of conflict for both empires. Most of the time this helped foster good relations between them, especially under the Principate, when the Romans generally felt more secure and had less to prove, but also later, if rarely for so long a period. Peace was normal, wary, watchful peace based on a sense of each empire's military might, and warfare occasional. For centuries, both empires flourished, benefiting from the stability each one promoted, not least because this encouraged trade. At times this broke down, and there was always a danger that one war led to another, so that conflict became almost, if not quite, normal in the 3rd century for parts of the 4th and from the early 6th century until the end. Hostility can become a habit very quickly, making each side more suspicious of anything the other one does, and readier to see the need to strike back. Even so, for a very long time these wars remained focused on the frontier regions, not always small-scale, but with restricted objectives. Near the end, Khusro II broke the rules by refusing to negotiate, partly because his success revealed that the Romans were much weaker than everyone had believed, perhaps including the King of Kings himself, so that there really was a good chance of total victory. It was a misjudgment, but not so very different from the decisions made by earlier leaders to prolong a war, albeit far less ambitious in its aim, past a point where it proved to their advantage. A system based on ongoing competition and frequent restatements of power, sometimes extending to waging war, always ran the risk of spiralling into escalating conflict, unlikely to benefit either side. Yet for centuries it had more or less worked. Two aggressive empires lived alongside one another, always posturing and sometimes fighting, but within mutually accepted restrictions that prevented permanent, let alone all-out, war aimed at destroying the other. It was not perfect, but it was unlike any other relationship in the ancient world, and if it finally ended like the empires themselves, it was remarkably successful for a very long time. Both empires prospered without the need for fresh conquests. Each maintained powerful military forces, backed by fortifications, other support, and networks of allies, for Emperor and King of Kings alike were expected to be mighty in war. These armies acted as deterrents, and the system was based on shows of strength to dissuade attack. Any perceived crack in this facade risked a renewal of war, which in turn carried dangers, since any serious defeat would weaken the perception even more. As a result, the empires postured and competed and sometimes came to blows, until each one was satisfied that an acceptable balance had occurred. There is no sign that the cost of maintaining peace through strength against the other, and against lesser rivals on other frontiers, in the long run placed too heavy a burden on the finances and resources of either empire. Once again, the sheer duration of the rivalry and of each empire makes it difficult to accept that competition was an ultimately unsustainable burden to either. Taking this longer perspective, it is striking how often the two empires preferred the wary standoff of peace to the alternative of conflict, all of which reinforces a sense that the leaders on both sides acted rationally, deciding what was in their best interests and trying to achieve it in ways that would challenge some of the more simplistic understandings of ancient ideology and thought. That is not to say that individuals did not sometimes act out of lust for glory or out of fear and ambition, just as leaders in other eras and cultures have done. There was emotion as well as calculation in this long story. Both were usually present, and sometimes rational calculations were based on wholly mistaken beliefs of the nature of the world and of the enemy. That again says no more than that the emperors, monarchs, and other players were human. Some were more able, some luckier, that very Roman concept, than others. Whatever their faults and merits, the two empires survived and prospered for centuries, whether because or in spite of the talents and actions of their leaders, usually a mixture of both. The Romans and Parthians and Persians coexisted for an immensely long period of time. The willingness of both sides to accept restraints on their competition surely made a significant contribution to their success. While it is hard to prove that the rivalry benefited both empires and contributed to their success and longevity, it certainly does not appear to have been a major source of weakness.